Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was the Anti-Hero Analyst? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. As far as anyone knows, Izuku has given up on being a hero. He almost thinks he has. It's oddly funny how after years of being told by dozens of people he'll never achieve his dream, he still believed he could reach his goal, and then all it took was one person to convince him that maybe everyone was right. Sure, that one person was his idol, the world's #1 hero, the symbol of peace and all that, but still, why did one person's opinion matter? It might have been how All Might had told him he couldn't be a hero. Everyone told him he was worthless, that worthless people couldn't be heroes. All Might had told him he couldn't be a hero, at least not in the way he was, but still said he could help people. He was quirkless, not worthless. In his head, Izuku knew it was time he faced the truth. He would never be the type of hero who he watched on television. He'd never run around defeating supervillains with special powers. None of that meant he couldn't still be his own kind of hero, right? He'd spent the next 2 weeks after his encounter with the pro hero trying to figure out what else he could do. He didn't have the skill or brawn to be a fireman or cop, that was for sure. A doctor he could maybe do, but still the idea didn't sit right with him. Not to say those people weren't heroes, but they weren't the type of hero he was going for. Besides, he should leave those jobs for people with quirks better suited for the type of situations that kind of job would bring. He was sure there was no job that fit what he wanted. At least, that was until that day. Izuku can't remember why he was on the train. He thinks he was going to the library, or maybe one of the farther parks. It doesn't really matter since he never really ended up making it there. The whole thing happened suddenly. The train had screeched to a stop, passengers screaming as some were thrown out of their seats. Izuku remembers his knuckles whitening as he gripped the pole in front of him to avoid being thrown into the pile of people on the ground, managing to only ram his elbow into the wall with a painful thud. The woman next to him was crying and he'd felt dread claw at his throat. In truth, Izuku didn't get a good look at the villain who'd barreled into the train, breaking through the wall. He'd been focused on the hero instead. He wasn't a new hero, not really popular but well enough known for Izuku to recognize the static-like pattern on his costume and the gray goggles tucked into his short golden hair. Pro-hero Shudder. Shudder scanned the crowd of civilians, eyes narrowing. He glanced at Izuku and the one short glance he got of his eyes, lacking a pupil, was enough to shake him to his bones. His left punky finger started twitching, an act he wasn't controlling. That's when it started to spiral. Next to him the woman had started to shake, her eyes rolling back in her head and her whole body shivering, a choked scream escaping her lips. She wasn't the only one. There were dozens more passengers in a similar state, a state Shudder's quirk induced. Everyone was screaming except for the few passengers who seemed unable to move at all. Izuku's eyes flashed to the boy tucked under his mom's arm, a terrified shine to his eyes. Izuku didn't do anything. He didn't know what to do. He just sat there and watched in terror. It only lasted a few dozen seconds before Shudder redirected his focus onto the villain again, pushing him out of the train then jumping after him to finish the job. He doesn't think any of the passengers stopped shaking until they'd gotten home, even after Shudder's quirk wore off. He left that train with the screams from the woman next to him replaying in his head like a broken record. A hero, that was what everyone called Shudder, so why would he do that? Why would he hurt a handful of innocents without reason? It was villainous and... He shook his head, pulling on the strap of his backpack. It doesn't matter, best not to wear out his mind trying to figure it out. With a sigh, he pushed open the door to his house. "Hey Mom," he called, pulling off his shoes and putting on slippers instead. "Izuku, I was so worried about you." Inko all but yelled as she rushed into the entranceway and wrapped her son in a hug. Izuku smiled to himself and returned the gesture. Sometimes he wondered if his mom worried too much. She gripped his face. "I saw on the news that villain attack by your usual train and I panicked." "I'm all good Mom. Not even a scratch." That wasn't exactly a lie, though he was certain he'd have a nasty bruise on his elbow when he checked in the morning. The screeching noise of the train halting filled his ears again, the gasps of shock from other passengers following. His eyes widened before he quickly pushed away the memory along with his doubts and curiosity surrounding Shutter. Inko patted him on the shoulder, smiling softly. "Let's go eat. You're probably tired from such a long school day." He followed his mom into the kitchen. After dinner he'd forget all about the incident. Hopefully. It was midnight and he still hadn't stopped thinking about the way Shutter acted. The worst part is he wasn't even sure what had happened. His mind just kept wandering back to those people's screams, how he'd sat there and watched in horror. He couldn't understand why a hero would do that. He could understand everyday civilians, but heroes? They were supposed to be idols, the ones be looked up to, the ones who set the example for others. Some part of him mourned for the kid who'd see the footage of Shutter that day, their dreams and expectations crushed, much like how Izuku was feeling now. Another part of him wondered what the world would be like if everyone saw what Shutter had done. Would they take it as a one-time thing, or would they be left tossing and turning late into the night like him, wondering if maybe there was more to this than what appeared from first chance? A groan emerged from him as he ran his hands through his hair in frustration. He knows he should leave it alone, that he shouldn't worry about it, but the voice of All Might in one of his clips comes to his mind. A hero's job is meddling where they're not supposed to. He may not be trying to be a pro like his idol anymore, but if he wanted to be any kind of hero, he can't just sit by in case there's something bigger to this. He gave up trying to sleep and rolled out of bed, a newfound determination in him. He sat down in front of his computer, hands flying across the keyboard, typing Shutter into the search bar. His eyes skimmed over the multiple articles that popped up, his doubts only rising the more he read. Rage filled him, his heart clenching and teeth gritting. People needed to know, they deserved to. Suddenly he didn't care if what he was about to do could possibly get him into deep shit. He wouldn't sit by and watch, not this time. The Shutter, hero or licensed villain. Pro-hero name, Shutter. Quirk, Shivers. The sensation hero, Shutter assisted in the defeat of chain robber and murder, Calciumite, yesterday at 4:50 p.m. One of his longer fights, Shutter had crashed into train 376, causing severe damage to the structure. No citizens were harmed, or at least that's what was reported. Several complaints against Shutter were filed last night prior to the battle, most claiming him to be at fault for post-battle quirk symptoms. 3 of said complaints stated that various different limbs of theirs were paralyzed or had yet to stop shaking uncontrollably. All complaints were filed by passengers aboard the train in which had been damaged. Looking at Shutter's previous battles, similar instances have occurred. All victims state that Shutter had used his quirk against them, without provocation or reason. This is no coincidence. In every battle Shutter has participated in, innocent citizens appear to experience after effects of his quirk. Shivers works by vibrating the nerves in one's muscles so they shake intensely or, in some situations, paralyze them. Shutter's quirk is not complicated and should be easy to control, with its direct aim. Accidental harming of bystanders is not a trait that comes with the quirk, unless willingly chosen to be done by Shutter himself. No harm can be blamed on the quirk, but instead all blame falls on the man. Is Shutter really the hero he's thought to be? Reports show in Shutter's early years, he constantly and consistently is seen in custody of the law for the crimes of assault and abuse. His public file proves he's been arrested 16 times for illegal quirk use. In all accounts, he'd used his quirk to paralyze his peers and even teachers or romantic partners, forcing them into doing as he asked before releasing his quirk. Likewise to these unlawful and unmoral acts, when doing hero work, Shutter uses his quirk to restrain citizens, even using certain bystanders as distractions or targets. These acts are very dangerous and have caused permanent damage to 27 different civilians and the death of 4. The overlooking of Shutter's behavior has gone on too long. If the situation had been addressed properly, Shutter would have had his hero license revoked and be sentenced to 3 years of jail time. However, the public and government refuse to acknowledge the flaws of its faulty hero, and it only leaves one to wonder how many others have slipped under the radar. How many other villains live among us with the title of hero? Most importantly, who is there to stop them? Revite. Izuku couldn't help but see everything differently as he walked to school. When watching fights, he noticed the way some went about it carelessly, finding more attention in the cameras than the actual villain. Every time he saw a hero interview on TV, he couldn't help but have his thoughts wander to how similar so many heroes were to Shudder. He wondered if others were thinking the same. There'd been a shift, barely noticeable but still there, in the way he thought about heroes since he published his article about Shudder. It had unexpectedly blown up, getting thousands of reads come the next morning. He hadn't thought much of it, just a few dozen people who had nothing better to do than read about corrupt societies probably rereading it. That was it, at least that's what he thought until the topic was brought up in class. He'd thought he'd heard a few students whispering about it when he passed by them. He'd just shaken his head and ignored it. He was thinking too much. Getting to his own head. Yeah, that's all. When his teacher had came into class, she'd said something he hadn't been anticipating at all. I know you all have heard about the article on Pro Hero Shudder. I would like to point out if I catch any of you talking about it, you will be sent to the office. Such disrespect to our heroes is unmoral and should be punishable. Izuku's breath had been knocked out of him then. That was his article. His foolish, spur-of-the-moment article. He tapped his pencil nervously on his desk. So maybe it wasn't just a bunch of internet surfers that had read it. His thoughts halted as he went over what his teacher had said. Such disrespect towards our heroes is unmoral and should be punishable. Maybe she's talking about a different article. Shudder got enough attention on the news to have at least a few dozen articles written on him daily. He frowned. No, he'd turned his notifications on to pick up anything posted about Shudder, so far there being no activity. That guy was an a-hole, his classmate behind him whispered to their desk partner. Did she even read the article? Serves him right being outed like that. The truth needs to be spread. So what if it's the truth? That writer shouldn't have disrespected him. That's just cruel, their friend protested. They snorted and Izuku's eyes widened. Cruel like how Shudder hurt those innocent people? He turned his head to look back at his classmate with a longer, pointier nose than everyone else. He was pretty sure their quirk was the ability to pick up smells normally people can't detect. Never before had he seen someone stick up for something he did before. Then again, he'd started a lot of fights over stuff he did. In his head, he ran over his classmates' argument over and over again throughout the rest of class. They both made fair points. He should take down that article, especially if it's causing this many arguments already. He'd heard at least 7 similar disagreements in the rest of his classes that day. His article was meant to spread the truth. It turned out as more of an attack on Shudder. He couldn't imagine what Shudder must be going through because of it. The oddest part was that he found himself not really caring whether or not it wasn't working in the pro hero's favor. If he hadn't wanted a bad reaction, he shouldn't have done a bad thing. Many bad things. Crap. He was just about to leave the school grounds and head home to take that article down when he turned around to spot an angry blonde storming over to him. He awkwardly waved. Hey Kaken. Being slammed into the wall of the school, Bakugo was now standing in front of him, hand fisted in his shirt collar. The boy who Izuku had grown up with glared at him, nostrils flaring. Lucky BSRD. You were on that train yesterday, huh? He gulped. Yeah. Thought you could get all the action? Think you're better than me? He felt his back press more into the wall. He held his hands up in defense. No, really. I just happened to be there. Bakugo scowled and released him, shoving him away. Good, he huffed, 'cause I'm going to be the best, better than All Might. Don't think you can get in my way. Izuku brushed down his uniform. He watched Bakugo storm off, shoulders slouching as usual. Feeling a weird pull at his gut, he frowned. It's not like he hadn't been around villain attacks before, but this was the first time Kaken had made a big deal about it. He must have read the article. The article. For All Might's sake, he can't seem to get away from it. His mother would. That's a sign. A sign for what? He wasn't really sure. It doesn't matter, he's just going to go home and delete it, that way he doesn't have to worry about it and won't bother any more people. That was the plan, until he'd seen the headlines on the TV he passed. The downfall of Pro Hero Shudder? He glanced at the screen, eyes skimming over the subtitles as the reporter spoke. They were talking about his article. It wasn't just his school, it was the whole city. Posted an article on the Pro Hero Shudder. The article targeted the sense hero, picking out his flaws in his hero and personal life. It covered the crimes Shoto had committed in the past few years and spoke of how the Hero Commission glossed over these facts. This piece featured the villain attack on Train 376 yesterday afternoon. The anonymous writer revealed that, unlike what was previously thought, there were injuries inflicted on nearby civilians. What's more, these injuries are a cause of Shoto, not the villain. No one has ever seen or heard anything of this writer, going by the name Revite, before. They are making more of impact than any other reporter before, the effects of their article already clear. Many debates have been made about whether this journalist who targets heroes is good or bad have already began. The question, viewers, is not whether they are good or bad, but will the aftermath of their actions be the downfall of hero society, or the improvement of it? Izuku stared at the screen, open-mouthed. Next to him, he saw other people who'd been listening nod their heads and whisper to those they were with. Or the improvement of it. His thoughts circled back to what he'd been thinking the night before when he'd posted the article. The truth. He wanted people to know the truth so they would have to live with the lies the commission was feeding them. He didn't want people to live their life believing that their heroes were protecting them when they'd really only been doing things for themselves. He wanted the world to praise heroes, not villains hiding behind headlines and popularity counts. He'd thought about that the whole way home, and when he'd gotten into the house, he didn't go to his room to delete the article. The world needed heroes. They needed someone to show them who the real heroes were. A smile reached his face. He found the job perfect for him. The black-haired man sighed as his eyes skimmed over the article flashing on the screen of his more than worn-out phone. He almost didn't care he was wasting half his battery reading it, or that it'd mean he'd have to stay in one of those musky internet cafes in the morning just to charge it again. He tucked the phone into his pocket, pushing himself of the building he was leaning against and crawling over to the pile of blankets on the ground. A cold breeze picked up in the alley and he refrained from shivering, happy his quirk was fit for nights like these. He laid her down on his makeshift bed and turned his eyes to the sky. The article was written by an amateur. That much was obvious, but luckily he wasn't in it for the quality but the content. Finally, someone was pointing out a flaw in the system. Today it was one article, one hero, a minor mix-up, but he couldn't help but hope for better. Maybe this new writer could do something no one else has had the guts to do. Shoto was only one of many heroes that disgraced the title they were given. Villainous at heart. In it for money or the excuse that hurting people was the only way to save others. The thought made him want to throw up. He was sick of the ruins the Hero Commission leaves behind, the cracks it tries to fill with more broken pieces. This was a chance for change. He smirked to himself as he thought of how the so-called Revite had described Shoto and all the other faulty heroes. A chance to rid the world of its licensed villains. Yeah, Dabi thought it had a nice ring to it. Izuku stared up at the building in front of him, tugging his hood lower on his face. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a young kid's gaze follow him as their mother dragged them away. He offered them a small smile, enjoying the way their eyes lit up, before ducking behind a tree. The less people that saw him, the better. In the past few months, Izuku learned that just surfing the web didn't get him all the information he needed to expose faulty heroes, especially with heroes like the one he was currently digging dirt up on. Some heroes' agencies had the best technicians he'd ever seen, covering every digital footprint. Some had even tried to delete his articles. A few months back he'd taken up a hacking course, not only to get past firewalls and access records and files but also to keep others from taking down his works, like what had happened to his first article on Shoto after a few days. He'd learned more the longer he did this job. It was a challenge, but Izuku was more than willing. He didn't think he'd like brain challenges as much as he found himself enjoying lately. Then again, he also thought he'd be a daylight hero, not a random kid behind a computer screen exposing the wrongs of society. Sometimes he wondered if he should stop, if he was actually doing any good or just making things worse. Then he'd see a fake hero he'd written an article on get their license suspended, making the world safer, and he'd remember it'd all be worth it if it helped people. Countless times he tried to convince himself he wasn't doing anything illegal. It never worked. He couldn't ignore that recently he'd been doing a lot of spying, breaking and entering and hacking, all of which are illegal. At least most. People just called him a vigilante of sorts, not a villain. People called him a lot of things lately. His articles have done more than he ever thought, so publicly known yet still surprising when he sees them on the headlines. It was weird watching people debate about whether what he was doing was right or wrong. Some people called him a villain, a disgrace for making a ruin and humiliation of heroes. Others said they were thankful for the downfall of 32 faulty heroes. It was only a month ago that he decided to spy on heroes he suspected to have wrongdoings. He's not proud of it, but if that was how he got information, he'd do it every time with no regrets. That's why he was here today, standing outside the grand house that belonged to none other than the Todoroki family. Todoroki, Endeavor, has been on his list of heroes for a while. When he was younger, Kaken had been fascinated by him. That was until they were 7 and something happened that changed his friend's mind. Izuku had always been curious what it was that persuaded him, and he thinks now he'll get to find out. Besides Kaken's suspicious change of heart, Endeavor has been known to cause some of the most severe collateral damage. He has some of the highest fatality rates in the country, but that alone wasn't enough information for Izuku. He already knows how people will defend the number 2 hero. He picks the most dangerous villains and has a powerful quirk. The damage done is just a factor that comes with. He could probably try and argue that All Might does the same and still has near 0% in civilian harm on the charts, but people would say that's because he's the All Might. And well, Izuku couldn't argue with that. Still, he's sure there's something else to Endeavor. Something deeper that everyone is missing. He just has to find it. And maybe that includes breaking into his estate and snooping around. Or maybe it doesn't and he's standing outside said estate on a pure coincidence, admiring the windows for no reason at all, not trying to find the easiest one to slip through. He looked around, checking for people. That kid from earlier was probably the last of people to come by here so late. Honestly, he was surprised the place wasn't packed with reporters and journalists. It hadn't taken much to search up Endeavor's address. He supposes none of them were brave enough to invade the Flame Hero's privacy. Holy crap, he was actually sneaking into the number 2 hero's home. If his mom knew she'd kill him. Oh lord, if Kaken knew he'd surely be dead. Okay, maybe that was the downside to this whole online identity. With all the people that wanted to kill him, 'cause there were. He'd seen the angry members of the commission, comments from other users, news broadcasts and well, the heroes he exposed, all who wanted a hand in his death. He had to keep who he was a secret. That includes avoiding Kaken, even if the angry teen showed he somewhat liked Revite. He shook his head, clearing his head, and looked to the window he thought would be most efficient for climbing through. One last safety check for other people, and he was racing towards the widow, pressing himself against the wall. He'd taken out the security cameras earlier, thank you hacking class and YouTube. His head peeked up through the window, prying it open as carefully as he could. Cringing when the window squeaked, he pulled himself inside. With a thump, a wince coming out of his lips, he landed inside the house. He was in Endeavor's house. Deep breaths. It's not like he'll kill him if he'd caught. Right? The thought didn't have a chance to last long before he remembered if he wanted to lower his chances of possibly being murdered, he had to be quick. And out. Avoid all Todorokis. Simple. His foot knocked into the corner of something he couldn't see in the dark, causing a loud thud to echo in the room. Simple if only he can keep quiet, which was proving to be difficult. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Pretend you're Kaken, he told himself. Just with less explosions. With that, he felt better about moving forward. He reached out, hand meeting the wall and using it to guide him to the door of the dark room. He was thankful he'd done his research ahead of time, knowing the quickest way to the office from where he was. A lot of research had to be done for this expedition, naturally. The higher the risk, the higher his knowledge of Endeavor needs to be. He knew the layouts to his house, his patrol shifts, his security codes, everything. The most interesting he'd found was his family. 4 kids and a wife. Not once has Endeavor ever mentioned any of them. From what he'd been able to find, his oldest had died a few years back and his wife was in the hospital. That had been part of his reason for being so interested in Endeavor. There might be a reason as to why he never talks about his family. Then again, it could be nothing. Lots of heroes don't talk about their families. Still, It was worth looking around for anything out of the ordinary. He crept out of the first room, into the hallway that wasn't far from the entrance. His gaze was caught by the stream of light coming from under the door to his left. He leaned closer to it, listening in as he picked up a muffled voice talking to what Izuku assumed was a phone. He looked at the name on the door. Natsuo. A slam from beyond the other side of the hallway pulled his gaze away from the door. He took a few steps toward the noise, trying his best to be quiet. Shoto, he heard someone hiss. What are you doing back so late? Dad will be home soon. I apologize, Izuku heard a more masculine voice say. I lost track of time. Doing what? Training. There was a heavy silence. Izuku paused in his descent down the hallway. He strained his ears as he heard one of the people sigh before he picked up on footsteps walking away, getting quieter. A breath he didn't know he was holding escaped his lips as he continued down the hallway on extra alert for any other members of the family. Finally, after avoiding many pieces of furniture and crossing down the hallway and past what he thinks was the living room, he reached the room he'd been looking for. The office. In all honesty, Izuku would have preferred breaking into the office at Endeavor's agency. There would be more information there, but he knew that was even riskier. It'd be foolish to walk into such a heavily guarded place that was constantly filled with heroes. He just hoped Endeavor took home some of his paperwork. The office was large, 3 times the size of Izuku's bedroom. The first thing that caught his attention was the turned-over chair in the corner of the room and the messy papers scattered across the floor. The desk in the center of the room wasn't in a better state. The walls were lined with cabinets and shelves stuffed with books and files. He squinted in the dark at a paper on the ground. He bent down, pulling the small flashlight he brought out of his pocket, and picked up a paper at his feet. Hero Rankings 2XXX. All Might. Endeavor. Izuku frowned at the paper and then at the wreckage of the room. Someone's not happy about second place. He sighed and goes over to the desk, shuffling through the papers there and in the cabinets. 15 minutes later and he'd found nothing. Taxes, all paid. Lawsuits, none. Criminal record, clean except for 1 or 2 parking tickets. Affair, not any evidence pointing that way. Really, it was just a whole lot of nothing. He needed something that would prove that Endeavor had some flaw. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe he is a true hero and all this effort was for an innocent man. Izuku wanted to groan and slam his head on the table and probably would have if not for the startling sound of another voice calling for someone in the house. He barely managed to stifle a scream. Shoto! A loud, thunderous voice he recognized echoed through the house. He made his way to the office door, slowly pulling it open just a crack. He resisted the urge to let out a terrified eep. At the sight of Endeavor standing proudly in the living room just outside the office. The pro-hero was even more intimidating close up, not to mention Izuku was trespassing in his home. It was strange seeing the man without flames liking at his chin giving the appearance of a beard. In replace of the fire was surprisingly a short red stubble. Izuku realized that the man didn't need flames to look fierce and fiery. His eyes darted across the room, scanning for an exit. Through the crack in the door he could only make out a portion of the area, but if his memory was right, there was only one exit from this side of the house, and Endeavor was blocking it. Cursing under his breath, Izuku was about to close the door when he heard another voice, the masculine one from earlier, speak up. Father, he'd said stepping into view. Shoto Todoroki, youngest of the Todorokis. He'd heard of him on the news not too long ago. It was said that he was trying to get into UA. He recognized him by his distinctive red and white hair. Izuku's eyes widened as he took in the dark scar covering his right eye. Idly, his mind wondered what possibly could have happened to give him that. How did you do in the entrance exam? Endeavor asked, hands on his hips. Izuku frowned. He was sure the exams weren't for another week. He'd overheard Kaken talking about them. So how? Oh, the recommendation exams were probably done ahead of time. There was one boy. He had an interesting quirk, Shoto said, his voice flat, almost sounding uninterested. He had the skill to win. You beat him though, Endeavor huffed. Shoto dipped his head. Of course. Izuku watched in fascination of the interaction. It was unfamiliar to how he was treated by his own parent at home. His mother always greeted him with hugs and smiles, not scowls and disappointed gazes. He stared at the boy similar to him in age, and he felt a twinge in his heart as he started drawing conclusions as to why he seemed so numb. "Good," Endeavor said, turning his back on his son. "It would be a shame for my champion to fail against one weakling. I brought you into this world to surpass all might, don't forget that." Shoto did nothing but nod, that single action being enough to please Endeavor. The pro-hero started to walk out of the room, calling over his shoulder. "And where is Fuyumi? That girl needs to stop seeing that crazy woman she calls a mother." The youngest Todoroki did not answer. Izuku couldn't pull his gaze away from the boy, standing quietly in the middle of the room, expression guarded even with no one around. Izuku isn't blind, he knows an unhealthy relationship when he sees one. He felt ashamed to say the Todoroki family wasn't different from what he'd been expecting. That was the worst part, probably. When he watched Shoto leave the room, retreating down the same hallway Endeavor had left through, his pull the door open the rest of the way. He tiptoed around the house, making his way to the window he'd came in through before hauling himself out of it. He dropped down into a bush, trying not to make too much noise. As he was running home, away from the house he'd broken into, his thoughts kept circling back to the blank look Shoto had worn. Endeavor's stern voice towards his own children. The slight shake in who he assumed was Fuyumi's voice when she'd first asked Shoto where he'd been. He ran faster. None of those things were normal. Maybe Endeavor didn't have a criminal record, and maybe he was one of the strongest people in the world when it comes to defeating villains, but he certainly wasn't a hero. A hero's family didn't wear those solemn expressions. A hero doesn't treat his children the way he saw him talk to Todoroki, like he was an item. Izuku had gone into that house promising to find the truth out about Endeavor. He left with a million questions and a determination to answer them. He'd find out what was going on in the Todoroki family, and he'd fix it, even if it is the last thing he does. Dabi doesn't really know why he's here, outside the place he'd sworn he wouldn't return to. It wasn't like he was convinced his sources were right, but then again, he wasn't certain they were wrong either. It was perfectly plausible someone had been snooping around the manor secretly. Someone other than him, of course. Part of him wanted to believe it was Natsuo who was the hooded person going in and out of the house through the window. He was always the one who was most willing to do bizarre shit with him when they were younger. Another part of him knew that wasn't the case. Natsu would be old enough now to live at his college dorms if he ever wanted to get away from home. The idea of him sneaking out didn't seem as likely as the other reasons for the recent break-ins. Okay, and maybe he did know why he was here. Sue him. So what if he felt like he's the only one who gets to hurt any of the Todorokis? He deserves to be the one to take down Endeavor after what he did to him. Some JRK who shows up last minute, sneaking into their home certainly doesn't get that honor. Besides, if this is the famous Revite as he suspects, he wants to meet him. To kill him or to simply warn him to back off from his target. Dobby hadn't decided yet. Over the past few months he'd been looking out for their articles. It wasn't like he had to search very hard for them. The media couldn't shut up about Revite. His first article had blown up, everyone was talking about it. Debates were sparked bringing in discussions of whether or not Revite was right or wrong in his accusations. Many agreed with him, claiming the hero system was corrupt and broken, filled with lies patched over by the commission. Just as many wanted Revite's accusations erased, calling him the real liar. Revite seemed unmoved by his fame. Then again, he does live behind a computer screen as far as anyone knows. More recently there'd been rumors of Revite taking to the streets, finding new ways to obtain information other than just hacking dozens of online platforms. Dabi was almost certain Revite was the one sneaking into his old home. He of all people knew what a false hero Endeavor was, the perfect target for someone like Revite. Most people would be glad to see their former abuser be targeted by an online user dedicated to outing the corruption of others. Dabi isn't most people. He wants to see the look in his father's eyes when he kills him. He wants him to die in his fire as he tried so many times to do to him, thought he'd done to him. If Revite wanted to get in his way of that, by all means, he just can't guarantee the writer will live. He respects Revite. He values what he's doing and couldn't agree more with his ideals. Heroes are selfish and fake. They only look out for themselves. It's all about the fame and fortune for them. They've lost the true meaning of their titles. Dobby doesn't want to kill Revite, but he will if it comes to that. The sound of a twig snapping in the distance caught his attention. He pulled his left hand out of his pocket, ready to torch whatever made the noise. All that came out of the bush was a squirrel. The nasty thing stared at him with its beady eyes. "This off," he mumbled to it, glaring. It squealed and darted back into the shrubbery. Dobby rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the Todoroki manor, his hands scratching idly at where his skin met the charred flesh he stapled on. He wasn't 100% sure Revite would even show up. It was 3 days ago when he'd received the information from one of his many friends in the shady parts of town that they'd seen someone going in and out of the house. Since then there hadn't been any articles, so Revite must not have found what he'd been looking for and surely would return. Dobby just didn't know when. Or there's always the possibility the hooded figure was just some random robber who was too clueless to realize the house they were robbing belonged to the number 2 hero. That would be amusing. Glancing at his watch, he realized he'd been waiting nearly the entire night for someone who didn't even show. He frowned and pulled up his hood so it shaded his eyes and forced the zipper to go far enough at his jaw where the most visible of his scars were. He frowned and started walking away from the house just as the sun was peeking over the horizon. What a waste. He ignored the side glances people gave him as he made his to the alley he lived in nowadays. When he died, life seemed easier, even if he was living off stolen ramen packets. It was better than putting up with his lame excuse of a father, trapped in the ruined remains of a family that was never really fully there. Dobby didn't particularly like taking strolls down memory lane, but he couldn't help but have his thoughts wander to the days he'd spent with his blood relatives after just standing outside their house for several hours. He remembered some of the days better than others. The first thing to pop up in his was his father, his constant disapproving gaze. It was always easier to conjure up the memories of the constant training and agonizing pain his body unfit for his quirk felt. Those sorts of things were the reason why he lives the life he does now. Sometimes he wonders if anyone in his family misses him. Fuyumi might, she always cared so much about everyone. Shoto, on the other hand, surely wouldn't. His youngest brother didn't know him really. Enji made sure he didn't know any of his siblings. His prized creation, perfect in his eyes, wasn't allowed to see their lesser selves. There were good things about his family, they were just far and few between. Not exactly a normal family. To his left his attention was drawn by a building he hadn't noticed before. He paused mid-step, eyeing the closed shutters on the windows and fading paint on the walls. He glanced around him checking for people before trying the door, smiling when it swung open. He smirked. He could use a place to stay for a while. On the 3rd night he'd spent watching over the Todoroki manor, he noticed something strange. He'd been minding his own business, leaning against a tree and picking at the dead skin on his nails, when he'd saw it. A flash in the distance coming from a tree near the side of the house, the one he'd broken his arm falling out of when he was 5. He squinted at the light. It was gone as fast as it was there, barely visible for a few seconds, but Dobby knew he saw it. He isn't that crazy yet. Faintly, he could make out some rustling in the tree and a quiet, barely audible curse. Pushing off his own tree, he approached the one the light he came from. He kept his hands out of his pockets in case his fire is needed as he got to the base of the tree. He tilted his head, looking up at the branches of the tree. He could see the silhouette of a hooded figure. He smirked to himself. Got you. Right close to Endeavor. Would work. Dabi narrowed his eyes when he picked up his father's hero name in the incoherent muttering. He wondered if the person knew they were muttering. Could this be Revite? Only one way to find out. He hoisted himself up onto the first branch, glad the figure was too focused on scribbling something down in a notebook to notice him. He frowned and raised his hands. Leaning closer to the person he whispered, "Boo. Bitch motherfucker." The person screeched and tipped sideways off the branch, falling to the ground with an anticlimactic thud. Dabi resisted the urge to snicker to himself before hopping down from his own branch. He looked at the person and he froze eyes, widening. The person's hood had fallen off, revealing his face as he lay helplessly on the ground. His eyes skimmed over the freckles across his features and big green eyes. That's when it hit him. Revite is a child. Izuku didn't like the odd chill in the air, like something was different that night. For the past 5 days he's been camping out in a tree outside the Todoroki household, trying his best to figure out a way he can help Endeavor's kids. The tree gave the perfect view into the living room window. He was fairly disappointed that he still hadn't found much out about Endeavor, but he couldn't give up yet. He won't give up on the Todorokis. That determination is what kept him staying out every night watching over the family. His mother had yet to pick up on his late-night outings, but the kids at school were all too aware. When he'd fall asleep in class, he'd wake up to whiskers drawn his freckles or his hand sitting in a bowl of water. Luckily, that trick didn't work. Kaken had the most fun with his tired behavior. Cornering him became easier, and the blonde wasn't about to just let that opportunity slide. It's not that Kaken hurt him, just harshly interrogated him on what could possibly have him so tired as of late. The point is, even though he'd been losing sleep over all this, he's never felt off about it like he does now. He glances around the perimeter of the manor. Upon seeing nothing, he returns his focus to the window. Nothing interesting was going on inside. Fuyumi, he thinks that's her name, is sitting on one of the couches, a book in hand. From what he could tell, she's the calmest of the Todorokis. Izuku leaned back against the tree trunk, sighing. This was proving to be harder than any other of his adventures. He raised his eyes to stare at the stars through the trees. Wondering what his mom was doing at home right now, he closed his eyes. He heard a ding and flinched. His eyes snapped open to see his phone light up with a notification from one of the many papers he follows. He cursed under his breath and scrambled to turn it off. Frantically, he looked around to see if anyone had seen the light. He relaxed when he didn't catch any movement from inside or outside the house. Returning his gaze back to the Todoroki household, he caught sight of Endeavor. He smiled and pulled his pencil was tucked behind his ear and started scribbling in his notebook. The pro-hero was standing in the middle of the room, hands on his hips, and seemed to be talking sternly to Fuyumi. Izuku wished he had a hearing quirk. An idea struck him, eyes widening. He doesn't need a hearing quirk. He just has to be close enough to Endeavor to know what he's saying. Doing things the way he is right now won't get him much farther in his discoveries, but if he was able to get some inside scope, he could learn so much more. Second-hand information, of course, isn't reliable, so he'd have to do it himself. If I can get close to Endeavor, this might work, he thought. But how? That was it. He started to scribble down his thoughts into his notebook. All he had to do was, "Boo. Bitch motherfucker." He yelped at the sound of a deep, unfamiliar voice right in his ear. The next thing he knew, he was falling out of the tree and landing on the ground with a pained thump. He groaned, wincing at the pain flaring in his back. He tried to move and immediately regretted it. Bad idea. Very bad idea. He heard the sound of someone landing on their feet next to him. No, no, no. Begone. Please just leave him alone and pretend he wasn't spying on the number 2 hero. Forcing himself to open his eyes, he looked up at the person standing over him. It was hard to make out most of their appearance in the dark, but Izuku straight away noticed the person's squinting blue eyes that seemed to stare into his soul. He was slightly intimidated by the black jacket draped across his shoulders and what seemed to be a dark mask on his chin. Hi, he stuttered out. The person took a step back, a shocked look dawning on their features. What the F dash, he muttered. What the actual F dash? You're a child? Izuku frowned and tried to push himself up into a sitting position, but the man's boot collided with his shoulder and forced him back into laying flat on his back. Okay, what was going on? His head felt dizzy, probably from falling out of the tree, and his eyes kept trying to search the man for some sort of security emblem. Every time he came up short. If he wasn't security, what was he, and what was he going on about? How are you a child? The man asked, running his hands through his black hair. Izuku turned his head to the side. Because I wasn't born over 18 years ago? It wasn't until after he said it that he realized that wasn't the best thing he could have said to the person pinning him to the ground, looking like he could kill him any second. You're crazy, the man said. He kicked at his chin with his foot, forcing Izuku to meet his eyes. Maybe I should clarify. How is Revite a child? That was what he was talking about? How'd he know? Izuku could have sworn he'd turned off all ways someone would be able to trace him back to being Revite. Even if someone figured out his identity, how would they know he'd be here spying on Endeavor? He felt his nerves started to spike and he tried to take a deep breath to clam them down. Come on, stay calm, he told himself. Play dumb or something. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, maybe he SCKED at playing dumb. You're not fooling me, kid, the man commented and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him to his feet before slamming him into the tree. His hand lit on fire, blue flames dancing on his fingertips. Izuku marveled at the sight. Now with the light of the fire he could make out the man's face and he couldn't stifle his gasp. What he thought was a mask was in fact a massive burn scar across his jaw, chin and neck. He noticed the scars were under his eyes too, like permanent eye bags held there with what seemed to be staples of some sort. The man held his lit hand near Izuku's face. Start talking or I'm going to be washing the smell of burnt flesh out of this jacket for days. Izuku gulped. If he could avoid being killed, that'd be ideal. W, what do you want? I've only asked 1,000,000 times. The man rolled his eyes. How is a child like you Revite? Good question. He didn't really know himself. I don't know, it just sort of happened. Scarface groaned and released him. He started pacing in circles and Izuku watching in confusion. He got that it was surprising. To be honest, it still shocks him when he hears one of his classmates talk about his newest article. What he didn't understand was why it mattered so much to this man. I have to kill a child, just peachy, he heard him mumble to himself. No thanks. He didn't quite want to die today. Izuku started to shuffle around the tree, slowly stepping backwards. He glanced behind him, glad for the forest that would be easy to hide in if he could just get away from Mr. Scarman. He retreated, making his steps as quiet as possible while the man continued his pacing. He felt a swell of pride as he got a little deeper into the woods, nearly far enough to start running. Where do you think you're going? We're not done here. So much for that plan. Izuku faced the man. How did you know I was Revite? Scarface leveled his gaze. Why are you spying on Endeavor? I asked you first. And I'm threatening to kill you. Izuku frowned and looked to the ground. Endeavor isn't aerial hero. I know it. He might be abusing his family and I can't stand to just sit by and watch. He needs to be stopped, his kids need to be safe. Scarface stared at him. Izuku didn't like the deafening silence that was filling his ears. Why wasn't he saying anything? He looked at the man's face, his expression blank and concealed. It felt like the silence dragged on far too long before the man spoke up again. What happens to the Todorokis is none of your business. He said, eyes blazing like the flames from his hand had traveled to his irises. It's a hero's job to meddle where it's not their business, he argued. The man scoffed and shook his head. You're not a hero, kid. You're a child who hides behind a computer screen exposing heroes, not trying to save their families. Something boiled inside Izuku. He was right. He isn't a hero. Not yet, but someday, and he'll get there by doing what he's doing now. His fists clenched at his sides and lifted his chin, his nerves from before gone replaced with determination. I won't give just because you tell me to, he said. I ask again, how did you know I was Revite? I have my sources, none of which you need to know. The man walked towards him so Izuku was close enough to feel the heat of the blue flames on his skin, raising the hair on his arms. Stay away from the Todorokis and I'll let you live. The flame in his hand snuffed out and the man turned, walking into the shadows of the surrounding trees. He glanced over his shoulder, looking at Izuku who was frozen in place. His blue eyes shined. If I catch you here again, you're dead. Then he was gone. Izuku stared at the now empty spot in front of him, and that's when it hit him. He'd taken his notebook. Izuku was determined if he was anything. Why else would he still be trying to be a hero even after everyone in his life has told him it is impossible? Maybe getting his notebook back was impossible, but you can bet he was going to try. It'd be easy. He just has to find a nameless person whose face he never fully got a good look at in a sea of billions of people. Okay, there were some challenges but nothing he couldn't overcome, right? Izuku sighed and leaned back in his chair. There really was no use, was there? Even if he could find Scarface, it's not like he'd give him his notebook back. Besides, the man wanted to kill him and well, Izuku didn't want to die. It was a good thing it was a fresh notebook, not a lot of info in it yet, and besides, he's memorized it all anyways. His mind wandered to the half-finished notes he'd been writing before Scarface had scared him. This was going to be the hardest part of the job. Getting close to Endeavor wouldn't be easy. Getting a job as a borderline 15-year-old in Endeavor's agency would be even harder. Never mind the fact it has to be a high enough position to be relevantly close to the hero. Don't forget your quirkless too, a small part of him taunted. Yeah, that too. He banged his head into his desk. What had he gotten himself into? Maybe he should listen to Scarface and leave the Todoroki family alone. If he did, his chances of dying would be less for sure. But if he did, that would mean he'd be leaving the Todorokis to have to live with the abuse their father gave them, and he doesn't think he could live with himself if that happened. It was times like these he really wished he had a better sense of self-preservation, then he wouldn't be going after the number 2 hero with the risk of some creepy guy murdering him. At least he can say his life is somewhat interesting, even if it's more dangerous than not. With a sigh, he brought his hands to his keyboard and started searching up any available positions at Endeavor's agency. Technician, no, not close enough. Janitor, definitely not. Costume design would get him close to Endeavor, but he can't sew for sheet. Coffee runner. That might work. He'd be close to him, and by looking at the job description, he'd be around him nearly all the time. Thinking about it, Izuku made a pretty good tea, and coffee can't be much different. It'd work. Just as he was about to click the link for where to apply for the position, he heard his mom call from the hallway. Izuku? It's dinner. He heard a knock on his door before his mom walked into the room. He resisted the urge to remind her that knocking and not get an answer doesn't mean come in. It was a good thing he wasn't doing anything too closely related to Revite at the moment. What are you working on, honey? Inko asked as she neared his desk, her gaze sliding across the computer screen. Oh, job applications. What are you applying for? Izuku smiled and pointed to the screen. Coffee boy for Endeavor. Figured it would help to get some experience in. Working for the number 2 hero would look really good on my resume. His mother hummed and rested a hand on his shoulder as she inspected the screen closer. That's a shame, she says before her eyes widened and she started waving her hands around frantically. I mean, not that it's a shame that you want to do this or anything. I fully support you. I thought the analyst position might be better for you. The analyst position? There was no. When he'd looked to the screen, sure enough, just under the coffee boy applications was a section for analysis. What with all those notebooks you have and how much you know about heroes, it fits you, she continued. And it does look a little better on a resume than coffee boy. She's not wrong. Thank the world for his mom. If it hadn't been for her, he'd be stuck doing coffee runs. This was much better. He wouldn't be suspicious for asking Endeavor loads of questions, and it would allow him to be on the scene of fights and have an excuse. Yeah, he said. I think I'll do that. Thanks, Mom. Inko chuckled and kissed his head. No problem, it's my job as your mom, isn't it? Come on, let's go eat. Izuku gladly hopped out of his seat, a smile on his face. This might work out better than he thought. It was almost as scary standing outside Endeavor's agency as it was standing outside his house. Of course, when he was standing outside his house it was always to spy or break in, and that fact alone was enough to make it more intimidating. That didn't mean to say that the Pro Heroes agency was intimidating. It was very. There were at least 10 floors, each one's windows a dark black that was impossible to see through. Everywhere Izuku looked there were either security cameras or guards. The glass doors at the entrance looked to be bulletproof, and there was clearly some sort of security system built into it. The place was a fortress, even if smaller than the other surrounding buildings. Not to mention the dozens of heroes coming in and out of it. In that moment Izuku was gladder than ever that he'd broken into Endeavor House rather than his agency. You're lost. Huh. He looked to his left, a man in all black standing next to him. It took a moment or two for what he'd asked to actually settle into Izuku's mind. His face flushed and he sputtered out a response. No. I mean, yeah. Well, not really? Well, I'm trying to apply for Analyst for Endeavor and I'm not sure where the interviews are being held, but I'm not lost, just confused or dash. Stop. The man glared with his tired eyes and Izuku immediately shut up. He held his breath as the man sighed and dragged a hand down his face. After a long sigh, the man turned and said, "Follow me." For all the talks he's been given about not trusting strangers, he didn't have much else he could do at this point and gladly followed him. They entered the building, a beep going off as they did so. He was right about the security then. The man continued on through the crowded lobby and down a hallway to the right. The silence between them was growing uncomfortable. So why are you here?" he said, hoping to spark some sort of conversation. "Pro-hero business. Nothing that concerns you." The curt response shocked Izuku. For a pro-hero he wasn't very friendly. Izuku frowned. He didn't recognize him. It was clear he was out of his hero gear, but normally he would be able to tell either way just who the hero was. His eyebrow furrowed. He had to be good enough to have business with Endeavor, so how'd he not know him? The man stopped in front of a door and gestured to it. "This is it." "Thank you, mister?" he asked. "Aizawa." He smiled at him. "Thank you, Mr. Aizawa." The man nodded before turning and walking back the way they'd came. Izuku let his smile slip off his face. He'd have to search him up later. Izuku looked towards the door in front of him. This was it. If he could nail this, then he'd be able to get the information he needs to help the Todorokis and take down Endeavor. Oh gods, what if he doesn't get the job? He's not the best with words, and surely a pro-hero agency would want a professional, not some kid. His hands tightened around his bag strap as he remembered what his mom had told him that night at dinner when he'd told her his worries. "You've got nothing to worry about, sweetie. You're the brightest kid I know." He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Here goes nothing." The door pulled open to reveal a woman with a notepad clutched in her hand. The first thing he noticed about her was her dark red hair cropped short and how one of her eyes was twice the size of the other. The bigger eye had a darker sheen to it, closer to the reflective surface of a computer screen. She looked him up and down. "You must be Izuku Midoriya." "Yeah," he said, trying to smile despite his nerves. I am. Come in." She moved out of the way for him so he could enter the room that was set up very similar to a conference room. She stuck her hand out to him once he was inside. "I'm Ogawa Tsutoramu, one of the analysts for Endeavor. I'll be interviewing you." He nodded, not too sure what to say, as she directed him to sit in on of the many chairs laid out. She sat across from him and pulled a pencil out from behind her ear. "So," she started, "let's get on with the questions. Why are you applying for this job?" "I would like the experience, and Endeavor's agency seemed like the best way to do it," he said with some uncertainty. Ogawa simply nodded along and wrote down in her notebook. "Do you have any of your analyses with you?" "Oh, yeah, there are some in my bag," he answered, opening the zipper on his backpack. He pulled out one of his more recent notebooks. Luckily, he only brought the ones that didn't contain his write-ups for Revite. After handing them to Ogawa, he sat patiently while she read over them. He found his teeth gnawing on his bottom lip and immediately stopped. Ogawa looked up at him after she'd flipped through several pages. "It's messy and could use some better formatting, but it's not bad. It's better than half the horrible reports I've seen so far, at least." "Thank you. I think," he said. And so the interview continued much to the same way. She didn't seem to mind his rambling, and as the hour went on he found himself becoming more comfortable with her. Every now and then she'd pop in a joke and would look surprised when Izuku laughed, almost like she didn't realize she was making them. Everything was going great until there came the one question he'd hoped she wouldn't ask. "What's your quirk?" He froze. That's the question that always messes him up, always ruins everything. He gulped, his mouth feeling dry suddenly. I don't really. I didn't have a quirk." "Sorry?" she asked. He took a deep breath, this time going slower. I don't have a quirk." He watched the small O form on her lips as her eyebrows furrowed. This was what happened with everybody. The moment of calm shock before the storm. Ogawa leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. "Do you want to know my quirk?" Eyes widening, Izuku nearly choked on air. That wasn't the usual reaction. Not at all. Ogawa raised an eyebrow, clearly waiting for an answer. He nodded his head. He had been wondering this whole time what her quirk was. It's called perusal, the ability to see one's weaknesses and strengths, she stated, pointing to her larger eye. When you walked into this room, I saw your weakness was not quirk-related. Seeing as your weakness isn't your lack of a quirk either, it does not make much of a difference. She got up and handed him a paper. Get your parent or legal guardian to sign these. Because you're underaged and quirkless, you won't be allowed to assess the more extreme fights. Also, since you're not a professional, you aren't allowed access to the online files. Can you cope with this? He nodded again, words evading him as his eyes scanned over the paper he was given. Good. You're hired, Midoriya. She smiled and held out her hand for him to shake. He took it with a wide smile. Thank you, Tsutoramu-san. Tsutoramu is fine. After all, we will be working closely together in the future. I will likely be your partner. Her smile somehow widened and Izuku realized despite her off-putting aura, she might not be the worst partner. Izuku smiled. When do I start? Right now. What? His eyes widened. Tsutoramu ignored his comment and started to walk out of the room. Dumbfounded, he chased after her. What did she mean now? His mom hadn't even signed the permission slip yet. Was this some sort of test? Was she kidding? Briefly, he went over mentally what he'd seen of Tsutoramu's behavior so far and found himself concluding kidding wasn't something included in her personality. Tsutoramu glanced at him as she swiftly moved through the hallway. You'll have to work closely with many of the other analysts here, but I'll introduce you to them another day. For now, I think you should be introduced to your boss. My boss? Oh no, I really don't think that's necessary, he protested, holding his hands up. It's most definitely necessary. He is your boss and you are his employee. An introduction is required, she logically countered as they stepped into the building's lobby. Izuku gulped nervously. He tried to convince himself to calm down. This was why he applied for this job, was it not? To get closer to Endeavor was the whole purpose, but he hadn't thought actually meeting him would have to happen. He was hoping he wouldn't have to actually talk all that much to Endeavor until later into his intern. Confronting the man on the first day, not his ideal plan. There he is, Tsutoramu announced, grabbing Izuku by the wrist and dragging him across the lobby. It wasn't hard to miss the flame hero with all his, well, flames. He was standing near the entrance, his back turned to them probably to glare at the dozen of reporters surrounding him. Tsutoramu guided him over to the pro hero, completely ignoring his panic. She cleared her throat once next to Endeavor. Endeavor, sir, she said. The man turned around, his eyebrows arched into a frown that sent shivers through Izuku's entire body. He glanced at Izuku and a look of disappointment washed over him. He was starting to regret coming here. Maybe it would have been better to watch in the shadows. Actually seeing the hero in front of him was 10 times scarier than just camping out in his backyard. What do you want? The hero ground out. Izuku resisted the urge to tell the man off. The rage slowly filling up in himself surprised him. He didn't expect speaking to the man would draw up all the hate he had for him like it was. Tsutoramu tugged on his wrist, drawing him forward. Izuku tried his best not to stumble. I wanted to introduce you to the new analyst intern. Can't you see I'm busy? Endeavor says, a warning undertone. Tsutoramu doesn't seem to pick up on it. I do not see that you are busy. I see that you are simply standing there. I advise you meet those who will help you in the future. Fine. Endeavor sighed and glared at Izuku. What is your name? I am Izuku Midoriya, sir. He wasn't sure whether the stutter was real or forced to make him seem non-threatening. Endeavor grunted and stared down at Izuku's hand as he outstretched it in greeting. Distantly he heard the click of a camera but ignored it anyways, watching as the number 2 hero turned away from him, not taking his hand. As the flame hero walked away, he glanced at him over his shoulder. You're young and will have to work harder than the others. If you mess up, don't expect me to let you stay. That was all he said before leaving the room entirely, the crowd reporters trailing after him. Izuku didn't register the somewhat sympathizing look Tsutoramu gave him, mind too focused on what was ahead of him. Maybe it would all go down in flames, literally, maybe he'd fail, but right now he let a determined smile stretch across his features. He can only pray this works out in the Todoroki family's favor. Dabi was said. No, he was seething with rage. Which isn't untypical. This was different than every other time though. This time he couldn't just burn his problem till it left him alone. He'd already scared off this problem, he thinks, yet his thoughts still kept circling back to it. Revite. The boy wasn't what he was expecting. He thought he was some older dude with at least some muscle, not some helpless twig that looked ready to PSS his pants when Dobby scared him. Was that child really the person changing the world? It did explain the sloppy writing, but still, how could a kid be the one to see what's going on, the one to point out all these heroes' flaws? Dobby's thoughts reminded him he was just a kid when he'd learned about the true horrors in the world. What made Revite any different? Dobby hated that those thoughts kept replaying in his head throughout the past few days. Today had been particularly bad. The dealers of information in the gray areas of town were being stubborn as shit and refused to give him any information. He'd missed the truck he usually raids for food and his mind had almost always been on Revite. It had caused him to embarrassingly run into several walls. Revite was slowly consuming his life and he hated every minute of it. The only way he was tolerating the little sheet was because he hadn't seen him around any of the Todorokis as of late. That was the final string keeping him from killing him, and it just snapped. Revite claimed to only be spying on Endeavor to save the Todorokis, so why on earth did he see him on the television next to the number 2 hero? He'd been minding his own business when he saw out of the corner of his eye a broadcast about Endeavor on one of his favorite bar's TVs. Of course he watched it. He pays attention when people talk about his father. After all, that was how he was raised and you can't exactly erase years of training like that. In all honesty, at first he didn't think much of the green-haired intern who could be seen through the camera approaching Endeavor with a disproportionate woman next to him. He disregarded him, knowing he would soon realize just who he was working for. That was until the camera zoomed in on him and his features came into detail. It was him. Revite. He had seen those wide, non-threatening looking green eyes before and that dark tasseled hair. Sure, he hadn't seen those freckles on his face a few nights before due to the dark, but Dobby was nearly certain it was the same boy he'd seen at the Todoroki household. He raged and got kicked out of the bar. It didn't make sense. He tried to come up with an explanation for why Revite would help Endeavor as he walked home. Was he really just as hypocritical as the so-called heroes he writes about? Or was he even really Revite at all? His fists clenched at his sides. It didn't matter. He was going to die anyway. That BSTRD had not only ignored his threat to stay away from the Todorokis but also decided to aid his enemy. If there was one thing you didn't do, it was PSS off Dobby, and he'd done just that. If only he had a way to find the little beach, then he'd kill him. As he neared the abandoned flat he'd started to make his own, he paused. Maybe he could find him. A notebook flashed in the back of his mind, a notebook likely with a name on it. He shoved his hand into the side bag hanging off his shoulders and pulled out the notebook in question, eyes skimming over the front page. Izuku Midoriya. It isn't his fault the kid's house was so easy to find. Really, he shouldn't have written his name on the notebook like that and made his address open to the entire population with a simple search on the internet. What Dobby can say is his fault is the fact he showed up at said boy's house and was currently waiting for him to get home. Admittedly, it's not the smartest thing he's done, but then again, it's not the dumbest, so therefore it can't be all that bad of an idea. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? The little shrimp tries to fight back? Screams a little too loud and a neighbor calls the police? All things he could deal with it if it came to that. For God's sake, he's a child, something that still hasn't settled very well with him. Dobby leaned back against the wall of the Midoriya home, his sigh coming out in a foggy puff from the chillier air. Where is that kid? Shouldn't he be getting back from his first day of interning? Could he hurry it up a little bit? He just wants to get this over with so he can go back to his empty flat and curl up on his bed of blankets. The sound of footsteps caught his attention and he snapped his head in the direction of them. Down the street he could make out just the boy he was looking for. Seeing his face, pressed in a concentrated pout as he muttered under his breath, Dobby wondered how this could be the child that some people idolized. Izuku Midoriya, or Revite, walked up his sidewalk and Dobby smirked to himself. He swung out an arm, latching onto the boy's wrist and covering his mouth before pulling him around the side of the house. The dark-haired kid kicked and squirmed, gripping at anything he could touch as his screams were muffled by Dobby's hand. He pushed him into the wall and grinned at him as he tied up his wrists. "Be quiet," he snapped at him, and thankfully, the boy stopped trying to scream. He watched his wide eyes glisten as Dobby pulled his hand from his mouth and he, the smart boy, didn't try to call for help. Revite's eyes widened as he pulled a knife out from his boots. No, please. Dobby didn't let him finish, pressing the knife to his throat. He really didn't want to kill a kid, but he wasn't going to let anyone get in the way of him and his family, in the way of him killing Endeavor. "You lying son of a gun," Dobby said. "You aren't trying to take down Endeavor, you're FNG working for him. For that you'll die." "Technically I wasn't working for Endeavor when I told you that," he commented. Dobby wanted to tear the skin off his face. Why does this child have to be such a pain? He pressed the blade more to his neck, drawing blood. "Technically, I could kill you with a simple cut to your throat." "I don't think that's how you use the word technically." "You're a cocky little sheet, aren't you?" "Not really. Only when my life's on the line it seems." "That's it. This speech is dead." He snarled and raised a hand newly lit with blue flame. Midoriya's eyes widened and he let out a quiet squeak before quickly sputtering out, I'm sorry, okay? I'm not working for Endeavor." "Well, I am, but not really. I mean, I literally work for him at his agency, but I'm not actually trying to help him even if my job is to help him, and I'm really not proving my point." If nerves could be a person, Dobby was sure they'd be exactly like Revite if his frantic state was anything to go by. The worst part was he'd probably be acting this way still even if there wasn't a knife to his throat. "Your excuses mean nothing to me," he said blankly. "Hear me out." Revite pleaded. "You have my notebook, right? You saw all that stuff I wrote on Endeavor. Please, I'm working for him so I can get more dirt on him. You have to believe me, I'd never work for him." To his horror, Dobby did believe him. If there was anything he learned from living on the streets, it's that when facing the potential of death, men didn't lie, or at least men like the boy in front of him. The ones who shook with fear. He ground his teeth. "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" He said blankly. "You may not be helping Endeavor, but I warned you to stay away and you didn't. I always keep my promises, Izuku, and I promised to kill you if I caught you meddling with the Todorokis again." His eyes widened at the mention of his given name. "How dash? For Revite you're quite dumb." The boy stared at him in puzzlement. Dobby put his hand closer to his face so he'd feel the slight burn from the heat, adjusting the knife in his hand. "Any last words?" Green eyes met his own. "I don't get why you want to kill me so bad." Weird choice of words. "Why would I not? It's just you seem like you hate Endeavor, so why would you want to kill someone who wants to take him down?" "Because I'm the one who gets to kill him, not you or anyone else." If someone had told Dobby that, he would have laughed and said something like, "Watch me," but the at first shy-seeming boy just glared at him. "I don't want to kill him, I want to save those he hurts," he retorted, a hardened look on his face. "I won't get in your way if you want to kill him, but I won't let you stop me from protecting others." Dobby realized he was mistaken when he thought of this boy as a harmless child whose innocence was too great and willingness to do what's needed despite the risk non-existent. Now, as he looked on down on the boy, he had no doubt this was Revite, the one who had half the world's heroes scared. He pulled the knife back slightly so it wasn't pressed so hard against his throat. In a monotone voice he replied with, "You're interesting, Revite." He looked him up and down, noting the identical shoes from their first encounter. Interesting people can't be trusted to keep their word. It's too much of a risk to let you near Endeavor. "I'm really not all that interesting," he countered. "I don't go back on promises, and I promise I won't kill Endeavor. If you worked with me, I could even get you close enough to Endeavor to do what you want with him." And Dobby didn't doubt him. He'd read snippets of Revite's notebook and knew how much information he'd been able to gather simply from digging around a little bit. If he wanted, Revite could surely figure out a way for him to get near Endeavor. He could figure out a way for him to get close to all of the Todorokis. "I just want to help people." The determined look in Revite's green eyes took Dobby by surprise. It was hard and challenging. There was no fear in those eyes. It reminded Dobby too much of the heroes out there thinking they could make a difference. It reminded him of All Might in a way, the very person he was created to rival. It was only more of a reminder he had to kill Revite if he wanted any of his plans to work. Dobby frowned. And I don't. You want to help yourself. Midoriya regarded. You're a person I can help. He wanted to say he couldn't help him, but they both knew that was a lie. Dobby felt his calm demeanor peel away as frustration filled him. Right here in front of him he had everything he needs to put together the last pieces of the puzzle in getting all he's ever wanted, the death of Endeavor, and yet it has to be in the hands of a hero wannabe trolling the internet. Midoriya Izuku is just the type of person to PSS his father off, preppy and too intelligent for their own good, not to mention irritably determined. That also happened to be just the kind of person Dobby would use to anger his father. So maybe there was a plus to working with Midoriya, but even if he did end up working with him, as the boy suggested, he was still an inexperienced child and a liability. No, Dobby said and went back to pressing the blade to his throat. I don't work with heroes. It happened faster than he had to think. Revite had somehow in the time they were talking untied his hands. Now he had grabbed his wrist, jerking the knife away from him before jumping away from the wall and Dobby. He scrambled across the grass to get away, but Dobby was quicker. He pushed the boy so he fell flat on his stomach and pressed a boot between his shoulder blades. Good effort, bad execution, he remarked. Computer hacking is your better skill, Revite. Stay out of fighting. Maybe, the boy shifted under him. If I had someone to teach me, I'd be better. Dobby wanted to laugh at what he could possibly be insinuating. He looked at the boy blankly. I wonder if you know what comes out of your mouth half the time. You make it sound like what I say if ridiculous. It is. I'm serious about what I say. I'm sure you are. The naive brat. Revite squirmed under his boot and Dobby only pressed harder. Killing me won't solve anything. He frowned at his last attempt to convince him to join forces. Part of him wondered what the boy was getting at while the rest of him knew he should just kill him now and avoid all the mess. Is that so? You're not the only one who wants to hurt Endeavor. If you kill me, then there will still be so many others out there who could take him down instead of you. Revite turned his head in what seemed to be an attempt to look up at him. I'm not a threat, clearly. I can help you kill him before anyone else gets to him. It's a win-win situation. You get your revenge or whatever it is, and I get to save the Todoroki kids. To save the Todoroki kids. Dobby shook his head, dismaying the thought. No, he wouldn't get caught up on that, not now. This isn't about his siblings, this is about Endeavor. The kid had a point. That was the worst part of all of this. Revite wasn't wrong in anything he was saying. Dobby so desperately wanted to turn him down, to kill him and let it be over with, but the logical part of him reasoned what he'd be giving up if he did so. Was it worth it? I don't trust you, he said. I know. But you could be useful. He stepped off of the boy, narrowing his eyes in warning. If you F up, don't expect the same mercy as I'm showing you now. That's what you said last time, Revite commented, pushing himself to his feet. Dobby ignored him, walking away from him. He heard call after him, Wait, what do I call you? He froze at the end of the sidewalk. Glancing over his shoulder he said, Dobby. Revite smiled slightly. Dobby. You can call me Deku. Deku? As in useless? He tried not to question it too much. Of course he'd have a weird preferred name like that. His known name is Revite after all. He didn't even know what that meant. How will I reach you? Deku asked as Dobby walked away from the Midoriya household and down the street. I'll find you when I need, I have my ways, he said, smirking. Oh, and Midoriya? Don't write your name on the next notebook. That was all he said before disappearing into the shadows of the night, leaving Deku to stand baffled in front of the house. Dobby smirked to himself. This may all be a huge mistake, or it may work. Nevertheless, it'd be interesting. He could always kill Deku if he messes everything up. He hopes it doesn't come to that. If everything runs over smoothly, then Dobby will get what he's wanted for so many years now. Endeavor better watch out. Izuku was starting to get why people like secret identities. If he could, he would go back and get his past self to wear a mask or something so Dobby wouldn't have had such an easy job finding him, and threatening, and almost killing him. He was glad he was still alive, but now he had probably serial killer as his tag-along. What's worse is he said he would help him. It's not like he's actually going to, he'll just play along until his life is no longer in danger. But still, it's not the best situation. He seems to be in a lot of not good situations as of late. It's supposed to be his first day as Endeavor's intern tomorrow, and that would make him nervous enough, never mind the fact he's only doing it to get information on the hero that he'll eventually have to take down. The back of his brain was constantly filled with worries that he'll get caught, be thrown to jail never to see his mom again, forced to live with cellmates that want to kill him more than Dobby. On top of that stress, he's struggling to keep up with the media that, for some reason, he's found his name popping up in more recently. He's not an idiot, and as modest as he likes to be, he knows his place. He knows the impact his articles make, has seen the debates and online discussions when it comes to him. Recently it's been more than that though, something stirring, he doesn't know what, but there's too much talk for it to be ordinary. Did he forget to mention his mother is also getting more suspicious of him? She doesn't like how he's locked up in his room half the time, writing articles that save lives, mind you, and on several accounts she's nearly caught him sneaking out. He feels bad that he has to lie to her, lie to everyone, but it's for the best. He just hopes no one catches on. He hopes most of all that Kaken doesn't catch on. His friend is smart, that much is undeniable, and if anyone he knows is going to figure him out, it'll be him. That's also, as he's coming to realize, the worst thing that could happen. He'll do something without even realizing it, like getting mad at him and in the midst of his outburst scream at him and expose him. Or maybe he'll keep it a secret but hate him forever, probably think he's trying to one-up him. As if he could ever do better than someone like Kaken. That's another thing. It's not like he doesn't like Kaken or anything, but he can't help but get tired of the aggressive boy. Every day this past week has been a new challenge, a new reason to be mad at Izuku. He likes school and all, but it's getting harder to look forward to, despite his rising grades. He can hardly sit still in class out of anticipation for what comes after school. Hero hunting, as his brain has disappointingly decided to call it, is his favorite part of the day. When he's doing it, he feels just so. There's a name to hide behind, something to protect him while he just is himself, doing something that helps others. Well, he doesn't have that name to hide behind when it comes to Dabi. The man knew his name, knew where he lived, knew who his family is, so it's only fair he knows a little more about him. It didn't take much, just a simple search through recent vigilante villain activity involving fires, some cross-referencing with video footage, and voila. He knew all of his crimes, at least that are on record, and a few more, his home, though he wouldn't count it as a home, and all of his usual contacts. Izuku was proud. Now at least he had some dirt on the person who had a tendency to threaten his life. The only thing he couldn't discover was Dabi's real name, which he had to have because there is no way someone named their child cremate. It was just enough information to make him feel more at ease at working with the scarred man. He was a PD criminal. Never commits a crime that causes too much attention. The casual raid of a store every now and then, a little bit of arson. Just enough that Izuku was certain he was doing most of it just so he could get a week's meal. Anything he could trace back to being slightly important always ended up being because he was working a gig for someone. So maybe, despite wanting to kill Endeavor, Flame Boy had some decent morals. Or maybe Izuku could be completely wrong and he is a sociopath that is on the verge of being a high-tier villain. Either way, Izuku could, hopefully, change his mind on the whole killing thing. To be completely honest, Izuku isn't sure where their partnership stands. Dabi hasn't once approached him in the past few days. Then again, Izuku doesn't start his intern till tomorrow and doesn't have any new information on Endeavor since their last encounter. He's pretty chill with anything Dabi wants to do as long as it doesn't hurt the wrong people. Yeah, he decided. I'm out of my mind. And he's, sort of. Most people wouldn't team up with a villain to take down the number 2 hero. Actually, most people wouldn't try to take down the number 2 hero at all, but like his mom always said, he's special. If I was a little less special, I wouldn't be running away from a gang of schoolboys, he thought bitterly. Truly, if he had a quirk, his life would be a lot easier and would get him out of these kind of situations. But if he had a quirk, he might not be so agile and fast for his job, from running away from said school's boys for a good portion of his life. Really, today he's lucky they're not led by Kaken. The explosive blonde is busy taking his entry test for UA High School. Izuku idly notes what a great hero he'll be. Hopefully not one Revite will have to take down. How is he supposed to find the time between finding a new high school and interning with Endeavor to do anything as Revite? All his focus these past 2 weeks have been going into the number 2 hero and Dabi, so much so that he's completely behind in most aspects of his life. Izuku rounds the corner of the street, straight into an alleyway which, of course, it leads to a dead end because the universe hates him today. He's got enough things to do today. He really doesn't need a few more bruises on his skin while he does them. He went down the alley. He heard one of his classmates yell. He panicked and looked around the alleyway desperately. Catching his attention in the corner of the alley was a pipe that seemed to go all the way up to the first landing of the building to his right's fire escape. Sprinting towards it, he grabbed a hold, ignoring how cold the metal was, and began to climb. "Why can't they just leave me alone for one day?" he muttered to himself with a frown. He could hear the footsteps ring in his ears as his classmates reached the base of the pipe. "Get down here, you little twerp." One of them nagged and grabbed at the hanging strap of his bag. He squirmed and kicked. "Let go of the pole, you useless Deku." Izuku, in all his stupidity, yanked off his backpack and climbed up the pipe freely without it. He could hear the boy and his buddies call after him as he heaved himself onto the fire escape platform. He got to his feet and ran up the metal stairs all the way to the top platform and sat there until his classmates left. It had started raining in that time and he could help but curse to himself. He doesn't know how long he spent up there, maybe just over an hour, but once the boys had left and he climbed back to the ground, his books and bag were soaked along with his clothes. He shook his head, little droplets of water falling from his hair mixing in with the rain, and sighed. He hopes his mom isn't too mad about the clothes. His mom wasn't mad, but the next day his teachers certainly were, especially when he'd told them he'd be missing the afternoon for his internship. The only thing that saved his skin was the fact it was Endeavor he was interning with. Even then, most of his teachers didn't believe him. After all, why would he of all their marvelous students be the one to have such a high position? Sometimes he wants to roll his eyes at the members of his school. He's the top student in their class besides Kaken. Why wouldn't he get a good position? "'Cause you're quirkless," a part of him argued, and while, yes, that did make sense, Todoroki herself said none of that mattered as long as he did his job. Actually, today he was finding Todoroki said a lot of things didn't matter. She'd briefly went over the rules of the internship with him before moving on with the day, diving straight into the stuff Izuku would have thought one would need weeks of training before doing. She says if he can't figure out what to do in a situation, then he doesn't deserve to be in that situation, or rather he doesn't deserve the job that would put him in that situation. He was finding Todoroki to be interesting. Currently, she was showing him around the agency since he'd only seen her office and the main lobby. She swatted his hand away as he went to touch on of the many buttons in the computer room. She frowned at him. "You don't touch anything in the room unless you're told to." He nodded. Glancing at the screens lining the wall opposite to the entrance, he furrowed his eyebrows. "Why so many TVs?" "For our division," Todoroki explained, "the analysts need to be able to see everything that's going on during a fight. Sometimes fights are too dangerous for us, other times, like in your case, a person simply isn't trained enough in field experience to be allowed in perimeters of a fight, so we use drones to videotape the events, and those headsets there are used to communicate what we analyze to Endeavor and his sidekicks so they have a better chance at winning." She turned to leave. "You'll be spending plenty of time in this room, we don't need to go over everything now. Come on, I must show you the other rooms." Izuku chased after her. He found she walked faster than most people, faster than his shorter legs liked. He walked with her down the many hallways of the agency in a silence he just had to break. "So, he started pathetically, "why'd you get picked to watch me? Out of all the other analysts." She shot him a glance out of the corner of her eye. "I'm not watching you. I'm making sure you don't fail or make any big mistakes on your first few weeks." "Right." He wondered if there was much of a difference. "But why you?" Because I am the best of the analysts Endeavor has. He wished that answered his question. He wasn't sure why the best analyst would be watching an intern, but he figured this was the best answer he was going to get. Tsutorumo opened a door to their left and gestured for Izuku to enter. This is the support room. He's pretty sure his mouth fell open at the sight of the room. It was a larger room filled with all sorts of gadgets and costumes. Lining the walls was several copies of both Endeavor and his sidekick suits. At the center of the room there was a workbench with dozens of tools used to make support items, and his favorite part, the one wall dedicated to more support tech than he'd seen in his entire life. His eyes lit up and he quickly made his way to the wall. He gaped at the different kinds of arm guards and goggles. The thing that caught his eye most was a large boot on a pedestal. He reached out to touch it. Whoa! His eyes scanned over its structure and design. Admiring the little fire symbol etched into the heel, he exclaimed, "This is a booster unit. I've only ever seen them in those big fights on TV. It's my favorite of Endeavor's support gear. It's made of the toughest fire-resistant aluminum, and the saws help Endeavor direct his heat into a narrow column that allows him to fly if he uses enough energy. And oh my all might, is that a dash?" A chuckle from behind him cut him off. His face quickly flushed as he turned around to face the new person who was standing next to Tsutorumo, arms crossed. They smiled at him, despite his panic. But he'd really just made a fool of himself. He's supposed to be making good impressions, not coming off as a fanboy. The person chuckled again and looked to Tsutorumo. "You really got a good one this time, huh?" They walked over to him and stuck out their hand, letting Izuku see the red scales on the insides of their palms and up their hands. "Don't be embarrassed. The best analysts are the ones who pay attention to their heroes. My name's Sana Akito. I'm the head designer in the support division." "You're the person who designs Endeavor's support gear?" He shook their hand eagerly. "I can't believe this." "You appear more excited than you were when you met Endeavor," Tsutorumo commented. "Normally people don't care much for support technicians." Akito blushed heavily, the pink of her cheeks contrasting her cropped green hair. "I'm honored, really. It's nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya." He gladly answered. "Midoriya." They smiled. "I look forward to working with you." Izuku smiled back, feeling his earlier panic ease. As long as he didn't do anything to compromise his plan, then everything was okay. Actually, getting close to a technician that works closely with Endeavor's support items might prove to be useful. They'd know all the flaws in his armor and probably his weak spots. Tsutorumo crossed her arms behind her back and walked over to the costumes while Akito started up conversation with him. "So you're a fan of support items?" He nodded eagerly. "Nice. That'll help you make connections with the support students. Back when Tsutorumo and I were just kids, she landed this job by having such good connections with support students like me." From across the room, Tsutorumo fumbled with her clipboard. "But had one good connection in the support course at UA, and that was you, Sana." His eyes widened. "You guys went to UA?" Akito looked at him weirdly. She frowned. "You don't?" "Oh no." He ducked his head. "I've always wanted to though." She seemed to stare at him a moment too long before calling back to Tsutorumo. "You didn't tell the kid about UA? Ogawa, it's the best thing for a youngster like him." "I was going to tell him at the end of the day," she replied, not even looking back at them. Akito sighed, rubbing their temples. "Please excuse her. She's brilliant but can forget the rest of us don't know what's going on in her head 24/7, though I'm betting you are already starting to get that." He chuckled with her. "Anyways, about UA. The General Studies program, there is quite a good one for students interning with heroes. The whole point of the Gen Ed course is to help kids like you prepare for working in alongside heroes and their agencies. If I recall correctly, they have an Analyst program. Besides the extra training you'll receive and lessons more catered to your field of work, they are also used to adjusting schedules for their hero students and are more than willing to do so for the Gen Ed kids and their internships. I guarantee they'll be more understanding than other school when it comes to you skipping out on class for internship days like this." He gaped at her. It was too good to be true. He can't believe he's went his whole life not knowing about this program. He always thought the General Studies students were just really smart students. which he supposes they still are. Going into a program like this had its many advantages, never mind it was at UA. Besides the selfish fact he's wanted to go there since he'd learned to walk, it would also mean he could keep a better eye on yet another one of the Todorokis. He'd be able to spend more time at his intern so he could watch Endeavor, and when he's not doing that he could somewhat watch Shoto, maybe actually try to be his friend even so he'll trust him more. Izuku grinned at Akito. That's awesome. How do I sign up? Hold your horses, kid. You sure you don't want to think about it first? They asked. He shook his head. He was just going to go to some random high school anyways. Geez, you're like Ogawa, both dive bombing into things. Okay, well when you get home today make an application. Here's my number dash. She pulled out a card from one of her Carhartt's many pockets and handed them to him. Shoot me a text when you send it in and I'll put in a good word for ya. They winked at him and walked over to the workbench. He couldn't hold back the wide, toothy smile on his face. Thank you, Akito-san. No problem, kiddo. She glanced at Tsutoramu, who was standing next to them, hugging his clipboard to her chest. Now scat, I have to finish up this project before the old boss kicks my butt. See you around Midoriya. Bye, he said as he followed Tsutoramu out of the room. Together, they both walked down the hallway, Izuku's mind still very much on the prospect of going to the UA. He fiddled with his hands, realizing he used the bathroom. He looked up at the red-haired woman who was a good foot taller than him. Do you mind if we stop by the restrooms? She sighed and stopped. No. They're down that hallway to the right. I'll wait here. Thank you. I'll be right back. He dashed down the hall she'd pointed to. He found the sign that indicated the washrooms. He just about got to it when he paused, hearing a voice come from inside. Part of him knew he should just continue on, but the part of him that recognized the voice from somewhere made him pause. He crept closer to the washrooms, straining his ears to pick up what the person was saying. And listen to me. You get your sister to come back home this instant. I'm sick of your rebellious phase, Natsuo. Endeavor. Of course. Why is he hiding in the bathrooms? No. You obey me or I will stop paying for that ridiculous college you go to. Tell Fuyumi she is not allowed to leave the house until I get home tomorrow. She dare visit her mother. If I were you I'd learn from her mistakes. Make sure Shoto gets at least 2 hours of training tonight. Endeavor snarled. Izuku could imagine the smoke steaming out of his nose as he heard the hero huff. I'll decide your punishment later. He heard the beep of a call ending and Endeavor's heavy footsteps leaving the bathroom right to where Izuku is. Panicking, he ducked into the nearest room, which thank gods was empty except for a conference table. He listened as Endeavor walked past the door. Ungrateful brats, he seemed to mutter. Should have sent them away with their mother. Less useless distractions for Shoto. Izuku wanted nothing more than to jump out of the room and scream at Endeavor that he was the ungrateful one, but he knew that would only put him in trouble, a position he can't help the Todorokis in. His fists clenched at his sides as he waited a while longer. The most he learned about Endeavor, the more he hated him. As he left the room, heading back to Tsutoramu, going to the washroom completely forgotten, he frowned to himself. He had an idea. It might not be the smartest or best option, but it was the only thing he could think of that wouldn't get him killed. Hopefully. It was time he got the villain involved. Endeavor wasn't the only person who knew his secrets. After all, aren't families supposed to know everything about each other? Maybe it's about time he pays the Todoroki kids a visit. It seemed like bad days were the only kind of days Dabi had lately. He blames Revite. The child is a bad omen. Ever since he partnered up with him a few days ago, he hasn't been able to do anything remotely productive other than sit alone in the abandoned building he found. Since he missed his weekly raid on the truck that drives by, he's been living off whatever food he can buy with pickpocketed change or mange to shoplift. He's getting tired of granola bars. He was exhausted and done with life, like usual, and really didn't need any other inconveniences. At least he had a place to go home to now, even if the place was dusty and looks to be on the verge of collapsing, but still, it's a roof over his head. He'll even put up with the demon cat that seems to also inhabit the space. He wishes it would stop curling up next to him in the night though. He doesn't want a FING disease. Grumbling to himself about dumbass cats, he walked down the sidewalk to his flat. He stopped in front of the door, an odd feeling crawling up his spine. Shaking. His head, he ignored it. He's just being paranoid. He pushed open the door and stepped into flat. His hand flailed around for the light before remembering about the building's lack of electricity. He groaned and lit his hand, letting his fingers be engulfed by blue flame. He was surprised that Ifindi cat hadn't started clawing at his legs yet like usual. That's when he looked up. He yelped and jumped back. What the F dash? There in the middle of the room sat the shitty cat, and what's better was it was sitting on a lap. Of a person. A very familiar and annoying person. This is a nice place you got here, Deku commented, grinning like the troublemaker he is, though it's a little bare. Dabi was not impressed by the joke, not in the slightest. His day was bad enough. All he wanted to do was go home and pretend the stolen ramen packets he'd be eating are soba and then pass out on his heap of blankets he calls a bed, but no. That was too much to ask for. His day had to be interrupted by a muttering green-haired boy. How do you even know where I live? He deadpanned, scooping a pebble out of his pocket and throwing it at the boy who had the audacity to dodge it. I stalk heroes and hack databases for a living. Do you really need to ask that? Revite asked, petting the cat. Dobby scowled. Of course the two nuisances in his life would get along. He sighed and rubbed his temples. What am I going to do with you? You, Deku answered, hopping to his feet, the cat still tucked in his arms, are going to help me stalk Natsuo and Fuyumi Todoroki. That was little unexpected in Dobby's opinion. He knew if Revite was here it had to be something somewhat important, but he thought he was going to get his help on stalking Endeavor, not his siblings. In all honesty, Dobby wanted to throw Deku through the large window on the outward-facing wall all the flat. He didn't sign up for this. He wants to kill Endeavor, not save his children. No, was all he said, staring the boy down. Yes, he chirped and set down the cat who started to weave in and out of his legs. Deku watched it. What's her name? If I know. He glanced at him in confusion. It's not your cat? Dobby snorted and shook his head. I'm going to call it Ash. After you, and 'cause she's black. He wanted to throw him out the window more than ever. He comes into his home, shut up, it's his, tells him what to do and names the cat Demon. Dobby sighed and leaned against the wall. Don't avoid the topic. Deku grinned at him. What's there to avoid? You're coming with me to watch Fuyumi and Natsuo. No. The gremlin can try all he wants. Dobby isn't helping him with this. Why am I helping him with this? Dobby thought as they approached one of the small cafes in town, tugging on his hood and adjusting his sunglasses that covered his scars. He's tried to convince himself he has a good reason for playing along with this plan. He has to keep an eye on Midoriya. If he doesn't, then he might not share all the information with him. If he wants to kill Endeavor, he needs as much info as he can get so he can succeed. Or at least that's what he told himself. Remind me again why you need to watch Fuyumi and Natsuo? He asked, flicking a ladybug that landed on his shoulder off. I thought we're going after Endeavor, not his kids. He was starting to realize Revite liked to ramble. If you start him on something, he won't stop. In the past hour that he'd been in his company, Dabi had to sit through him ranting about a dozen different heroes and their falsities, all because he asked one little question about who was next on his hit list. Demon of Child. You're going after Endeavor, I'm going after his kids, Deku corrected. Natsuo and Fuyumi run the family. Fuyumi is the glue that keeps them together and the decision maker from what I can observe. If her brothers want to do anything that requires a big decision, she sees it over. Natsuo, on the other hand, is like the bouncer. He's the protector of the family. If you want to get close to the Todorokis, you earn his trust and approval. Of course, you have to get through Endeavor first, 'cause God's forbid he lets anyone see his children. That's why I'm interning with him, but if I want to do more than just meet them and instead save them too, I have to get close enough for them all to trust me when the time comes. Fuyumi will help them make the right decision and come with me, but only if I can break past Natsuo's walls. He's been overprotective since their oldest brother died, so it might be hard. Dabi tried not to wince at the mention of his death. It was surprising how well Deku had his family figured out for only being around them for a few weeks. He felt a tug at his gut but pushed it down. Now was not the time. He picked a stick up off the ground and ran it against the short metal fence around the cafe's outdoor tables. So where do I fit into this plan? Deku paused outside the cafe door. Well, it's a little less strange for a 15-year-old boy to be accompanied by his older brother to a cafe. Even better if that older brother gets to know a certain Todoroki barista a little better. And before he could protest, he found himself being dragged through the door of the cafe by the wrist. Deku pulled him into line where Dobby smacked him on the back of the head. Under his breath he hissed to him, "Are you crazy? Did you hit your head or something? I am nobody's little puppet, especially not yours. I won't just play ever dumb role you dash. Hi, how can I help you today?" Oh shit. He recognized that voice. It was deeper than he remembered, more empty and deflated too. His back went stiff as he looked up from Midoriya to the counter where his brother stood in all his glory. Dabi gaped at the white-haired boy with blue eyes unique to the Todoroki family. He could lie and say it had been years since he'd seen his brother, or he could tell the truth and say he's seen his brother in passing, at a distance. It's a good thing he's a liar. He hasn't been this close to Natsuo, hasn't spoken to Natsuo in years. He can barely remember what it was like to talk to him. I'll have an iced tea and my brother will take a coffee with extra sugar. Sweet, like his soul, Revite cut in before Dobby could say anything. He glared at the child who only smiled at him innocently. He rolled his eyes and turned to Natsuo again, shoving his hands in his pockets. Ignore him. I'll have a black coffee. Natsuo nodded his head as he wrote their orders down on a cup. He waved his Sharpie at them. Name? Midoriya. No fake name? What kind of amateur is this guy? It's like he's asking for more murderers to come to his house and try to kill him. Go wait over there. Deku was quick to make his way over to the waiting spot while Dobby pinched his nose. Does the world hate him enough to put him with an incompetent child who doesn't even use a fake name? Little brother, hey? Natsuo said, grabbing Dobby's attention. The white-haired male's eyes followed Deku. I have a brother his age. Siblings can be difficult. At least yours messes with you. He wanted to snap back that he knew the difficulty of younger siblings. He had 3 of them, but he remembered none of that really counts. He doesn't have any brothers or sisters in the way that matters, in the way that Natsuo was telling him he should be grateful for. How ironic, his younger brother who thinks he is dead is telling him how lucky he is to have siblings. Glancing at Deku, who he knew was watching their interaction out of the corner of his eye, he sighed. He has to play along. Yeah. Your siblings don't. No. Natsuo seemed to have drifted very far off then. He could swear he saw something shimmer in his eyes as his eyebrows arched downwards, suddenly serious. He got what Deku meant when he said he's the protector of the family. That defensive look said it all. The collage student shook his head. Your drink should be ready soon. Have a nice day. Dobby watched him scurry away to the back room. He may be the warrior protecting the Todoroki family, but his armor is weak. Nowhere to hit and it'll crack. The villain sighed and turned away from the counter, walking over to where Deku was getting their drinks. Deku grinned at him, handing over the cup of coffee he'd ordered. What were you two talking about? We. He glanced at the door to the back room, wondering if those short words exchanged even really counted for anything, before shaking his head. Spinning on his heel, he and Midoriya started to walk out of the cafe. It was nothing. I don't see what good any of that did to your investigation. Oh, it did plenty of good, Revite confirmed, kicking at a rock once they were outside. Or at least it will in the long run. Your real role in this is to come here most mornings, get a coffee and try to talk to Natsuo. You don't honestly expect to get him to trust us on the first day, do you? Dabi didn't respond. He took a sip of his drink. And don't complain about why you have to do this. I have school and my internship and I know very well you do nothing all day but sit in your empty flat with that cat. He could try to protest and defend himself, but it wasn't much of a lie. He only ever went out if he needed information or food nowadays, and that's always in the night. He'd heard all the jokes from other low-life villains about how he's probably a vampire. Grunting to himself, he tugged on his hood a little more, paranoia of being recognized turning in his mind. He looked at the gremlin next to him. He had to admit, he was proving to have some intellect, even if he was a nuisance to him and the rest of society. Gods, it was annoying that he was right about half the things he said. What are you doing tomorrow? Revite asked out of nowhere. Dobby frowned, suspicion rising in him. Nothing. But I'm supposed to have my first day on the field as an intern. I'm not your actual brother, Deku. I'm not going to watch your stupid first day or whatever. The boy laughed. No, not that. I thought you'd want to watch Endeavor fight, study his moves so you know how to take him down when the time comes. Now this is what he signed up for. As well as he knew Enji's moves, it's still been years since he's seen some close-up action. Observing him would prove useful. What time and where? Deku smirked at him as they arrived at the street where they split ways. I'll tell you tomorrow when I find out. Catch you later. How will I reach you? He called after him. As the boy ran down the street, he yelled over his shoulder, I'll contact you when I need. I have my ways. Dobby was left standing in the street, a small smile working onto his face before he had the chance to shove it down. The BSTRD stole his line. Changing his smile back into his typical blank expression, he walked back to his flat. Today didn't seem like much, but if Deku played things right, he'd get what he wants. Natsuo would warm up to them, and Dabi would endure it if it got him closer to killing Endeavor. All he had to do was let Revite do his thing, then he'd kill him and his father. It's a win-win. Above him, the darkening sky came with the setting sun and rising moon. He felt like the moon then. Not as noticed, but always there, waiting for when the sun disappears. A manic laugh escaped his lips. The sun was setting surely now. Any time now it'd be rid from the sky. Watch out, Endeavor, he thought to himself. Even your fire can't burn forever. Honestly, Izuku had no clue what he was doing. Half his plans were made up on the spot, and he had a feeling it was going to continue that way for the rest of his life. Even now, as he followed Tsutomu down the streets of Mizudafu, he had no clue what he was doing. She told him where they were going, and he'd texted Dabi, whose number he may have snatched from an online platform, but besides that he was clueless. He'd think they'd let the interns know a bit more about what was going on so they'd at least have some time to prepare. Then again, this is Endeavor's agency, he shouldn't expect too much. Yesterday was a spur-of-the-moment thing. He hadn't planned to show up at Dabi's place and force him to help spy on one of his boss's children, but it had just happened. He hopes Dabi holds up his own and visits that cafe regularly. The point is to get close enough to Natsuo so when they accidentally encounter each other outside of his barista job, then at least there won't be much suspicion. Remember, he doesn't pride himself on being a genius, and all of his plans can't work out. He picked up his pace so he wouldn't fall behind Todoroki. Gods, she's fast. He caught up to her, breath a little heavier than normal. Todoroki and I was dash. I told you to drop the formalities, she said, keeping her eyes focused ahead of her. Right? He muttered under his breath. I was wondering what exactly am I supposed to be doing once we get there? She glanced at him. You will watch Endeavor do his patrol. Right. Yeah, but what do you mean by that? Halting in the middle of the sidewalk, she turned. To face him with a blank expression. Her eyes flicked from his red shoes to his messy hair. You'll watch the fight and write down what you think Endeavor could have improved on. What the sidekicks could have done. Think up any ideas for support. Essentially your goal is to make a positive contribution, got it? Yeah. I think. He rubbed his neck. So are we just watching from a building or? No more questions. Gotcha. No. This was not helping his nerves. He was actually interning for a hero. He's wanted this his whole life. Sure, it's for a scumbag of a hero and maybe it's as an analyst instead of a hero in training, but it was still pretty amazing. It was a big responsibility, and knowing him he'd probably F up at one point or another. They continued down the streets for a little while longer before they reached a tall building. Standing outside it was Endeavor with his arms crossed and a few sidekicks chatting away with him. One particular sidekick with hair made of wire was speaking directly to the number one hero, a smirk on his lips. As Todoroki and himself got closer he noticed that wasn't a sidekick, it was a hero. The metal hero, Alloy. Izuku had heard of him before. He sat quite far up in the ranks, number 53 he believes. He didn't pay much attention to heroes like him before he got in the job of outing licensed villains. Alloy had a tendency to wreck buildings. He's quite like Endeavor that way. All damage and big fights, minimal saving. Sometimes Izuku wonders why the public even lets heroes like them get so far in the ranks. No matter, he wasn't on his watch list, he's just not his favorite of heroes. It dawned on him that if Alloy's here then he must be doing patrols with Endeavor. Now that he thinks of it, they are a great match. Besides their similar way of going about hero work, their quirks are perfect for each other. Metal, while quite resistant to fire, can also be melted and reshaped. Molten metal can take anywhere from 1 to 6 minutes to cool and solidify, making an effective trap. Metal and fire, as odd as a combo as it is insanely cool. Tantalum carbide, which can withstand 4,000 degrees, much hotter than Endeavor's flames, is found in all sorts of cooking materials and not very hard to find, so Alloy could control it with his metal movement quirk and still aid Endeavor. It'd be cool if Endeavor and Alloy melted down metals into liquids which they could use to burn villains while also encasing them. You should write that down. Huh. Izuku's head snapped in Satoru's direction. What was she? He did it again, didn't he? He lifted his hands in panic, his face heating up. I'm sorry. I ramble a lot. I didn't mean to be creepy or any dash. It's your job to ramble. Especially about things that could prove useful to the agency. She adjusted her ponytail that she tied her red hair into. I suggest you write them down though. It's even more useful if you can remember it when the time comes to share your ideas. He snickered at her joke, once again earning a weird look from her. He wonders if she makes those jokes on accident. Ignoring that thought, he pulled out his notebook from his side bag and opened it up to the first blank page. He began to write down all the different moves and advantages the two heroes could gain from working together, along with the flaws such as burns inflicted on Alloy and the danger of Endeavor being casted in metal. Who's the shrimp with the notebook? A gruff voice Izuku didn't recognize asked. He glanced up to see Alloy had walked over to them. He bent his knees so he was Izuku's height, silver eyes flashing in the light. The fanboy. You want an autograph, kiddo? He himself stood up a little taller, snapping shut the notebook. He side-eyed Satoru. He gave him an approving look. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm an analyst intern for Endeavor. I see. The man's wary eyes narrowed. He stood up straight again and flashed a smile Satoru's way. Your boss is wondering if you've got any issues with the patrol areas today? Be wary of the north end, there's a parade there. She said, eyes trained forward. Thanks, love. He smirked. Just stay out of the way. Wouldn't want you to ruin your pretty little face more than it already is, yeah? If Satoru had any problems with comment about her disproportionate features, she didn't show it. He watched the hero walk away with a cold feeling in his gut. It really is a wonder how some people are heroes. This is why Izuku has to be Revite. If not for him, for the things he does to try and help people, then eventually the whole world will be overrun with heroes who fought too hard for power, took a little too much time to ruin others' days. It wasn't long before the heroes and sidekicks split, marking the start of patrol hours. Satoru guided him so that they trailed not far behind Endeavor. It was a surprise to him that this was what Analyst did. He thought they wouldn't be so involved in the hero work. He figured he'd be using the computer room for the first while. Drones, in his opinion, seemed much safer and better than tailing heroes for the entirety of the patrol. Then again, he does suppose technology can't always be relied on. There's the risk of hacking and, of course, getting destroyed in the duration of a fight. He felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Making sure Satoru wasn't looking, he pulled it out and read the message as well as sending a reply. Smelly flesh man. I'm not seeing any action, Deku. If you lied to me, I will not hesitate to kill you in your sleep. You sure have patience. I'm sure a villain fight's about to happen. Relax. Smelly flesh man. It's you or neck if there's not. Izuku tucked his phone away, praying that there is a villain fight. He knows Dabi has nothing else to do, but he also knows he doesn't enjoy doing much if it doesn't have a value to him, and watching pedestrians while waiting for a fight doesn't have value to really anyone, never mind a person whose only goal in life seems to be killing a hero. Up ahead he caught a snippet of what Alloy and Endeavor were talking about. The word, destruction, caught his interest. The destruction has to be kept to a minimum, Alloy told the fire hero. With that Revite person snooping around, I don't want to be on his list. It'd SCK to be thrown in jail for something like breaking a few pipes and having a building collapse. Endeavor glanced at the man when he laughed. He grunted. Is that all there is to hide? From what Izuku could see, Alloy tensed up. He leaned closer to Endeavor, voice lowering to a whisper. He noticed that the hero's bronze hair went pin-needle straight at the comment. He wishes he could hear what they're saying. What is it that he doesn't want Revite him to know? He huffed in frustration. He needs a hearing device. Idly he wonders if maybe he can make one. He has a feeling he'll be in situations like this a lot and it'll be useful. From around the corner ahead, a woman skirted to a stop. She paused in front of the heroes, collapsing onto her knees, breathless. She pointed in the direction she came. Villains. But that way, she said between breaths. Please, help. Izuku watched the two spring into action, dashing in the direction of the fight. Tsutoramu picked up a jog, chasing after them with him following suit. He stopped at the woman, reached a hand out to help her up. He looked into her eyes that were brimming with tears. He asked, Are you all right? She nodded. Yeah. Thank you. Midoriya. Tsutoramu called back to him. Hurry up or you'll be fired. He winced and started to run after her, waving to the woman quickly. Stay safe. Once he'd caught up to Tsutoramu, the heroes were already long gone. He erased the thoughts of the woman with a hope that she and everyone else is okay after this. The redhead next to him had no trouble throwing him an odd look while also running at a speed Izuku was only used to using when he was running away from his classmates. His breaths soon became labored as they raced to the fight site. When they'd finally reached it, Izuku only knew from having to dodge a car being thrown in his direction. He yelped and jumped out of the way. Rule number 1 of field work, get out of the way, Tsutoramu said, grabbing his wrist and dragging him into the nearest alley. He gaped at her and her stupid rule. Really? I was unaware of that. Well, now you are. He really doesn't understand how she's so matter-of-fact. She made her way over to the fire escape. She started stacking boxes before standing on them in order to reach the first platform of the escape. Rule number 2, find a good place to view the fight from. Come on or you'll miss the fight. Is it wrong that he's starting to wish he had gone for the coffee boy position instead? Forcing himself to concentrate, he jumped up to grab the railing of the first platform and pulled himself up. Tsutoramu and him rushed up the many stairs till they reached the 5th floor. She crawled onto the other side of the railing and reached around the corner of the wall like she'd done this a dozen times before. He has no doubt she has. She swung her body around the corner and a small squeak left his lips. The fire escape doesn't continue onto that side of the building. He looked around the corner of the building to see her standing proudly on a balcony and he couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. He'd thought she'd fallen. She glanced at the fight that was now perfectly visible before tearing her gaze back to him. She reached out a hand to help him around the corner. Why are interns so slow? Probably because we haven't all done this a dozen times, he said once he landed safely on the balcony. He overlooked the scene unraveling on the street below him. A villain, from the looks of it with a mutation quirk resembling a manticore, was running circles around Endeavor who stood at the center of the street. In the skies, Alloy was holding himself up with a dozen metal pipes. His hair had twisted itself into tight coils while he keeps in deep concentration. Every now and then he'd force a wire or pipe to shoot out from one of the surrounding buildings, but the villain always managed to dodge. An enraged roar came from Endeavor as he shot flames at the villain who for the most part seemed unaffected. Izuku frowned. The villain's quirk looked very similar to the structure of a manticore, but that doesn't mean it's not just a quirk that can change different parts of the villain's body into different animals. No matter, the scorpion tail was something to look out for. If it was anything like a real scorpion, it would contain poison, a lot of it. The most damage the wings could do is get them to fly away. The lion head wouldn't be much of a problem. The adaptation only seemed to affect their hair and gave them sharper teeth. Their legs and arms remained human for the most part, except they seemed to be covered in some sort of fur, which to Izuku's surprise wasn't being burned. His eyes lit up. He tugged on Sutoromu's sleeve. That's not going to work. Endeavor's fire, I mean. From what I can recall in the Greek myths, manticores, which this villain seems to have their adaptations from, have impenetrable fur. She nodded, leaning back against the wall like she expected him to take control of the situation. And what are we going to do about that? Panic filled his chest as he frantically looked around at their surroundings. They don't want to kill the villain or cause too much damage, so having an entire building fall on them isn't the best idea, but there has to be something else. His eyes flicked to where Alloy was floating in the air and then to the ground where Endeavor was trying to keep Manticore Man, no one said he has good naming skills, away for just a little longer. He scanned the disregarded pipes and wires tangled across the ground, and then, like a light bulb turning on, an idea struck him. Is there any way you can communicate with Alloy? He said, whipping his head to face Sutoromu. She nodded. Okay, good. Tell him to look at the pattern the villain is making. They keep circling Endeavor in the same way. If he can lay enough pipes and wires down around where they usually step, then we might be able to trap them. Sort of like a lasso, he'll have to tighten the pipes around their feet last minute, but make sure he's also quick enough to get piping around their wings too. Endeavor and him can then contain him and take him away with minimal damage. His somewhat mentor nodded and tapped a black thing connected to her ear, quickly repeating the plan. From above he saw Alloy give a thumbs up to them before starting to set up the trap. Halfway through setting it up, he ran out of pipes on the ground and went back to taking metal from the buildings. Izuku held his breath when one of the buildings wobbled slightly. That's not good. The trap was finally finished being set up. Izuku spoke to Sutoromu the next step. Tell Endeavor to move, stand back. She frowned. That's not going to work. What do you mean? Of course it dash. No. Telling Endeavor what to do. She's got a point. He ran a hand through his hair. Just, I don't know, advise him? Despite the wary look on her face, she tapped her earpiece, speaking into the mic. He watched Endeavor's face below twist into a scowl. As if timing couldn't be worse, Manticore Man stepped right into the trap and Alloy forced the metal pipes to clamp shut around them. They roared, actually roared like a lion, and shot their wings out. One slammed into the fire hero and he went flying into the wall of the wobbling building. Izuku barely had time to react. Dash. The whole thing collapsed. Panic filled Izuku as he watched solid concrete blocks fall towards Endeavor, but just then a flash of red swept the hero away. The metal controller managed to simultaneously twist more pipes around the wings of the villain. The scene felt oddly quiet after that. Dust was thick in the air, causing Izuku to cough on it for a few seconds. When the dust cleared, he saw the remain of the building lying in rubble just in front of where Alloy had touched down next to Manticore Man, and standing just off to his side was Endeavor and... was that Hawks? Red wings spread out as a feather, one that had saved Endeavor just in time, reattached itself to the number 3 hero. He smiled and waved at everybody. Ayo. Thought I'd swoop in and give a helping wing. Izuku's breathing was heavy and his heart was pounding. That definitely wasn't the most stressful situation he's been in since the sludge villain where he saved Kaken. No, not at all. He brought his hand up to run through his hair. If Hawks hadn't been nearby and gotten Endeavor out of the way, he didn't even want to think about that possibility. As much as he hates the man, he can't imagine what his death would do to everyone, not just him. Sutoromu placed a hand on his shoulder, nearly startling him. You managed to knock over a building and nearly crush your boss, but your plan worked, which is better than most interns' first days. His face flushed. The building wasn't my fault. It shouldn't have. Oh gods, please say there were no people inside. No people. She started to make her way back to the fire escape. And perhaps it wasn't your fault. I saw you planned for it with telling Endeavor to move away, but he's not going to see it like that. Come on. Let's go see if you're fired. When the police and damage control showed up, Endeavor, Alloy and Hawks spoke with them for a few short moments before the flame hero came over to where Izuku and Sutoromu were standing. Judging by his expression, Izuku is in deep shit. You're the new intern, Endeavor said, leveling his gaze with him. He gulped and nodded. The flame hero crossed his arms. Were you the one who came up with that plan? His words failed him and Tsutomu must have taken notice. She mimicked Endeavor's stance. He was. It was an excellent plan and followed through well. The villain was apprehended, were they not? The flames on Endeavor's face grew in size. He ground out with gritted teeth. Then why did a building fall and nearly kill me? You, boy, our lucky Hawks has such good reflexes, otherwise you would be facing charges of manslaughter. Getting fired is the least you can get off with. Suddenly a wave of fury filled him. He can't be fired. He needs this job as an intern. It's the only way for him to get close to Endeavor. He needs to save the Todorokis, even if it's the last thing he does. He won't let them remain under the guardianship of this man who dare call himself a hero. With all due respect, my plan would have worked if you had listened, he said, trying his best to keep his tone even. The man before him looked offended, but Izuku had no care for it. You may be the boss, but when on the field, analysts like Tsutomu-san and I are there to help you so you don't get hurt or accidents like entire buildings falling over don't happen. We know what to do, that is literally our job. When you don't execute your role in the plan doesn't work. Endeavor glared at him, his eyes raging with fiery. Izuku was prepared to face the worst. He's already getting fired, what else can he do to him? He's bloody Revite. He can use this against the man even if he does fire him. It was several moments before he spoke. His arms tightened in their crossed position. You dare speak to me like that? I dare speak facts, you mean? He clenched his hands into fists behind his back where Endeavor wouldn't see. My job is to point out where you went wrong so you can improve. I only want to help you be better. If you don't want that, what is the point of having analysts? Why do you think they are mandatory for bigger agencies? He gaped at him like a fish. Izuku doubts anyone puts Endeavor in line much, hence the shocked reaction. Honestly, he didn't mean to say so much. He doesn't want to start on bad terms with him, as much as he hates him. He wants to get close to him, and angering him won't help. The flame hero's frown deepened. I have to respect your ability to see flaws. You may keep your job, but if anything like this happens again, there will be no more second chances. He stormed off, and Izuku couldn't help but think how similar he was to Dabi, threatening him with less mercy next time and all that. Now that he thinks about it, they have similar eyes too, blue irises filled with fire that's fueled by untamed rage and aggression. Beside him, Tsutomu smiled. He was certain that is one of the first times he's ever seen her smile. She looked to him and shook her head, laughing under her breath. Sana would say you have some spunk. He laughed awkwardly. And what would you say? Her grin eased into a small quirk of the lips, a somewhat affectionate expression. It shocked him a little. I'd say that you'll be a great analyst, and I look forward to guiding you. A surge of pride filled his chest. He had a feeling that was a high compliment coming from Tsutomu. The redhead's smile quickly faded away, and she straightened up, fixing the collar of the flannel she was wearing. She looked up and her expression hardened again. Walking towards them was Hawks in all his glory. Izuku fought his hardest to suppress his fanboying. The hero grinned when he reached them. His eyes slid to Izuku. I saw you analyzing from a distance. That was some pretty impressive stuff. He beamed. Such a high praise from a hero. The number 3 hero at that. Thank Y-. He's a child, do not fuel his confidence so much. She stared blankly at Hawks, the man's eyes widening by just a fraction. Midoriya did very good today, yes, but he still has much to learn, and raising his ego will do him no good, not when it is wrongly placed and especially not at Endeavor's agency. You should know that Hawks. Izuku didn't quite know what was going on, but Hawks seemed unfazed regardless. He rubbed at that back of his neck. Don't bite my head off, Tsutomu. I was just coming over to apologize. I know you hate when I get involved. We both know you hate when plans go sideways. For a moment she glowered at Hawks before bowing and saying, Thank you for the apology. Glad to hear you are learning at least. She started to walk away. Come on, Midoriya, we have to go file the paperwork. He followed after her like a confused puppy. He didn't know what had just happened or what exactly was going on between Hawks and his mentor. He shook his head. He can ask later, For now there is apparently paperwork to do. From all the interviews he's seen, heroes always say paperwork is the worst part of the job. He wasn't excited. They were just leaving the attack site that was closed off with police tape when the sound a gruff voice caught his attention. He paused, quickly telling Tsutoramu that he'll meet her at the end of the block, claiming he just has to check something. He crept towards where the rubble of the fallen building was. Standing there was two figures, Aloy in his silver-colored costume and a man dressed in a plain black suit. "Are we supposed to do? Rebuild the whole thing?" The businessman complained. "Yes," Aloy stated, holding out a card. "Aloy Construction, it's a business I run part-time made specifically for cleaning up my messes. I can rebuild the whole thing for a deal and you'll be able to say it was built by a hero. It'll only take 4 days max with my quirk. Give me a call and we can sort something out." Aloy walked away, leaving the man to stare at the card in his hand. Izuku hid behind one of the many police cars. He sat there for several moments. Something wasn't right. He doesn't know what, just that it's something. He frowned. He'll have to keep an eye on Aloy. He's got a feeling the man's just the type of hero Revite is looking for. Growing up, everyone said Dobby was patient compared to his siblings. Natsuo always dived head first into things, never resting or calming down until something was done. Fuyumi was more mannered than her brothers, but when she got excited there was no point in taming her. The two of them never were able to wait long for anything, but poor little Tuyo would always sit still. Waiting always came easy for him, that is until he learned waiting got you killed on the streets. Now he feels the need to rip his hair out because a certain brat and his boss haven't shown up yet and the roof he's on is FNG freezing. He pulled his jacket tighter as he murmured, "This is bullshit." Deku had told him that Endeavor would be patrolling this area that day, and yet Dabi hadn't caught a signal sight of the flame hero. Part of him wished he'd just stayed at home and left the green gremlin to do his own stuff. Why on earth did he think a 15-year-old would be a reliable source? For all he knows, this is trapped to get him caught by the authorities. Then again, why would Deku, aka Revite the wanted vigilante, as the media was now calling him, try to turn him in? Especially when he's apparently a valuable player in his plan. Grumbling, he pulled out his phone. He better check if something went wrong. Maybe Endeavor took a different route than originally planned. "I'm not seeing any action, Deku. If you lied to me, I will not hesitate to kill you in your sleep. Annoying fucker. You sure have patience. I'm sure a villain fight's about to happen. It's you or neck if there's not." He meant it. Partially. He hates that for once in his life he actually needs someone and can't just dispose of them whenever he wants. Revite, as much as he hates to admit, is the most useful person on the market. Somehow he can require information with the snap of his fingers, and he's got a massive platform. Dabi discovered using Revite's name in the market gets people information. He's had too many people come up to him claiming they work alongside the vigilante and were willing to trade information. Of course, Dabi could call bluff. Besides that, Revite is smart and an analyst. If he wants anyone to show him how to take down Endeavor, it'd be him. He's got inside access to Endeavor, and it's literally his job to know the man's moves. Dabi had forced him over text the other night to make sure he can keep others away from killing Endeavor before he can. The nerd said something about hacking the systems later, so only he can access information from outside the actual agency building. He's smart, he'll give him that. Which is exactly why he has to wait until after Endeavor is defeated to kill him. The worst part is Deku knows this and is fully willing to put up with his empty threats all the while being a little sheet. Dabi frowned. As long as he doesn't get attached, he can terminate him later. It'll be no problem. His gaze flicked to the city's skyline. It was around midday and the sun was nearly blinding. He squinted. With the wind colder than usual up on the rooftop, he was glad his skin was resistant to the cold due to his genetics. It may SCK when using his quirk, but at least he was never really cold. A flash of red caught his eye. He trained his vision on a single feather floating in front of him, swaying from side to side. He narrowed his eyes, watching it slowly drift to a stop on the concrete roof he was sitting on. It was strange to see a feather like that so high up, especially one that color of red. Reaching his hand out to touch it, he felt something tug at his gut, like someone was watching him. The feathers suddenly lifted up into the air and zipped past him. His eyes widened as he heard a chuckle come from next to him. He whipped his head around to spot where the featherhead came from. Sitting just a few feet away from him was a man around his age with great big red wings attached to his shoulder blades. Golden hair lay in messy locks on his head, quite untamed but still somehow looking decent. His eyes were a matching gold outlined in dark eyeliner, little ticks by the corners of his eyes. A brown jacket hung off his shoulders and yellow headphones were nestled over his ears. A hero. Dobby forced his face into a blank expression. "Hey, sorry if I startled you," the bird man smiled and rubbed at the back of his neck. "It's not every day I see someone hanging out on a roof like this." "Well, besides me, of course." Eyed the man warily. "I'm not startled." "Okay, whatever you say." He shrugged, pulling a sandwich out from the inside pocket of his jacket. He noted it was chicken and scrunched his nose up. Is that not cannibal-like considering the dude's wings? What was this poor excuse of a man and a bird even doing here anyways? He's clearly a hero, doesn't he have somewhere else to be other than just pissing him off? Dobby's got things to do, assholes of fathers to watch, he doesn't need a bird to bothering him. "What are you doing?" He ground out, annoyed. "Eating." "I can see that." He rolled his eyes. "What are you doing here and why haven't you left?" Bird Brain glanced at him mid-bite. He put his sandwich down. "I don't know. I'm bored and you seem interesting. I've got nothing better to do and from the looks of it neither do you, so just calm your butt down and enjoy the company of the number 3 hero. You seem so tense, geez." Dobby glared while trying his best to subtly loosen up his shoulders that were nearly to his ears from how tense he was. The number 3 hero. This day couldn't get any worse. He shouldn't say that knowing his whole day is being organized by Deku. The little sheet seems to always manage to F up everything. Why on the day he was going to get closer to taking down his father did the number 3 hero have to show up? He's heard the rumors that Endeavor and another high-ranking hero were forming some sort of alliance, and he prays to all that's out there that this man next to him isn't that hero. The only plus side to if he is, then maybe he wouldn't have as much of a problem killing him for being annoying with his stupid sandwich and red feathers. A scowl reached his lips. "I hate heroes." "F off already." "You hate heroes?" "Why am I not surprised?" he said, leaning back a little. He smirked. "You know, maybe I can change your mind." "I assure you you can't." Dobby stated. Who did this guy think he was? Why wasn't he leaving already? It's pretty obvious Dobby isn't interested, so he should just flap those little wings of his and piece us off. "You a vigilante or something? You a vigilante or something?" He mocked in his head. Gods, people are annoying. This is why he lives alone in an abandoned flat. He'd rather not deal with people at all. Deku's lucky he's putting up with him. Even that brat gets annoying after a few minutes. A huff escaped his lips as he turned to look away from Bird Brain. Down below in the streets he saw people shuffling around just trying to reach their destination. His eyebrows tugged together. Still no sign of Endeavor. He's really starting to doubt whether Revite's an accurate source or not. "I asked you a question," Bird Brain said, poking at him. Dobby growled at the contact. Shoving the pesky hero away, he grumbled, "Do I look like a care? I won't turn you in if you are a vigilante. I don't mind them. It's actually nice when heroes don't have to do so much work because of vigilantes." So he's just a lazy hero. It's a wonder he's made it to the top 3. Dobby ignored him again, eyes following the citizens below. He frowned. They were moving faster than before, most frantically. Distantly his ears picked up the sound of sirens. Just a block or so down, he could make out plumes of smoke rising in the air. A villain fight. "Shouldn't you be checking out that fire, hero?" he said, nudging his head in the direction. "At least he'll get the little birdie away from him now." "Trying to get rid of me so fast?" he teased, drawing a glare from Dobby before lifting a hand to tap his headphones and speaking into them. "Does anyone know what's going on by 42nd Street? Villa. I'm on my way." "Endeavor and Alloy, got it, thanks." "Endeavor." Dobby sat up straight, moving to his feet in time with the man next to him. Deku was right. He was patrolling this area. The villain must have pulled them off route. Finally. Things are turning out his way. If he can get a close look at Endeavor's fighting style, then maybe he can adjust his own so he can take him down when Revite is ready. He's just got to get over there. Duty calls, Bird Brain said, saluting him. Catch you later, vigilante. Villain, Dobby muttered under his breath just as the hero dived off the building, gliding towards where the smoke was coming from. Lucky BSTRD has wings to get him there. He frowned. How the F is he going to get over there in time? He glanced at the building next to him. That can't be his only option. He leaned over the edge as he checked how far the drop was. He's really going to do this. He took a deep breath, bending his knees before leaping across the gap between buildings. A yelp escaped his lips as he rolled to soften his landing on the next roof. He stood and looked back at the building he just came from. He didn't fall and he's still alive. Now just to do that 7 more times. Great. Each jump got easier and soon enough he reached one of the buildings overlooking the fight. He breathed heavily, standing on the roof of the building. He heard someone approach him and when he looked up he saw the hero from earlier. He held back the urge to groan and hide his face in his hands. Bird Boy marched over to him and tilted his head. So eager to continue our conversation? Shut up. I need to watch the fight, he said, glaring. Need to or want to? There's no shame in wanting to see heroes fight. We do look pretty cool. He grinned and flexed his wings. Dobby snorted. Cocky and confident, just like every other hero. It's annoying. This is why he could never be a hero, even if he'd been raised right. His eyes diverted to the scene unfolding below on the streets. Endeavor was shooting flames out at a villain with a mutation quirk that seemed to give him fur, wings, and a scorpion tail. Suspending in the air just above the fight was Alloy, his limbs being held up by constantly shifting metal pipes. His eyes trained on the flame hero. His methods hadn't changed much from what he could see. He was still brash, using force over strategy. His flames were direct, shooting in narrow columns at the villain, seemingly having no effect that he could work with. His own attacks had become more wild, using more heat to take up a big space, trapping his enemy, rather than going for direct blows like his father. A shuffling sound from beside him broke him out of his train of thought. Without looking away from Endeavor he muttered, "Don't you have to go help them or something? You're useless just standing there." Nah, the man came to stand next to him. I don't really feel like being yelled for interfering today. See that analyst on the balcony dash? He pointed to the building across from them. Dobby's eyes flicked to it and widened when he caught sight of tasseled green hair. Hell, of course Deku actually gets to watch the fight in person, not just from the drones they sometimes have. Next to him was a woman in flannel that matched her red hair, but that was as much of her features he could make out from this far away. She says it's hard enough to get Endeavor to listen and she doesn't need me to come swooping in to mess plans up too. Sounds like Endeavor, not listening to others. Bird Brain narrowed his eyebrows in what Dobby assumed was puzzlement. I don't think it's her plan today though. That green-haired kid must be the new intern one of the support technicians told me about. I'm excited to see how this turns out. He's supposed to be not half bad. So he's already made a name for himself outside of Revite? He hopes Deku knows what he's doing and doesn't draw too much attention to himself. If people get too suspicious, Dabi doesn't want to be the one with ties connected to him. He watched Deku turn to the woman next to him, telling her something. Not long after the pattern of Alloy's pipes started to change. Dabi carefully picked out where he was putting the pipes and he realized they were making a trap. Most of his vision was trained on Endeavor, even as Bird Brain started talking excitedly next to him. Whatever plan they have might actually work, he said. That kid's pretty good. More like pretty annoying. What was that? Dabi shut his mouth, shaking his head. Nothing. Go to your hero sheet. Birdie chuckled but remained at his side. If there's something that annoys Dabi, it's JRKS who don't ever seems to leave him alone. Deku is annoying because he's a child and everything he says can't really be argued with. Heroes are annoying because they thinks they're the best. This guy is annoying because he's like a leech. The building they were on swayed and Dabi stumbled on his feet. He ran into something and the next thing he knew he was being held up by Bird Brain. His hands were on his elbows as he held him steady, back flush against his chest. He scowled and shoved himself off. Dusting of the sleeves of his jacket, he grumbled, "Don't catch me next time." "Sorry, I just thought you wouldn't want to have to deal with a few extra scrapes on your body." "It's not my fault the building is dash." As if on cue, the concrete below their feet shifted again and they both struggled to keep their balance. "Okay. I'm willing to say it's from all the pipes Alloy is taking. We have to be careful or the whole building will dash." Below, Alloy's pipes wrapped around the villain, its wings smacking Endeavor, and before Dobby had the chance to be amused by his father being launched into a wall, the building they were standing on started to collapse. His only thought as the concrete gave way underneath him was, "Oh shit." And then he was falling. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly, preparing for impact. If he was going to die, he didn't want the last thing he saw to be this ugly world. But he never hit ground. He peeled open his eyes to see Bird Brain flying in the air, held up by his massive red wings. He hadn't caught him, not technically. Dobby felt a tug on his jacket and looked up to see two red feathers holding him in the air. He frowned. He isn't sure whether dying or being saved by a hero is worse. "I'll see you around, Vigilante," the Birdman called out, diving down to join the other heroes below while also forcing his feathers to drag Dobby away. He thrashed and kicked, trying to get loose from the darn red thing's grip. He tried to keep watching the fight or at least the aftermath of it, but he was dragged too far away, too many buildings blocking his sight. Finally, he was set down in an alleyway. The feather released him, and before it could zoom back to Bird Brain, he grabbed hold of it with his hands. He stared down at its intricate design as he squirmed in between his fingers. It's an interesting quirk. Not just wings but also feathers that can detach themselves and do tasks. He's starting to see why that man would be the number 3 hero. Sitting down on one of the wooden pallets stacked in the alley. He brought the feather close to his face. Darn heroes getting in his way. He'd barely managed to get any information on Endeavor in terms of fighting technique. The whole mission was pretty much pointless. He has to count on Deku to give him a report later. The gremlin really is lucky he always happens to be useful. The bird, on the other hand, he is not useful. He got in the way and he was bothersome. He may have good looks and be the number 3 hero, but Dabi could care less. Part of him wonders if he can convince Revite to put him on his list of bad heroes. He doesn't know much about the guy, but he wouldn't be surprised if he was just another licensed villain. The sound of wings flapping was picked up by his ears and his lips tugged themselves into a frown. "You've got to be kidding me." "Hate to bother you again," Bird Brain said as he touched Own in front of him. "But it's hard to do hero work when there's the constant ache of someone playing with one of my feathers. Give it back and I can leave you to do your vigilante stuff or whatever you do." Dobby glanced at the feather in his hand. "So he can still feel them after they're detached?" He has to admit that's somewhat interesting. He twirled the feather in his hand, watching Birdie's partially blank resting face twitch into a frown. "I'm a villain," Dobby corrected. "Not a vigilante." "Whatever you say, just give me back my feather, dude." He held out his hand palm up. "What's with this guy?" Most heroes would lunge at the opportunity to take down a villain, even a low one like himself. Why does he only care about the stupid feather? Is he really such a bad hero that he'll willingly let villains go? Eyes narrowing, he asked, "Why'd you save a villain? Why won't you turn me in?" "For one, I promised I wouldn't turn you in at the start, and I don't go back on my promises." He sighed as if he wasn't sure why he was explaining all this. "And two, what was I supposed to do, let you collapse with that building?" "But I'm a villain." "Vigilante." "Villain. I do bad shit." I still think you're more of a vigilante." He grunted and looked away. He wasn't a vigilante. Vigilantes are just heroes without licenses. They're no different from the very things Dobby hates. He's not a vigilante, he's a villain, even if Deku likes to think of himself as a vigilante. Villains kill, and one day he will kill his father. He wonders if the birdie will still be around to see that. Maybe then he'll realize Dobby's true title. "I never caught a name from you," the winged hero said, hands still outstretched for the feather. "That makes 2 of us," he replied. He spun the feather in his hands, an idea sparking in his mind. He started down the alley, moving away from him. A smirk worked its way onto his lips as he reached the normal streets. We're done here. He sent a final glance over his shoulder at the hero, making sure he saw his eyes as he forced the feather to go up in blue flames. He heard a muffled gasp come from him and felt a small piece of satisfaction. See you never, hero, he called back as he disappeared into the crowd of civilians roaming the streets. If he gets lucky, he'll never have to see that hero again. When Izuku got home that day, he'd searched the internet for hours, gathering as much information as he could about Alloy. There was a lot to pick up on, a lot of evidence pointing to him being a licensed villain. But Izuku wanted more. He knew Endeavor was tied into this somehow, he just needed a little more help figuring out how. He pulled out his phone, opening up the top contact besides his mom. A mix of shock and curiosity filled him when he realized he already had a message from that contact. Smelly flesh man. What time do you get out of school tomorrow? Please don't tell me you are going to pick me up. Smelly flesh man. I need information. How convenient for you that I need info too. Smelly flesh man. If we stalk a Todoroki again ISTG, I'm not coming. I need you to stalk Alloy. Smelly flesh man. What is with you and stalking? It's the best way to get information. I'll meet you here at 3:30 tomorrow. Location sent. Smelly flesh man. Middle finger emoji. Fine. He laughed lightly under his breath. He thinks Dobby's warming up to him. The thought wasn't as unsettling as it should be considering Dobby is a villain. Part of him looks forward to gaining the man's trust. He is kind of the only person besides Tsutoramu and his mom that he talks to nowadays. Glancing up at his computer screen, his eyes trained on one of his open tabs. UA registration and application. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. He moved his mouse to click on it, skimming over the information he hopes he filled out correctly. The mouse hovered over the submit button. He'd had a conversation with his mom the other day about going to UA. She'd nearly screamed with joy when she found out he'd still be able to go to his dream school and be safe with his new job. His cheeks still hurt from her pinching them while blinding him with her bright smile. He was glad to have a supportive mom. She really was the best. Still, it was nerve-wracking that he actually had a chance of going to the top school in the country. All of his idols had gone there, including All Might. He almost didn't feel worthy of going there. He drew his hand away from the mouse, reaching for his phone again. Opening up his contacts, he clicked one he'd saved in his phone the other day. This is Midoriya, the new analyst intern. I'm just sending in my application for UA now. I'm pretty sure I filled it out correctly, but I'd feel better if I had confirmation from someone who knows what they're doing. Photo attached. After sending a photo of his application, the response came a few minutes later. Hito-sen. Hey Midoriya. That looks great. I'll send in a recommendation for you. You really don't have to do that. I'm already extremely grateful you told me about the program. Hito-sen. Nonsense. I'm excited to see how you do as an analyst and want to increase your chances as much as I can. Take every advantage you can get, Midoriya. Thank you, Akito-san. Hito-sen. It's just Akito outside of work. Speaking of work, Endeavor is holding a party for the agency next week. It's like a gala of sorts that he uses to raise money to pay for support gear and damages like other agencies do. I'll get Ogawa to send you the details right now. It's probably the most fun any of us ever have working for Endeavor. A notification popped up on the top of his screen. He clicked on it and created a contact for the number that showed up, assuming it was Tsutoramu. He skimmed over the details of the event, pausing when he noticed the location. The Todoroki Manor. His mind raced with the millions of possibilities that came with this new information. He'd be in the Todoroki household, this time without it being illegal. It might be possible that the Todoroki family would be there as well. This could be his chance to talk to Fuyumi, figure her out a little better, and maybe he'd run into Shoto, though he doubts it. From what he can tell, the boy stays away from all public. He's his father's prized possession, like some trophy. Shaking his head, he pulled out of his thoughts. He could focus on that later. Thank you, Akito. Kito. No problem, kid. I'm just so excited for you to get into UA. I don't know if I'll get in yet. Kito. You will, don't worry. I wish Ogawa had told you sooner so you could have had more time to prepare and not just 2 weeks before UA's classes start, but you know how she is. Hey, this is weird, but can I ask you something about Tsutorumu? Kido. Go ahead. What's her deal with Hawks? He showed up at one of the villain fights today and they both seemed a little tense. Kido. For the most part she doesn't like when he comes and ruins the plans she makes. I do know in high school they both interned for the same agency at one point before Ogawa got a job with Endeavor, but they barely talked then. It's really nothing, kiddo. Don't stress yourself out about it. Thank you. Kido. Winky face. Now go to sleep. If I'm correct, you have school tomorrow and we wouldn't want you sleeping through class. Good night, Ikito. Kido. Later, Mido. The next day, Izuku wasn't sure how he made it through the first few PRDS of the day. His mind was running a mile a minute and completing everything on his teacher's lesson plan was easy enough, but when he finished he'd just sit there, foot bouncing and thoughts circling back to the plan he devised that morning while making breakfast. He could hardly wait to meet up with Dabi after school and enact it. Another part of him was buzzing with curiosity of what Dabi could possibly want from him that he felt the need to text him about it. He was nearly certain it had something to do with the villain attack from yesterday. He hopes Dabi was able to watch the fight, otherwise this meeting would surely be one that ends with his body reduced to a pile of ashes. As if his teachers knew his mind was drifting away from thoughts of the classroom, they called on him constantly. Luckily he knew most of the answers, but it was still annoying and stressful. Especially with Kaken's friends snickering each time. He doesn't know when he started to be bothered by them. It's like being Revite has made him realize they're actually kinda jealous. Long story short, when lunch came around and he was called down to the office, he was already bouncing with energy. He fretted over what he could have done that earned him a talk with the principal this time. At first he thought maybe he'd done something wrong, broke a rule on accident or something like that. At least that's what ran through his mind right up until he saw Kaken sitting in the office as well. He gulped and took a seat next to his friend. Why were they both there? Did something happen with their parents? He doesn't remember his mom saying she was going out with Aunt Mitsuki today. He offered a small smile to Kaken. He really hopes nothing is wrong. He has feeling if there is he'll be the one paying for it. Boys? Their vice principal peeped her head through the door to their principal's office. Watanabe-sensei will see you now. They stood up and walked into the office, Kaken shooting him a glare. They each took a seat in front of the principal. Mr. Watanabe's smile was tight and clearly forced, his knuckled whitening as he held his hands together on the table. He greeted them. Bakun, Deku, I have some important things to talk to you about. Get on with it, Kaken remarked, refusing to even look at the principal, lower lip jutting out in what Izuku would guess is disgust. He cringed. It really is a wonder how he talks to teachers like that. Their principal cleared his throat. Yes, UA contacted me today. They wanted to let me know they've received your applications and told me to inform you that you both were accepted. Congrats. We are very happy to have our first students to go to U.A. Joy pooled in his stomach. He's surprised to say the least. He'd only just applied yesterday and he's certain he missed the entrance exam for the general studies course. Takedo must work miracles. It was hard for him to process that he was actually going to go to U.A. There are so many opportunities besides it being his dream school since he was 4. Now he had a secure way to get a hold of Shoto Todoroki when he needs. Everything's starting to go as planned, finally. That's all. You may go back, Mr. Watanabe said to them. He then remembered Kaken was next to him. Kaken had gotten into UA like everyone said he would. It's really no shocker. Izuku watched his best friend's face shift to surprise and then anger at hearing this meeting was about UA. He glared at him as he stood up before storming out the door. Izuku had a feeling he'd be met with a few explosions the moment he leaves the room. He sighed and got up to leave when Mr. Watanabe stopped him. Midoriya, if you could wait here a moment. He paused and sat back down in his chair. The principal shifted awkwardly in his seat, not willing to meet his gaze. We thought you gave up on being a hero. Did something happen or? You're right. I have given up being a hero. I don't understand. Then why dash? At least in the way All Might is a hero, he finished. He watched Watanabe's lips form a frown, confusion clear. I'm going to be an analyst, a hero in my own way. Oh, yes, I heard of that. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of his indifferent tone, almost like he doubting him. He wouldn't be surprised if he doubted him. After all, he is only 15. I also heard you were telling everyone you are interning with Endeavor. Midoriya, I will support you as your principal in choosing to be an analyst, but how do I put this? Lying about an internship is not the way to get where you're going. He has to admit that one hurt just a little. He was aware that Endeavor is the number 2 hero. He knows most people don't ever get to work for him, but he also knows that's because most people don't try. Besides, he's not that horrible at analyzing. Still, it was weird hearing it from someone that they clearly didn't believe him, that everyone didn't believe him. He held his head high. Everyone here may not believe him, but that doesn't make it a lie. He is going to be an analyst, even if at first it was just a cover for getting close to Endeavor. He said, "It's the truth." Actually, it was some of Endeavor's support technicians and other analysts that suggested I apply for UA. Watanabe's eyes filled with what Izuku assumed to be pity. He sighed and leaned forward in his chair. "Deku, I really don't think continuing to play this charade is a dash." He abruptly stood up, pushing his chair out as he did so. He tried to shove down the hurt that was clawing at his chest. Forcing himself to bow, he muttered, "Thank you, Watanabe-sensei, but I really should be getting to lunch if I don't want to be late for 5th PRD. He left the office, tears prickling at his eyes. Don't cry, he told himself, don't be such a baby. For the entirety of his life he's been told he can't be a hero, that he doesn't stand a chance. The word quirkless tainted everything he touched, like a curse. No one believed in him, even his own mother had doubts. He still tried though, he was determined. When All Might told him being a hero would be impossible for him, he'd taken it as the truth, yet here he is, the name Revite making the difference a hero should. Still no one believes he can be anything. Not even an analyst. At his side, his hands were clenched into little ball, nails no doubt digging crescent shapes into his palms. He barely registered his back being shoved into a wall once he'd made it out into the hallway, Kaken now standing directly in front of him. He made no effort to escape the blonde's grasp, only trying to suppress his tears. "You crying, Deku?" He practically yelled at him. "Why the f did you apply for UEHA? Think you can rival me?" He managed a weak shake of the head. "No, Kaken. I'm going into general studies." Watching his friend's eyes search his face, he saw the moment of understanding flash across his usually guarded features. He scoffed and pushed and Izuku's chest, stepping away from him. "For the FING internship. You finally realized. You can't be a hero without a quirk." Kaken shook his head and shed. "I'm still going to kick your butt, Deku." He set off a small warning explosion. "Just you watch. I'm going to be number 1. One day you'll be working for my agency." He stormed off down the hallway after shoving him to the floor. Izuku's eyes followed him down the hallway. It was strange that he didn't find his spirits worsening from the interaction. Kaken. He believed him. If he had to pick anyone in his life who never tried to say anything but the truth, it was his childhood friend. He never said anything he didn't mean. He was right when he said he can't be a hero, but he isn't denying that he could be an analyst. He knows deep down that Kaken doesn't believe in him, but he does believe him. The tears didn't stop. In fact, knowing one person besides his mom believes him probably was what let the waterworks go. He wiped at his eyes. He really needs to train himself not to cry so much. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He just has to make it through the next 2 classes, then he can meet up with Dabi and forget any of this happened. Just 2 classes. The 2 classes turned out to be a lot. He found out pretty early into his first class just how fast words spread in his small school. By the time attendance was taken, everyone knew he had applied for UA. Again, most of his fellow students just laughed and teased him. They all joked that he couldn't possibly think a quirkless kid like himself could make it into such a prestigious school, even if it is just the general studies course he's going for. And despite feeling a little bit of reassurance from Kaken's confrontation earlier, their words still hurt and he found himself close to tears a couple of times. He'd never been more grateful for the final bell. It had only taken him a few minutes to reach the destination he'd arranged to meet Dobby at and was pleasantly surprised to see the shady man already there, leaning against a bus stop pole, cigarette hanging of his lips. Izuku tried not to cough on the taste of the smoke in his mouth when he breathed. When Dobby caught sight of him, he dropped the cigarette and stomped on it, promptly putting it out. He gave a mocking look once Izuku was closer. His eyes flicked to his expression that probably was reflecting Izuku's emotions more than he'd have liked. The villain whistled. "Sheesh, rough day?" Izuku ignored him, adjusting the straps of his backpack. He dropped to his knees, taking off his backpack so he could unzip it and pull out what he needed. Dobby's mocking look faltered. He tilted his head to the side. "The silent treatment? Did your dog die or some shit?" "It doesn't matter," he mumbled, handing him a little black device he'd tucked away in his bag. He's lucky he was able to find these earpieces in his mom's office from way back when she'd taken a few weeks to work from home. "Put this in." Putting in his own earpiece, he was glad that Dobby didn't further question his state. His accomplice frowned at the earpiece before putting it in. "So what exactly are these for?" "Communicating." "No sheet, not what I meant." He rolled his eyes. He stood up, zipping back up his bag and slinging it over his shoulder. "My plan is to get you into Alloy's house so we can get information. When you're talking to Alloy, I need to hear what's going on and tell you what to say so he spills just what we need him to." "Hold up. We're breaking into his house while he's in it." Izuku nodded as they both started to make their way down the street to where Alloy's house is. Dobby blinked a few times, shaking his head in disbelief. "Right, forgot you're crazy. Remind me again what Alloy has to do with Endeavor and, the whole effing reason I'm helping you?" "Fair point. Endeavor isn't my only priority as Revite. There are more licensed villains to take care of than just him, however. In this case, Alloy's case intertwines with Endeavor's," he explained. "I have enough info to go after just Alloy, but I want to slip in stuff about Endeavor. I believe he knew about the things Alloy has been doing and even on occasion has helped him with it. If we interrogate Alloy, then maybe we can get him to prove that theory. Understand?" Dobby nodded. "Yeah, just." He stopped, forcing Izuku to halt as well. Blue eyes scanned over his face. "If I'm going into a hero's house on your accord, I don't want it to be when your mind is elsewhere." "My mind isn't dash." "Yes, it is." He frowned, which was odd considering his usual blank expression. "What the f happened today that's got you all haywire?" He met Dobby's gaze hesitantly. It was strange having someone ask about him like this, especially Dobby. He doesn't see why what happened today would affect his ability to do his job as Revite. He's used to it, even if today was a little different than normal. He could block it out if he wanted. He wouldn't put Dobby in a position that he could be hurt in. Looking at the man in front of him, he knew he wasn't going to budge until Izuku spilled. He may know that he would never put his life in danger, but Dobby doesn't know that. Or he does, but he doesn't quite trust him or his abilities yet. Izuku sighed. He's never talked to anyone about this stuff before. But hey, people always say a stranger is the best person to complain to. I'm not exactly like the other kids, as I'm sure you've figured out. People are always telling me I can't be anything, that I'm too weak. Today they found out I got into the General Studies course at UA and they didn't take it well, trying to convince me to back out, that I'll never make it. None of them understand that I'm doing it so I can get closer to Endeavor, even if I told them that they wouldn't believe it. They don't even believe that I'm an intern for him. No one believes in me. He fiddled with his hands. It's hard to believe in yourself when no one believes in you. I mean, I am just a Deku. There was silence between the two of them for a few moments before Dobby broke it with a snicker. Izuku frowned as Dobby started to chuckle like he was trying to suppress a full-blown laugh. Izuku felt the urge to scold him for being an a-hole, but just then he started to come down. He shook his head, a few more snickers leaving his lips. Sorry, it's just, oh man," Dobby tried to speak through his amusement. "That's it? That's what's got you down?" "Never mind, forget I told you dash." "No, hey, Deku." He stopped him from walking away. "That's not what I meant. That's just about the stupidest thing I've heard all week and I hang around crooks who couldn't make it out of high school. You say all this stuff about your dumb class, but do you know who you are?" A frown tugged at his lips, confusion rising in him. I'm Deku. No, you're Revite. Dobby smirked, crossing his arms. Did you seriously forget that? Do you even know how many people are impressed by your articles daily? I knew you were crazy, but this is a new low. I'm seriously helping an idiot who doesn't even know his own worth. He stared at him for several moments. His worth? He gets that he's Revite, but that's just a kid hiding behind a computer screen attempting to make a change. I don't trust you, Dobby said. I don't have any use for you besides using you to get close to Endeavor. I wouldn't be helping you if I didn't believe you could get me the information I need. Who cares what some random people think? They can't change the fact that you intern for Endeavor or that you're going to UA, so F them. You've got people who believe in you, thousands of people, you just can't see it. Now if that's all that's bothering you, we've got a hero to interrogate. A smile worked its way onto Izuku's face. He guesses Dabi is right. Being Revite means a lot of people believe in him, even if they don't know his actual name. Though he's now realizing there are people out there who know his name and believe in him, and maybe, just maybe, one of those people is the man walking in front of him. Yeah, he's definitely warming up to him. Dabi wishes he could say he's annoyed that Deku has dragged him along for yet another of his shenanigans, but he'd be lying if he did. In truth, his life has gotten a lot more interesting since the DMN kid walked into it. And, well, he doesn't exactly hate him. He's tolerable to say the least. Besides, his plans are a lot more fun than staying at home and dealing with that cat who's decided Dabi is its owner. This morning when he went into the cafe, he found Natsuo on his shift. He'd ordered the same as last time and managed to get some chit-chat out of his brother. He was finding Natsuo never talked about home. The best he ever got was a small slip-in about also having siblings. Dabi isn't a great talker, but luckily Natsuo is, even if he can be a bit too passionate with his words. Having a conversation with him makes Dabi regret not knowing really anything about his oldest brother besides that he used to be obsessed with Transformers and was the best of their family when it came to climbing trees and running. He'd felt a tug at his chest this morning when Natsuo had given him coffee once it was ready and he'd had to leave. Every part of him tried to convince himself that tug wasn't because he didn't want to halt his conversation with Natsuo. He isn't sure whether he succeed or not. It was fine. He could deal with that sheet tomorrow when he goes in for coffee again. Right now he had to focus on the plan. It'd be rather ironic if it failed because Dabi's head was in a different place after he'd just got Deku to spill his guts about his problems, so he'd be clear-headed. That was an interesting conversation. He had suspicions that Deku didn't really know his full worth, but to hear he barely believed in himself was a shock. It's nice to know where the name Deku comes from though. People really think he's worthless? Losers, they're missing out on the perfect opportunity to befriend the little genius and be an ally with who Dabi believes will become one of the most well-known names in Japan if he stays on this track. It does make him wonder what the kid's quirk is. He's not blind and knows that's usually what causes most cases of bullying. He's never seen Deku use his quirk. He likely has a mental quirk. It'd explain a lot. Are you inside? Deku said, and Dabi flinched at the sound of his voice being projected right into his ear. He tapped the earpiece out of annoyance and hissed, "Yes. You don't have to be so loud. You're going to wreck my eardrums." "Sorry," he replied, this time in a much lower volume. Dabi finished climbing through Alloy's window and landed softly on the hardwood floor. He glared at the polished wood. Carpet is so much better. He looked around the room. It was a basic living room layout for the most part besides the walls that were decorated with hero awards, art pieces and a collection of different sorts of medals. He resisted the urge to snort at it all. Someone sure is full of himself. Moving past the living room, he whispered hoping his mic would pick up on the noise. "Which room do you think he's in?" "He'll be in the third room down that hallway to the left at this time in the day." "Oka, wait, what?" He paused, making sure he hadn't just imagined him saying that. "Deku, how much research did you do on this guy?" "Enough. It's not my fault the internet is free. You know the layout of his house and where in it he'll be at a specific time." "Okay, and?" Dabi rubbed a hand over his face. "This kid. He really is crazy. Please don't tell me you did this for the Todoroki household too." "I did. Which, by the way, am I allowed to continue going there now that we're allies or whatever?" We're not dash, he sighed. Was there really any point in arguing? No. Stop breaking into people's houses, says the villain who's currently in someone's house they broke into, Deku muttered, and Dobby's certain he wasn't supposed to hear that. Let's focus on the task at hand. Just go to the room. Dobby complied. It's no wonder he found Dobby's house, that he doesn't even own, if he can find out this much about a hero in such short notice. He was finding himself more and more impressed each time he saw Deku. He wonders what type of hacking school he went to if this is what he can find out just from the internet. Creeping down the hallway, he reached the room in question. Hesitantly, he pushed the door open just in time to catch Alloy reach for the nearest item to him. The poor hero's eyes blew wide in panic, and Dobby barely had enough time to duck out of the way as a metal lamp came lying towards his head. He snarled at where the treacherous thing now lay on the floor. He looked up at Alloy and forced an overdramatic pout. Throwing lamps is really no way to treat your guest. I'm a hero, don't even think about moving an inch, Alloy threatened, advancing on him slowly. Dobby sighed and put his hands up in the air to show he had no weapons. You made a mistake breaking into this house. Not really. He shrugged. It was intentional. That seemed to pull some shock out of the man. He hesitated in his next step, faltering slightly. Dobby wanted to laugh. Heroes always think they're untouchable. They think they're safe behind their titles, protected by the law and the hearts of so many people. Why would anyone target a hero if not a villain? Why would anyone want to hurt the thing that seems to hold their society together? Heroes are foolish. That's why Revite gets to them. They're so naive that they don't even consider Revite as a threat until one day it's their name on the top of one of his articles. How did you get through the security systems? He asked, clearly baffled. The faintest of smug looks crawled into his features. That had been all Deku. He hadn't even known there was a security system. He'd blindly trusted Deku's plan. A bit foolish on his part. Don't you know? He lowered one of his hands from the air, enjoying the way Alloy tensed like he'd pull out a last-minute move if he wasn't wary. He trailed his finger against one of the tables in the office, surveying the bit of dust on his finger. Revite is an excellent hacker. That's how he takes down heroes, you know. Yes, let's tell Alloy that I'm the one behind this. Dobby could practically hear the eye roll in Deku's comment. He wanted to hiss back that he knew what he was doing. He doesn't need a teenager to tell him how to do the thing he's been doing for years. The only reason why he even wore the Dmed earpiece is so he can tell him what exactly he needs to be getting out of Alloy. A look of horror flashed in across Alloy's features. Revite. Yes, and I suggest if you don't want to have him do something brash, you answer the questions I have for you, he said, dropping his other hand. Alloy shook his head. No, this isn't. Revite doesn't help villains do their petty things. His whole thing is he takes down people who are villains. That was a point that Dobby had to agree with. Deku doesn't help villains. The only goals he helps to achieve are his own, and Dobby can't blame him for it. After all, he's only doing this to take down his father. Tell him you're helping me, not the other way around. Part of him wanted to tell Deku that he's the kid out of the two of them, but he couldn't deny that really was how this situation was going down. Besides, he trusts that this will get Alloy to talk. As much as he hates to admit it, Revite's name is bigger than his, it can do more damage. You think this is for me? He scoffed. I'm the middleman. Revite needs information, and lucky for him, I'm on his side. So, what's it going to be? You going to spill the beans? Alloy slowly sunk back into his desk chair. His eyes scanned over Dobby once before speaking again. What do you want to know? A little flutter of triumph came from within Dobby. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Deku had given it to him before he broke in. He claimed it would help get information out of him. Apparently, it contained a portion of the dirt he could dig up on Alloy. He threw the paper onto his desk, watching as Alloy picked it up and read through it, eyes widening every now and then. The metal hero stared in shock at him. How'd you get this information? Like I said, Revite is an excellent hacker. That's not what he wants to know though, he said, waiting for Deku to tell him what to ask next. Ask him if any of the profit he gets out of his business goes to any other heroes. Make sure he's telling the truth. Dobby leaned forward, placing a hand on the desk and tapping the paper. What other heroes get the cash from your little side hustle? Internally, Dabi was praying that money was the profit Deku was talking about. Truth be told, he knew barely anything about what exactly made Alloy a licensed villain. He'd heard of the hero once or twice, mostly only because he pairs up with his father often. From what he knows, Alloy is a model hero, helping people rebuild what was destroyed during hero fights and all that. He trusts Deku's opinion though. There's that word again. Trust. He's been using it too much lately. No other heroes. It's just me, I swear. He held up his hands in defense as he denied the suspicions. Are you sure that lying to me is a good idea? The scarred hand Dabi hated to look at reached out towards Alloy, lighting up in blue flames. Dabi. No quirks. This isn't supposed to be violent. Shut up, Midoriya, he'd wanted to say, I know what I'm f***ing doing. I swear, Alloy said, voice wobbling, I'm the only one who gets anything out of this. Any of Revite's numbers that don't add up is what goes back to my customers, so not to look suspicious. Tell him I knew that. I already checked with the customers and still my numbers didn't quite add up. There's a third party. Dabi relayed that to Alloy. The hero started to visibly sweat. Dabi waited for more from him but found Deku speaking before the man could even answer. Ask him if Endeavor's profiting from this. Dabi's blood went cold. Endeavor? This was how he was involved? Whatever horrid thing Alloy was doing had something to do with Endeavor. His father always did seem like the type to get caught up in that stuff. They'd always had more money than everyone else growing up. Most of that came from NG being the number 2 hero, but he wouldn't be surprised if there was more to it than that. His hand not on the desk clenched into a fist. Of course his father had to be about the biggest F-up he'd ever met. He lifted his gaze so his eyes locked with Alloy's. That third party. Is it NG Todoroki? Panic seemed to consume Alloy. No. No, Todoroki refused all the money. He's not the third party. I won't tell you who they are. Not even Revite can take them down, no one can. So much for Deku always being right. But Endeavor was still involved. I know he had to have been. It doesn't work out that he wasn't. He'd gain so much more from this than just money. Who's he kidding? Of course the little sheet had a backup suspicion. Dabi couldn't help but feel a bit glad. There was still a chance that this break-in would aid his vengeance and Revite's goal to help him take down his father. He said to Alloy, but that doesn't mean Endeavor isn't helping you. What's his role in this? An awkward and strained laugh came from Alloy. It's almost like you're more interested in him than me. We are. Oh. He gulped and adjusted the tie he was wearing. Todoroki's involvement is complicated. It started out by accident. He destroyed a few buildings and I rebuilt them. He has a tendency to destroy things. I saw an opportunity and I took it. We made a deal. Whatever he destroys I fix. When I tried to repay him, give him some of the profit, he refused. He didn't want to have those attachments to what I was doing. He wrecks stuff and I gain from it. And what does he get out of it? I have no clue, Alloy said at the same time his earpiece rang with Deku's voice saying, public approval. The more damages he can have fixed faster, the less of a deal people make out of it when he does knock over buildings like yesterday. His approval ratings continue to increase without complaint. Alloy's a pawn and he doesn't even know it. He has to admit, Deku doesn't make sense to him most of the time. If the Diamond Kid had already figured that out, then why did he have to make Dabi do this? He had the information he needed. This was just a dumb way to confirm the sheet he'll probably publish in his next article. Dabi moved back from the desk, feeling that this was all Deku wanted to know. He backed up towards the door. Glaring, he said, if you even think of calling the authorities when I leave this room, I'll have your head. With that he darted out of the office, back to the window he'd crawled through. When he'd made it safely outside again, he looked around for Deku. He frowned when he couldn't spot the head of familiar green hair. He tapped his mic a few times, knowing Deku would hear him when he said, "Where the F are you?" "On my way home." The response was way too cheerful. It made Dabi want to retch. "Okay, and what the heck am I supposed to do?" "I don't know. You're the adult. Do whatever you do on a normal Friday night." He slid a hand down his face, pinching the bridge of his nose and sighing. Why is he not surprised he just got ditched by a 15-year-old? He does the prick's dirty work and he just abandons him. Nice. Rubbing his tired eyes, he asked, "What's the rush for you to get home?" "I have an article to write." "Of course you do." He chuckled under his breath. Was that a laugh? First of all, F him for sounding so excited about that, and secondly, Deku is clearly hearing things. He doesn't laugh. He shoved his hands in his pockets and started his long walk home. Who do you think the third party that Alloy's paying is? It was a serious question, even if he only asked it to avoid answering Deku's original question. He knows that the idiot could probably rant for hours about some of his licensed villains. Trust him, he's had to sit through it the entire time they first walked to the cafe Natsuo works at. "It's obviously the commission," Deku said. Dabi nearly tripped. Obvious? They clearly had different definitions of obvious. The commission likes covering things up. They would have found out eventually what Alloy was doing. They're not total idiots. Like Endeavor, they want the public approval, so if they can keep Alloy doing what he's doing, then they can still have that. They don't want Alloy to know though, and why not play it off as a way to make some extra cash? That's why they get him to pay them whatever left after everything, including his own benefits. It makes perfect sense when you think about it. "Sure," he replied. "You going to write all that into the article?" "No. The whole world, not just me, isn't ready for the commission's downfall. It has to be a gradual change, slowly pull the public into not trusting them. Then I'll expose everything I find. The same goes for Endeavor. That is, if you haven't killed him by the time I'm ready to take him down. Which is whatever, I guess. As long as I can save the Todoroki kids, then the plan'll have worked." Dabi doesn't respect or trust people, but just hearing Deku's plans and going on this missions with him, he has a feeling he can at least respect him one day. He's not blind. He knows Revite will go far in the world. He's making the kind of change Dabi wanted to make when he was younger. A raindrop fell from the sky and onto his nose. He stared at it cross-eyed, frowning. He better get home before it starts pouring and he's drenched. Lifting his hand to his earpiece, he said, "Later, gremlin." He took out the earpiece and shoved it in his pocket. A buzzing sensation could be felt coming from the inside pocket of his jacket, and he pulled out his phone to see 2 texts. "Annoying fucker. Gremlin? I'm calling you flesh bag now." He takes it back. He doesn't have his respect, he has his hatred. The twerp can die. At least, that's what he told himself. Maybe not getting attached will be harder than he thought. Alloy. Is he really helping or is he robbing citizens? Hieronym, quirk, metal contortion. Most have heard of Alloy, the metal hero. He's most known for his tendency to repair all damages he does, unlike majority of heroes who the best they offer up is some money to help with the costs. His company, Alloy Construction, has flourished in the past several years, being called in to help build structures that aren't from Alloy's hero damages too. The company is a single-man business that's often acknowledged as honorable and truly heroic, but what if that wasn't the truth? If one were to ask anyone what they thought of Alloy, they'd likely get a response that stated they think he is a hero. A hero he is, but only because that happens to be the title of his job. The very same job he uses to make money from. It's no secret that his company is a second income, but what would surprise most is that said company makes more a year than Alloy's hero work has ever made by almost triple. Heroes are generally well paid, especially heroes sitting in the top 100 like Alloy. If Alloy is making more money than the average business owner from his main job, then how is his job as a builder giving him triple the salary? The truth is Alloy Construction has been scamming its customers. Alloy's prices are nearly double normal costs for reconstruction, wrongly so. One could blame those who are paying for the construction, accusing them of walking into the high prices blindsided, and now they're paying the price. It would be a fair point, but given the chance, most people wouldn't reject a hero. Besides, the prices seem reasonable at first glance. There'd of course be extra cost for the fact that Alloy is a hero, branding comes at a price. No doubt time is a factor as well. He can rebuild in half the time most companies can, a plus side of his quirk. Surely with the shortened time the clients would save money from not having to put any activities going on in the structure off for as long during reconstruction. That's the mistake people make. Heroes are depicted as idols. Why would someone bother to fact-check what a hero says? Heroes are supposed to be trustworthy. Why would they scam anyone other than a villain? The problem is not all heroes live up to their title, and Alloy is one of those heroes. His prices are assuredly not reasonable. Rebuilding costs him nothing but the price of materials and his own labor. By calculating the costs of his most recent builds, he is asking clients to pay for roughly 30 people working full-time hours for 3 days at double minimum wage. For the work he gets done in 4 days it seems acceptable, but remembering that he is a one-man company that spends most of his time doing hero work and only an hour or 2 a day constructing rebuilds, it doesn't seem as fair. Not only that, but he is falsely pricing his materials. People pay full price for 2/3 of the normal amount of materials. Alloy's quirk allows him to manipulate metal, which is helpful for construction. He can use less metals than normal, bending them in ways that support the structure the same way as the normal amount of materials. Or at least they would support structures if he used the proper amount of metal. 34% of the buildings Alloy has made have collapsed. The cause? Failure in structure stability, likely due to lack of proper materials. What does Alloy do about this? He rebuilds the first failures again using the same scam, just with more caution. This in itself is an injustice, but the fact that majority of these said materials he uses are stolen is what makes it more inexcusable. These pipes and beams are not taken from junkyards, which could be considered beneficial to the environment with their reuse, but instead from other buildings. It's no secret that Alloy uses metal from surrounding structures during his hero fights, but it's always thought that he returns the materials he uses. For the most part, he does, but some of it is escorted to his nearest job site and used in the next reconstruction. He's robbing suppliers of their chance to sell product, he's robbing buildings of their stability by taking away some of its metals, and he's robbing citizens of their money, charging money that isn't spent on materials but instead goes straight to his bank account. What's worse is he destroys the original structures purposefully. Alloy is known for causing nearly as much, if not more, damage as Endeavor during hero work. The shocker is that this is not a cause from lack of quirk control or simply going up against tougher villains, but because the more damage done, the more he profits. More damage is more things to rebuild, more work for his company, and therefore more money gravitating towards him. He is not alone in this. Endeavor is famed for his flashy fights. He holds the record for the most collateral damage and overall destruction. Alloy and Endeavor pair up regularly. This is often brushed aside by the idea that their quirks are an excellent matchup, hiding the true underlying connection between them. Alloy himself stated that though Endeavor will accept no pay, he does help with his schemes. He agreed to let Alloy handle all of his destruction and the reconstruction processes. It's unconfirmed if the number 2 hero was aware of all Alloy's concealed motives, but he has willingly made an effort to cause more damage on occasion to benefit Alloy. Does this mean there is more about Endeavor that is unknown? One thing is for certain, Alloy is a licensed villain. For years he has gone uncharged on account of robbery, fraud, and destruction of property. He fools those who put their trust in him and benefits from it. Alloy is only one of many that uses his title of hero to get away with what he wants. The worst thing about power is the greediest, most cunning and manipulative people are attracted to it, and sadly, being a hero is a position of power, one people always look over. Alloy is not alone. We blindly trust them, so I give you this advice. Remember, your idol might very well be one of the villains they say they protect you from. Revite. Hawks has always prided himself on keeping up with what was going on in the world despite having his own problems to deal with. Lately he's finding one of those things in the world was Revite. If you even mentioned his name in public, those around you launched into a debate about him, about heroes, the commission, anything to do with their society. He can't say he agrees with everything Revite says and does, but he can admit that he has a point. As someone who's grown up with the commission, he knows their flaws, but he wouldn't go as far to say they're corrupt. He'd read the latest article. He read all of Revite's articles. He wasn't too happy with the blow to Endeavor. He doubted the Flame Hero knew much about Alloy's schemes. Still, he can hardly believe any of this was going on and right under his nose. Part of him wonders how the commission didn't catch it before Revite. It was weird, he felt oddly off his game lately. It was since running into the dude with all the scars on his face. He refuses to believe that man was a villain. He's definitely a vigilante. It had came as a surprise to see him on the roof just over 3 days ago. It wasn't often he caught people lingering on rooftops. His company usually is limited to the pigeons and whatever plane happens to fly by when he's on patrol. Truthfully, he doesn't know what to think of the man. It was rude of him to burn his feather, that stung a little, literally, but Hawks had to say he was a little intrigued. He wishes he could have gathered more from him. How he'd gotten those purple scars that stretched across his skin like some sort of tapestry, something you'd find in a museum rather than on a person. He wanted to know why he seemed so keen on watching the fight. It had itched at the back of his mind for the past few days, throwing him off. Maybe that's why when the commission called him that Sunday morning he'd been so startled he'd spilled his coffee on himself, hot liquid burning into his skin. Now he was flying to the commission office in a new shirt and pair of pants. The entire way there his brain racked for ideas as to why he'd possibly be called in. He was sure he'd ran through all his paperwork correctly and it wasn't like the commission to constantly hound him. They'd spoken to him just a few days ago. Normally they waited at least a week for another check-in. Logically he knew it probably had something to do with the contacts they were trying to set him up with. There'd been news of an underground organization gathering followers lately and the commission wanted an inside ear. Lucky for them, he was good at hiding his appearance and getting the word of the street. He also happened to have to do what they asked, but that doesn't matter. When he arrived through the office window on the top floor, he was greeted with the tight-lipped expressions of some of the workers at the commission. He always did hate walking, or flying is more accurate, into this room. It seemed like he was being sent a dozen judging and disappointed stares every time. Hawks, President Damaso said as he touched down on the floor, walking over to her. Her narrowed blue eyes were wrinkled with old age, blonde hair slicked back as usual and frown resting on her lips. She had an aura to her that Hawks never liked. Being around her felt like he was a kid again having to be taught by the mean sub, hairs on his arms always standing up. Even now, after years of weekly meets with her, he still couldn't help but feel his guard go up even more than usual. He dipped his head politely. "President, how are you today? We don't have time for formalities today. I'd like to get straight to business," she said, dropping a file on the table separating them. Hawks internally winced. Someone set her off. "So what's the deal?" he asked, leaning against the table and reaching for the file. Before he even had a chance to read the title, she answered him. "You probably have heard of Revite." Heard of would be an understatement. It's impossible to avoid the topic of him nowadays. His articles are all over the news, especially his new one. He'd read it, but he hadn't looked too much into its aftermath yet, though he has no doubt it has just as big of an impact as the dozen of other articles before, if not more. Hawk's eyes scanned over the file. The words Revite were written in bold letters across the front. He noticed it was a rather thin file, and when he opened it up he found most of the papers were simply Revite's articles. Some of them were written on in ink, pointing out any clues that could lead to some pattern between who he targets for his articles, any link that could tell who he is. Humming to himself as he flipped through the contents of the article, he noted that the commission seemed to have a lack of leads. "What about him?" "Flip to the last page," she instructed, and he complied. It was the newest article, the one about alloy that came out yesterday. Below it there was a little blurb written by someone clearly from the commission pointing out all the ways Revite could have obtained this information and what it meant for other heroes. President Damaso picked up a remote of the table, turning to face the TV in the corner of the room. Revite's new article has made a bigger impact than expected. This morning, 122 of his clients called him to court to be sued. He'll undoubtedly end up bankrupt by the end of it all, even if he does win some of the battles. The commission has been forced to suspend his hero license until further notice, much like many other heroes targeted by Revite. This is not something we should be happy about. Alloy was a valuable hero despite his apparent flaws. The loss of such a high-ranking hero as himself will not be taken well. Already there have been fights starting to break out in more secluded areas. Luckily we've been able to keep the media from finding out about them, but I fear they will only grow the more Revite exposes heroes. He needs to be stopped. Nodding, he stroked his chin with the hand that wasn't holding the file. All fair points, but where is she going with this? He's not exactly a specialist in taking down people operating from online. So what do you suggest? We just straight up take him down and arrest him. That's exactly what I'm proposing, she replied, still not facing him. That is where you come in, Hawks. That is not where he comes in. Despite what some people think, he's not an idiot and knows going after Revite is the worst thing that could happen to him right now. The guy's a mastermind when it comes to finding information on heroes and taking them down. He has no uncertainty that if he wanted to, he could dig around deep enough, pull enough strings that would place Hawks as a licensed villain. That'd be the end of his career, his life practically. No one wants that. In the back of his brain, he wondered if President Demiso was on crack. She had to know that putting him in a position that placed him as one of Revite's targets would surely ruin a lot more than what Alloy's article has. Alloy is 52nd in rankings. Hawks is 3rd. He can only imagine the blow the hero society on a whole would take if Revite managed to prove him a wrongdoer. He's not sure what he'd find on him that would make him capable of being a wrongdoer, but he's sure Revite would figure something out. We need someone we trust to watch him. Someone who's capable of getting close to him and learning his motives, his secrets, how he gathers information. Demiso shifted the remote between her hands. You'll be our eyes on the inside. Oh, fun. Just toss me into Tartarus already, since that's where I'll end up after Revite Fang decides to target me. He sighed and put down the file. There's no use in arguing his way out of this. He knows once the commission has made up their mind, it's set in stone. And how am I going to do that? No offense, but from the looks of it, you don't have a single lead on how to find this guy. I was getting to that. This morning Alloy attended an interview with one of the local hero journalists. He gave a clue to how we can get in contact with Revite. She clicked on the remote and the screen lit up with an image. The footage was clearly from the very same interview she referred to. Alloy sat rigid in a brown leather chair, the dark-colored eye bags on his face poorly covered by makeup. Across from him, a dark-haired woman held a clipboard on her lap, jotting down notes as she asked him questions. Hawks almost sympathized for the guy. He always has hated interviews. It feels like the whole world is hanging off your every word, no margin for error. Lucky for him, he's always been able to hide that feeling and usually can deal quite well with people. Alloy, on the other hand, could not if the sweat on his forehead and wide eyes like that of a deer caught in headlights were anything to go by. Can you tell us how exactly Revite obtained all this information? The woman asked. Not that any of it's exactly true, but well, probably the internet, Alloy answered, visibly tensing. And the other night I had a man claiming to work for Revite break into my apartment and torture me for information. She wrote something down on her clipboard, nodding along. Right, and do you mind describing this man? Did you recognize him from anywhere? He shook his head. I didn't recognize him at all, but I don't think I can forget his face. He was horribly ugly. There were these gross purple scars across majority of his skin. They were held in place by staples like some sick version of Frankenstein. His quirk was some sort of fire one. He tried to burn my face off. Fire quirk. Scars? Hawk's mind wandered back to the man who'd burned his feather a few days ago. They couldn't be the same person, right? And you said he broke in? Does this mean Revite isn't just someone who writes articles but rather a vigilante too? No way this guy was Revite, and besides, vigilantes are people who break the law to do good. Revite does no good, Alloy countered, crossing his arms. Yes, but dash. The footage cut off as President Demiso clicked the off button on the remote before setting it back down on the table. She slid a second file over to him. In there you will find all we could dig up on the man with scars. A few photographs here and there, some of his minor crimes, mostly arson and petty theft. I want you to follow him around for a bit, get close enough to him so he can lead you to Revite. Hawks gingerly took the new file, flipping it open. He froze at the sight of the first photo. He knew the person staring back up at him, recognized those blue eyes and the black hair that spiked up in all different directions. With hesitance, he picked up the photo and studied it closer. There was no way it was anyone else. Skin grafts aren't exactly normal, especially ones like these. He won't agree with the way Alot put it, because in his opinion the scars make him look almost hot. But he has to admit this man does not have a face you can forget. It was the same man from a few days ago. His eyes flicked to the name at the top of the first sheet in the file. Dobby. President Damaso had walked over to him, resting a hand on his shoulder as she looked at the photo as well. He didn't have to look to know the expression filled with expectations that she was surely wearing. He found himself dreading the words that came tumbling from her lips. It was always like this. The same line, the same meaning, the same feeling of a heavy weight on his chest, suffocating him and his will to do anything but comply to what they ask of him. The commission depends on this job. We depend on you, Kigo. He'd never escape those words, but for once he isn't sure what to think of them, not with the scarred face staring blankly up at him. A face he'll soon be very, very familiar with. Dobby's pretty effing sure someone's been following him for the past day. It's fine really, no big deal. He'd not worried about it all. Especially not after Alloy leaked his appearance, and he's certain all it takes to find him is one simple search on the internet. And a couple people want to kill him because he helped with getting information on Alloy, which led to the writing of Revite's article and ultimately the many lawsuits against the metal hero. Okay, so maybe he's a little worried. But it's fine. Everything is perfectly fine. He's probably just paranoid. Even if there's someone following him, it's not like there's some major villain wanted to cut his throat or a hero hoping to catch him. Probably. As much as he hates to admit it, there is someone who could help him with this little dilemma. Not that he needs help or that there even is a problem. It's good to know that if there was a problem, which there isn't, then at least he knows just the person to fix it. But that won't happen because there isn't a problem. He paused as he reached the door to his flat. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he felt eyes on him. It's just his imagination. He's calling Midoriya. Fishing his crap phone out of his pocket, he continued down the sidewalk, not letting whoever it is following him to see where exactly he lived. He wanted to risk a glance over his shoulder to see if there was anyone he'd seen earlier in the day there, but he knew that would be too suspicious. All he did was tug the mask on his face up a little higher and hoped his shades covered his eye scars as well as he thought. The phone in his hand rang a few times before picking up. Hey? This is me Dash. Shut up Deku. Dobby cut him off, shoving his free hand in his phone. Dobby? Yeah, who else? Look, I need to ask you to do something, he said, turning down a street he rarely ever decided to walk by. There's some a-hole following me and I need you to help get rid of him. Or at least hide me from him. Okay, I guess I can help, he said, confusion clear in his voice. Dobby could picture the way he likely was frowning. What do you want me to do? I can't exactly fight him because well, I'm me. You're right. You're FNG twig. He ignored the slightly offended gasp from the other side of the call. He furrowed his brows as an idea crossed his mind. That's why I'm going to start training you. Train me? Yeah, aren't you the one that suggested it in the first place? A sigh escaped his lips. For one Revite you've got a sheet memory. I don't have. No, I only said that to distract you when you were trying to freaking kill me. Yeah, well, now when I do try to kill you, at least you can out up a fight. That's not the point. Can you shake this person that's tailing me or not? There was a few moments of pause. Sure. I'm going to erase everything there is on you online, redirect it, leave them a false trail of breadcrumbs. Don't go home for the rest of the day and try not to contact anyone who could be wanted. I can throw them off if you can manage to escape their sight for a little while. That's not to say they won't find you again, they may have memorized your information. Be glad you don't have a registered residence, or you'd maybe have to move. Got it? He tugged on his hoodie strings, still paranoid that his face wasn't fully covered. What's your plan for the day? Any more stalker shit you need me for? I'm not a stalker. He chuckled. Careful. Someone might hear you and then I'll be out of an info source. It's just my mom home, I'll be fine. Sorry kid, moms are what make it worse. Shut up, he told him, the static sound of him moving around coming through the phone. But no Revite plans. I have to go to the mall with my supervisors though. Tsutoramu doesn't trust that I have fancy clothes for the agency's business party at the Todoroki household in a few days. Business party at the Todoroki household? That party? Dabi faintly remembers always being told to stay in his room when he was younger during those parties. NG always hated them, He was grumpier for the entire week before usually. Dabi hated those weeks. He recalls the first party when he'd been training a few hours before. That was the day he got one of his first scars. Try harder, Tia. Don't be so weak. A scowl came across his face. He hated it there. He still hates that Demed house even though he's supposedly rid of it. It's hard to believe anyone thinks Endeavor is good, especially with the way him and his siblings grew up. His father never tried to be nice to them, not even in the company of others. It was living hell. Just thinking about those parties makes him want to throw up. He could feel his stomach turning and was jolted back to reality by the feel of his nails digging crescent moons into his palms. He lifted his hand out of his pocket, glaring at the dark half-circles, two of them bleeding slightly. Dobby? Deku's voice broke through the odd ringing in his ears that he hadn't realized he was hearing. Did the person get you? He shook his head, snapping back to the conversation. No. So the Todoroki household, huh? I have a plan for that. He could tell Deku was grinning. Care to let me in on it? He asked. Nope. You should deal with your follower right now. I have to go, Deku said, and before Dobby could say anything he'd hung up. Dobby stared at the phone for a few seconds before shoving it into his pocket. He could still feel eyes on him. A snarl worked its way onto his lips as he turned down an alley. Deku may prefer to work in the shadows, but Dobby rather just face this straight up. If he can't shake the person following him by running in circles, then he'll have to get this over with. Alley fights are always a pleasure. It was darker in the alley than it was on the street. There was no one in the alley, thank gosh, but it was a tight space. Not tight enough that he couldn't move around in it, but still a little too small for his liking. The sound of footsteps behind him lifted the hairs on his arms. So there was someone following him. He let his expression turn blank before spinning around slowly to face his little stalker. Thought I wouldn't notice someone was watching me? Actually, I was hoping you would. In that moment, Dobby put more effort than he should have into not turning his expression into a glare. Standing in front of him was a familiar face. Golden eyes traced in eyeliner and hair that lay messily on the man's head like he couldn't bother to fix it after what probably was all the wind that ruined it from flying. He looked identical to before, red wings curled at his back and expression a guarded kind of open. Bird brain, Dobby said, shifting his weight to one side. He could feel his jaw tense. Of course the hero was the one following him. He seemed like the annoying type that would. The question is why? It couldn't be that he was simply angry about him burning his feather, there had to be more. He had a feeling it had to do with his connection to Revite. Do you really not know my name, or do you just like calling me that? Mr. Hero asked, stepping towards him. Dobby took a step back in return. I think if I knew your name you'd still be a bird brain. He had the audacity to laugh. Dobby clenched his fists inside his pockets. He shouldn't be laughing. The name's Hawks, he said, outstretching a hand. He glared at it for several seconds. His fingers were calloused and dry. The hands of a hero. Hawks moved his hand around a little bit as if expecting him to shake it. Oh, come on, Dobby. Just shake the hand. I don't bite. The use of his name sent a jolt through him. So the hero had done his research? Good for him. It's too bad it won't help him. Dobby frowned and swatted the hand away. But I do. Why are you following me, Hawks? God, it's such a dumb name. The idiot probably thought that because he's got wings it would be an accurate title. His wings aren't even the same as those on a hawk by the looks of it. He knows he's one to talk, his name meaning cremate and all, but this guy was almost as bad with names as Deku. What the heck does Revite even mean, and why would he choose to go by useless? Hawks had stepped towards him again. I'm curious. Curious. What kind of all answer is that? Yeah. He rubbed the back of his neck and beamed at him. You're interesting and no offense, but you're easy to look up. I wanted to know a bit more about you. Like I said, it's not every day I see someone of a roof, and it's not exactly normal for vigilantes to burn my feathers. You're interesting? That's the best he could come up with? Does this guy wanted to mugged? 'Cause he can do that, gladly. He frowned and scoffed. Wow, he's an idiot. Too naive, just like most heroes. For one, I'm a villain, not a vigilante. Stop saying otherwise. Secondly, though, I don't care that I'm interesting, Because to me, you're not, and I could care less what you do, so flap your little wings and get out of my hair. He made a move for the alley exit but was blocked by one of Hawk's wings. A scowl reached his lips. Dumb bird. Hawks looked him in the eye. Don't be so stuck up. I just want to get to know you. I don't think you realize how much damage getting to know me does, he answered. It was the truth for both of sides. People getting to know him never turned out well. It put him in danger for one. Information is valuable. The fact that the hero knows his name and appearance is already enough of a hazard. He's learned that people talk even when they promise sealed lips. It's dangerous to give someone something to talk about, and if Dobby were to let anyone get to know him, it wouldn't be a hero. Especially not this hero who apparently has no regard for person space. Besides, if Hawks were to be seen talking to him, it'd be the end of his hero career. Not that Dobby cares about that. I don't mind damage, Hawks said. I do work with Endeavor after all. One evening with you, that's all I'm asking. He narrowed his eyes. Why are you so eager? There's got to be more in this for you, birdie. Can't it just be that I think you're hot? Oh, real smooth. Dobby rolled his eyes. No, that's dumb and we both know it. It's a good thing I'm pretty dumb. He sort of wanted to punch a wall because of this guy's idiocy. Does he really think Dobby's that easy to play? He's been living on the streets for years. He knows a con when he sees one. Hawk's face was full of lies. It's the kind of false honesty so many people use. They act like their intentions are an open book when really the true meaning to their words is hidden much deeper, underneath the many layers of masks. That's one thing both heroes and villains are good at, putting up an act. Still not convinced, Dobby said, shoving past Hawk's wing. He waved lazily over his shoulder. So, unless you can tell me the real reason, bye. See you never. As he made his way down the tight alley, he felt cold fingers wrap around his wrist. He stopped in his tracks, tilting his head to look at the hero gripping onto him. He wasn't meeting his eyes as he muttered quietly, Wait. You work with Revite, don't you? Silence came from Dobby's end. He expected this. He wasn't certain in it. No, but he would be stupid to ignore the fact that most people would die for a chance to meet Revite, whether it's to kill him, thank him, or join him. Alloy kind of blew your cover, Hawks said sheepishly. I know. He did know. He'd know since yesterday when Alloy had given his description in that DMED interview. Deku had been the one to warn him about it. They agreed he should have more caution with what he does. Even though majority of the time he's out in public he wear a hood and mask, he usually is less careful in the lower, sketchier parts of the city. Now that everyone knows he works with Revite, he's valuable. He's a source, and that's far too risky for his liking. Still, the exposure is good for one thing. Maybe this way NG will see his name, and when he finds out he's his son, it'll be so much more satisfying. Hawk's eyes flicked to his quickly. You can get me in contact with him, right? And why would a hero like you want anything to do with the guy whose job is taking down heroes? Dobby asked. He pulled his hand out of his pocket, lighting one finger, hoping to portray his next words as a threat. Don't think I'll let you imprison him or some shit. I don't want to imprison him. I want to help him. Of all the things Dobby's done so far that day, what Hawks said was the most surprising. He gaped at him. Help him. Yes. Nope. Clearly this man truly has a bird brain. He ripped his wrist out of his hand. Are you crazy? He pet his head to the side. No? Is working with Revite really that bad? No, yes if dash, just why? You're a hero. A top one. He takes down heroes. Dobby wanted to rip his hair out. He knows Deku doesn't hate all heroes, but F dash, Hawks is an idiot. Look, Hawks said, crossing his arms. I know that. I think that's why I'd be valuable to him. I know how broken the hero system is. I work with these people who do bad things and never get caught. I'm sick of it. I became a hero to help the world, and it disgusts me that others don't do the same. I want to change that. He's already made a big difference, and I don't just want to sit by and watch anymore. The look in his eyes, it was serious. Dobby snorted. Oh God. He chuckled and shook his head. Was this guy honestly serious? Hawks frowned at him. Dobby smirked and poked him in the chest. Oh, you heroes are all the same. Think you're so noble. I want to make the world a better place, that's what you all say, right? Hawks didn't look too happy, but he could care less. Tell you what, Birdie. I'll talk to Revite. If he's interested, I'll contact you. If not, then nothing will happen. Don't get your hopes up too high, MK? You're a hero, and to most of the public that makes you an idol, but to the people who support Revite, it makes you a falsity. Don't pride yourself so much. Hawks opened his mouth as if to make a retort, but then snapped it shut quickly. Hesitantly, he nodded. How will you reach me? I work with Revite. Trust me, I'll find a way to reach you. He started to amp his way down the alley when Hawks called one last thing to him. I hope to see you again, Dobby. He ignored the small tug at his gut and glanced over his shoulder to smirk at him. Perhaps. Walking away, he snickered. Wait till Deku gets a kick of this. That smelly flesh man. You have a fan. Izuku frowned at the text he received half an hour after Dabi had called him. Next to him, his mother drove their car listening to the softly playing music from Presentation Michael's radio channel. He angled his phone away so she wouldn't see his texts, trying his best not to appear suspicious. Inko had nearly walked in on him talking to Dabi on the phone earlier, and he could only pray she didn't hear what they'd been talking about. Smelly flesh man. The dude who was stalking me turned out to be a hero. They knew I worked with you and wanted a way to contact you so they could join your cause and help you. Help me? A hero? Smelly flesh man. That's what I said. Apparently they hate the system too. They could be useful. Smelly flesh man. Eep. Izuku couldn't contain his surprised gasp. To his left, his mother glanced at him, clearly concerned. He quickly made up an excuse. There was something funny on this platform. She nodded and went back to watching the road. He released a sigh of relief. He can't believe this. Hawks, the number 3 hero, was for Revite. That was a little too much for him to process. Not just that he is Revite, so therefore Hawks is for his cause, but also that such a high-ranking hero is against the hero system. This is huge. If they can show the world Hawks thinks society is broken too, then it might help pull more people into helping the change he's fighting for. He looked to his phone screen. It was almost too good to believe. A little too good. So what's the plan? Smelly flesh man. I told him I'd talk to you, and if you wanted then you'd contact him. Meet at this location at 8 p.m. on Thursday. I'll tell Hawks. Location sent. Smelly flesh man. Remember, he's a hero. Thanks for the concern. Smelly flesh man. I'm not concerned, you little sheet. Whatever you say. Smelly flesh man. Middle finger emoji. They should have a purple skin one. Smelly flesh man. I'm out. Bye, a-hole. Izuku smiled. He's definitely warming up to him. Do you want me to drop you off here, hun? His mother asked, gesturing to the entrance of the mall. At the front he spotted 2 heads of red and green hair. He grinned when he saw Akito bump their fist into Tsutomu's shoulder. This is good, he told Inko. She pulled the car to a stop. He was about to jump out of the car when she put a hand on his shoulder. She smiled softly at him, the way only a mother can. Who were you texting? She asked, eyes flicking to the phone he held in his hands. You were smiling a lot. Oh. He didn't want to lie to her. That is probably the worst part about being Revite. He's had to lie to so many people on a daily basis. He's my friend. A smile broke out on her face and she squeezed his shoulder. I'm so happy for you, Izuku. Thanks, but, Mom? I really have to go. He lifted her hand off his shoulder and opened up the door. Tsutomu-san doesn't like to wait. Oh, sorry. She watched him scramble out of the car. Have fun, Izuku. He waved to her. As he car drove away, he relaxed. He loves his mom, he really does, but it can be a bit much with all the stuff going on in his life. He has to remember this whole interning stuff is new for her too. He can't imagine what he'd do if his kids suddenly changed dreams and started working for one of the highest-ranking heroes out there. That's not to mention how closed off he's been lately. He wishes he didn't have to be so secretive, but he knows it's for the best. He's not even sure Inko would let him be Revite if she knew. She doesn't talk about Revite ever. Maybe she doesn't agree with his views on heroes? The feeling of a hand on his shoulder snapped him out of his thoughts. It's a good thing too, he's glad he doesn't have to go down that rabbit hole right now. Hey kiddo, Akito said, punching his arm lightly with the hand that wasn't on his shoulder. He looked to where Tsutoramu was standing next to them. She looked no different than she did on a day when they'd be working on the field, plain t-shirt with flannel and cuff jeans. Her hair wasn't in its usual ponytail though, instead it was tied into 2 braids laying neatly on her shoulders. He offered her a smile. Akito on the other hand he was seeing for the first time not in grease-stained Carhartts. They wore a blindingly pink shirt and black jeans with a strip of rainbow colors down the outside seam. With their hair it was a lot of color. You ready to go shopping, Mito? Akito cheered before they faltered. You don't mind that I call you Mito, right? I don't mind at all. This was weird. It was an overly friendly interaction compared to what he's used to. No one's ever asked if it was okay to call him something, people always started calling him Deku without prompting. Even Dabi didn't ask what to call him, he had told him to call him Deku before he could ask. Mito is incorrect grammar, Tsutoramu mumbled. Akito laughed. Shut it, it's a nickname. Still incorrect. You don't have to be here, you know, Akito threatened, wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Midoriya and I can buy clothes without you. Technically you can't since he's under my supervision, and the whole point of this was to help him pick out clothes that won't get him thrown out of the party tomorrow, she said, making her way towards the mall entrance. And no offense, but you have horrid fashion sense. Akito let go of him and chased after her. I do not. Do not. You sort of do, Izuku muttered, causing them to look at him oddly. Akito laughed brightly like before, head thrown back and everything. The kid's got some nerve. Well, he started to sputter. I didn't mean that. Your style's super cool and it's not horrible, but, well, for Endeavor's party I think you wouldn't pick wisely. Not that I think you're not wise. Or that you're old cause wise people are normally old, which is sort of stereotypical of me and Dash. Dude, chill, they said, ruffling his hair. They glanced at Tsutoramu and then back to him. You must be pretty nervous, huh? He wanted to say he's just always like this, which is true, but he'd be lying if he said he wasn't at all nervous. He rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. I don't get out much with other people. This is a new thing for me. Both Tsutoramu and Akito's faces fell. He got that look a lot. He could see the gears turning in Tsutoramu's head, connecting the dots to how all of this is due to his quirklessness. There was a small sliver of pity and sympathy in her eyes, something he hadn't ever seen before. Akito was fastest to recover as they hooked arms with him despite being at least 7 inches taller than him. She nudged him with her hip as they started to walk, offering a warm smile. Then we'll just have to make this the best outing yet. I will throw the entirety of the knife drawer at your face if you dare let this child eat that disgusting stuff, Akito threatened, pointing at one of the restaurants in the food court. Izuku couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. In all honesty, he'd been having more fun than usual. By usual he means how he usually sits in his room after school. This was much better. Especially now that school was over, so he had the entire day off. Hanging out with Akito and Tsutoramu felt so carefree, despite the fact Tsutoramu was somewhat strict and had to keep Izuku and Akito from being distracted by everything in the mall. The two of them promised him a good time and they were holding up to that promise. Still, in the 2 hours they'd been there they had yet to find clothing for the event. Even with Tsutoramu keeping them in check, Akito still was determined to show him everything from the indoor skating rink, which they weren't allowed in but watching others was fun enough, to checking out the food courts. Currently, Akito was trying to convince Todoroki that one can only be picky at a food court. Apparently not all of the food there is safe paresi. His supervisor was giving up a good fight, but after Akito's statement, she just sighed and made way for the suit shop they originally planned to go to. Then we don't have to eat any of it. Let's go. He happily followed her. Not that he'd tell Akito, but she was more scary than them and he'd prefer to not be food poisoned. Please and thank you. Akito wrapped their arm around his shoulder like they had been doing the entire time. She leaned down and whispered into his ear. Ogawa's not really as much of a buzzkill as she seems. I think she's just excited to help you pick out a suit. He laughed more out of nerves than not. You think so? I know so. They grinned and poked his ribs playfully. I get that neither of us have known you for longer than a few weeks, but you're intriguing, Midoriya. Ogawa likes intriguing, and whether she expresses it or not, she has high hopes for you in the analyst world. She's the definition of tough love. Especially when it comes to interns. The fact she invited you to do this is her way of showing she doesn't want you to be fired just yet. For some odd reason that filled his chest with a warm feeling. He respected Todoroki quite a lot. After all, she is an analyst for the second highest ranking hero. Hearing that praise from her, even if it is second-hand, isn't something he expected, but he's grateful nonetheless. Akito must have noticed the smile creeping onto his face as they bumped shoulders with him as they entered the store. Immediately he spotted Todoroki standing by the suits. She looked up at them. Midoriya, go pick out a suit and then come find us by the changing rooms. Sana and I are going to find our own clothes. He watched Akito pump their fist in the air. They winked at him and whispered, I was getting sick of wearing the same old clothes to every event. Sana, Todoroki called over her shoulder, already halfway over to the dressing rooms. I won't let you have any say if you don't hurry up. I'm coming. Geez, woman. Shaking his head, he looked away from the two of them before turning to the rows of suits in front of him. He ran his fingers over all of them, feeling a little overwhelmed. He, like Todoroki, didn't trust his own fashion judgment. Most of his clothes just said what kind of shirt he was wearing. He thinks they're funny. Kaken says they're lame. Point is, he's not going for funny or lame, and that's apparently all he knows how to dress like. Reaching his hand out, he felt the soft fabric of one of the many suits. The texture was nice, and he liked the simple brown and black stripes on them. The beigeish yellow dress shirt to go with it was nice. He flipped over the tag, grateful it was within his price range. This should do. It's simple but still formal. He glanced at where Todoroki and Akito were. The redhead was sitting on one of the benches, expression blank as the support technician twirled around in a dress, bowing and playing around. One look at the pile of clothes they were going to try on and at the playful glint in Akito's eyes was all he needed to know he should leave them be for a while. With his mind still on how carefree the two adults seemed, he made his way out of the store, opting to go to the water fountain he knew wasn't so far away. He liked seeing older people goof around. He never got to see his mom like that unless she was trying to poke fun with him. It was nice knowing that when he grows up he can still be a kid. That is if he isn't in prison. You know, he's not as dumb to not notice that Revite is currently in a tricky situation. Too many people want him gone, angered with his articles. He's seen the damage his newest article has done. The lawsuits, the complaints, the gatherings on the streets with people and their signs calling the commission out for their lies. Of all the people to be worried, it should be the commission. It's their broken system that he's exposing anyways. The only one befitting form the situation is villains and low-ranking heroes. That's why Hawk's offer to help is so strange. What could he possibly gain? What's worth the risk of his career and entire life as far as he knows? This is hurting my head, he mumbled under his breath, raising a hand to rub at his temple. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something in one of the shop windows. He halted, back-stepping till he was directly in front of the window, staring right at what had caught his eye. In the center of the window was a black light jacket, not much different from a windbreaker. On the sleeves there were dark green stripes. His eyes traced over the many different pockets and the dark forest green hood. His reflection through the mirror stared back at him, mouth slightly agape. It was pretty cool as far as jackets go, and he can only imagine the functionality those pockets gave it. He's sure he could fit a notebook in one of the bigger ones. An idea struck him as he stared at the display. With everything that's been going on lately, a disguise doesn't seem horrible. Especially now that Dobby's getting more attention. If he's caught around him, that would expose him for sure. He's more than just a kid behind a computer now. He's a threat to big-time players that before thought they couldn't be touched, people like high-ranking heroes and the commission, people who wouldn't hesitate to throw him in jail and had the ability to do so. A grin found its way to his lips. No, a disguise isn't a bad idea at all. When he returned to the dressing rooms with the suit he saw earlier and another bag in hand, Todoroki and Akito appeared down with their browsing. His mentor looked down at him and the extra bag. She frowned. Where'd you go? I didn't want to interrupt you guys, he answered honestly, so I went and got something I've been needing to buy for a while. I hope that's okay. Before Tsutomu could put in her 2 cents, Akito cut her off. It's totally okay, Mito. We're here to have fun. Thanks you being so considerate. He rubbed the back of his neck and tried for a nervous smile. As much as likes Akito, he's not quite comfortable around her. It still feels weird not calling them Akito-san. Tsutomu grabbed his suit, eyebrow raised. You didn't pay for this yet, did you? No. He shook his head. I wanted to run it by you first before I dash. But that would have been a catastrophe. Bought it and wait, what? He stared at the woman as she tossed the suit onto one of the dressing room benches, picking up another one instead. She held it up to him, seeming to look to see if it was the right size. She nodded her head, clearly finding what she wanted before shoving the suit into his hands and guiding him towards one of the dressing rooms. Tsutomu? Shush, she said, opening one of the empty change rooms. The suit isn't going to agree with Endeavor and it's ugly on you, no offense. You have amazing eye color and complexion, take advantage of it. You and Sana both forget the advantages of having green hair when picking out suits. This one will be much better for you. He wasn't able to get a single word in before she slammed the dressing room door shut and he was left alone in the small cubicle with only his reflection in the mirror for company. Sighing, he looked down at the suit in his hands. There's no point in trying to avoid wearing it, he knows that. He's learned in their short time together that both of the people standing outside the dressing room are stubborn and determined. Once they've both made up their minds, can't change them. Besides, it's not like he has anyone else to give him fashion advice. Dobby seems to only wear his edgy I came back from the different style that gave him such weird looks. Changing quickly, he re-emerged in the full suit, feeling somewhat self-conscious. He cleared his throat to catch the 2 adults' attentions. They swiveled around to look at him and Akito nearly screamed in delight. She punched him in the arm a little harder than he expected. You look great, kiddo. You're totally going blend in. Not that you'll blend in, like, in a bad way but in a good way. The way we were going for not anything dash. Akito, he said, laughing a little and trying his hardest not to add the suffix of san. You're starting to sound like me. She laughed with him, throwing her head back. They put an arm around Tsutomu who surprisingly didn't push it off. Ogawa, have I told you how much I like this kid? Yes, she deadpanned. You have on multiple accounts. You shouldn't pump his spirits so much. You shouldn't pump his spirits. Yeah, they mocked. They stuck their tongue out at her. Finally facing him again, they beamed. Don't worry, kid, this party will be great. Right, Ogawa? With the prompting of Akito's elbow jabs, she nodded. Izuku couldn't help but snicker a little at that. An easy smile found its way onto his lips. He said, Thank you both. I really appreciate you helping me today. It's the most considerate thing someone's won for me in a while, and I had a lot of fun. He swears he saw Tsutomu look away to hide her small smile. Akito took pleasure in proudly presenting their grin, kicking his shin playfully. But they really like to express physical affection. He supposes a few bruises from some miscalculated shoulder punches aren't so bad though. Knowing the 2 of them would help him navigate, he felt more at ease about going to this party and working for Endeavor in general. He has a feeling tomorrow night will be an interesting one. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Who wouldn't be? His job is on the line and therefore his entire FING plan, which happens to be what will keep society from falling apart. He ran a hand through his hair and wiped his sweaty hands on his pants. Tsutomu reached across the car's console and whacked his hands. Don't, she said. Endeavor won't be impressed by sweat stains. He nodded his head, not able to squeeze words out of his dry mouth. He finally understood why they're called butterflies. His stomach felt like it was full of the fluttering creatures. Convincing himself to be calm earlier when he was waiting for his mentor to pick him up hadn't been as successful as he'd planned. He'd calmed down for a bit and then his mother had reminded him what an amazing opportunity this was and how important it is he makes a good impression. He loves his mom, he really does, but it wasn't helpful in any way, shape or form. Now he's panicking in Sutoromu's car as they pull up to the Todoroki manor. Sutoromu pulled the car up to the curb, parking it. Her eyes settled on him, eyebrows arched into her usual frown. He cringed knowing the conversation that was about to follow. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat. Nervous? You could say that, he muttered. It's not like my boss already hates me or anything, so a mess-up would be 10 times worse. Definitely not. For starters, I'm your boss, not him. If he tries to fire you, he'll go through me. I can speak on Sana's behalf when I say they'll make sure you stay at this agency, she said. Secondly, you're going to do fine. You're not half as dumb as some of the people that are going to be here. He nodded his head, biting the insides of his cheeks. Yeah. It's going to be fine. It will. Now ground rules. She held up a finger. Rule number 1, don't approach Endeavor. If he wants to talk to you, he will. Unless I tell you to, don't approach anyone. Most of these people aren't going to like you. Stay by my side until I give you the clear to do otherwise. Rule 2, if you start a conversation, ask about the person's job. The prestigious people who are here will gladly tell you about their job, whether it's hero work or something else. If they happen to direct the conversation towards you, talk about your plans for being an analyst, got it? Or gloat about Endeavor and how interesting it is working under him. Either works. And final rule, don't break anything. That'll surely get you fired. Okay? For a few seconds he just sat there letting his brain catch up before nodding. He could work with that. Acting out his plan would be a little difficult if he had to be by her side all night, but he can't always have things his way. This opportunity on its own is a good enough advantage. He unbuckled and opened his door, grinning at Sutoromu. Let's go ace a party. It's not an exaggeration when Izuku says the place was packed. The Todoroki household is by no means small, but with the entirety of the Endeavor agency squeezed into only a few rooms, it seemed barely bigger than a classroom. It was tough for Sutoromu to push her way through the many clusters of adults chatting away, never mind how difficult it was for him who was near 2/3 her size. Sticking close to the tall woman was proving to be a good decision. He kept a hand stuffed in his pocket, fiddling with the small little device he had in it. Paranoia of it falling out and him losing it gripped at his chest. It would SCK to lose something so important to his plan. Sutoromu glanced at him as if checking she hadn't lost him yet before coming to a stop at the side of the living room. Izuku took a moment to marvel at the setup of the party. It seemed more like a fundraiser, much like what Akito had explained to him. It made more sense why his 2 supervisors had insisted on him dressing nice. Even in the suit he felt underdressed compared to all the fancy clothed people around him. Most were adorned in jewelry and makeup to match extravagant outfits. Even Sutoromu's black one-sleeve dress seemed out of place in contrast to all the many colors in the room. With a quick survey of the room, he found he recognized a few of the guests as heroes, some of which are on his list of people to later investigate under the cover of Revite. He frowned slightly. This does seem like the sort of crowd to hang around Endeavor. Maybe he'll be able to get some investigating beyond what he's doing with Endeavor tonight. Whatever you're thinking, don't do it, Sutoromu said from beside him. Words surprised him enough to be jerked out of his thoughts. Huh. She sighed. You have that look every analyst has when they're about to do something. There's a look for that? Wonderful. Not only is he limited to what he can do around Sutoromu, but apparently she has a keen eye too and would pick up on anything he does. He should have planned for this. Sometimes it's a little too easy to forget he's still a teenager and therefore suspicious to any adult. He laughed off his disappointment. He sheepishly held up his hands. Whoops. Caught me. The way she turned to look back to the crowd with an unconvinced look didn't do any good for Izuku's butterflies. He fiddled with his hands. Is this all they're going to do? Stand here and observe? He gets that's their job, but they're technically not working now. His feet were going to start to hurt soon. It was several more minutes in which he spent trying to figure out every person in the room before someone approached the 2 of them. He tried to mask his expression as he realized who said person was. Hawks smiled at both of them, red wings tucked behind his back. Izuku wondered momentarily how he managed to get them into his dark-colored suit. Next to him he noticed Sutoromu's jaw tense and he couldn't blame her. Izuku can't help but feel a little tense himself. Before yesterday he would have had no qualms talking to Hawks, but since hearing news from Dabi that he holds an interest in Revite, he feels the need to keep his guard up more than usual. Hawks, as much of a use he could be, is a dangerous ally to pursue. He'd be one of the most watched heroes by both the Commission and media. Besides that, he's untrustworthy. There's no doubt that he, like most heroes, has a mask he wears majority of the time. It's risky to trust someone who doesn't trust you with a mere facial expression or emotion. Standing in front of Hawks for the first time since knowing of his desire to help Revite was unnerving. Beyond all the facts surrounding Hawks personally, it's also a liability to have someone who's met Revite talk to him. If he can connect the dots between Izuku and Revite, it won't be good for anyone. Of course, as all of this went through his mind, Hawks remained in the dark. He'd reached them by now. Hello to you both. A pleasure seeing you here. I regret to say the feeling is not returned on my behalf, Todoroki replied, fingers tapping at her sides. He could practically feel the waves of agitation flowing off of her. Hawks breathed in through his teeth. Ouch, I'm hurt, Todoroki. I really am sorry about barging in on the fight the other day. I'm just trying to do my job. So am I. The two stared at each other for a few moments, Todoroki's gaze more challenging while Hawks remained rather apologetic. It only lasted so long before Hawks blinked and faced Izuku. He grinned again. Hey, you're that analyst from the other day. Midoriya, right? Izuku glanced at the hand he'd outstretched to him. He shook it. That'd be me. I'm surprised you remembered. I have a knack for names, he said, tapping his head. It was strange seeing him without his costume. Izuku half expected to see yellow headphones around his neck like usual. I wanted to make sure you weren't too bored. Endeavor's parties are nothing like the raves I'm sure you're used to. Nervously, he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I don't really go to those. He's only 15, Todoroki said. Hawks glanced at her. I could have sworn he was in third year of high school. Really? Izuku asked. Everyone usually says I have a baby face that makes me look younger than I am. You do, it's just I assumed someone working for Endeavor would be a little older. I'm impressed. Quietly he thanked him. He could feel his face heating up at the compliment and was prepared for Todoroki to scold Hawks again on wrongly placed praise. It shocked him a little when she didn't. Does that mean it's not wrongly placed? Is it really that impressive he's so young? His mind drew up the moment when he'd first met Dabi and how he couldn't wrap his head around the fact he was a kid. Izuku thinks he still can't quite believe it. Maybe it is a little impressive, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's not like he's changing the world or anything. Well, even if Revite is, that doesn't mean he's doing much as an intern for Endeavor. There's not much for Hawks to be impressed by. Oh, Todoroki, I was wondering, Hawks said out of the blue, do you know anything about Revite? Revite. Izuku perked up, trying his best to hide his immediate interest. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He'll never get used to people talking about him without knowing it. Every move he makes when they do feels like a clue to discovering his identity. He's never been an amazing liar, and he can only hope to school his expression enough to hide what can't be revealed. This isn't good. Or maybe it is. He hasn't decided yet. Hawks asking about him proves that he truly was the one stalking Dabi, but it also leads to several different conclusions. One being he is simply just curious and wants information before meeting up with him tomorrow to discuss an alliance, and another is the possibility that he's been debating for the past day or so. The less desirable but more likely possibility. Todoroki's face remained as expressionless as ever. Why do you ask? Oh, no big reason, Hawks answered. He interests me, and I thought an analyst like yourself would know some stuff. He's an analyst too, after all. I would say he's more of an investigative journalist, but your reasoning is fair. She crossed her arms. I know nothing besides the fact that speaking of him, especially in a setting like this, is not the wisest of choices. Something flashed in Hawk's eyes, and Izuku felt like an iron wall had slammed down between them and him. Anxiety tugged at his chest while Hawks clearly forced a smile. I suppose you're right. He turned and walked away. Thank you for the chat. I'll see you both around. As he left, Izuku felt himself relax, but only just a little. He doubts Tsutomu's the first or last person he'll ask about Revite. Next to him, Tsutomu narrowed her eyes. She said, "Don't mind him. Let's go find Sana." He happily followed her away from their side of the room. He trusted that Tsutomu knew where Akito would be at a place like this. The two of them were undeniably closer than everyone else at the agency. It was likely that at parties like this they mostly stuck to each other. Moving through the many people, Izuku picked up chatter from here and there. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of flames and hurriedly shifted so he was hidden behind Tsutomu. He'd prefer if he didn't have to interact with Endeavor tonight. It's better if he does his investigating from afar. Tsutomu grabbed his wrist, tugging him along, claiming he moved too slow. On their way to find Akito, they were stopped several times by other guests. For the most part they ignored him except for the few who asked for his name. Apparently Tsutomu is more popular in the agency than he would have expected. It makes sense. She is the top analyst, but, no offense to her, her personality seems so off-putting at first it's hard for him to believe any of these people speak with her outside of work. Actually, nearly all the people who stopped them were looking for answers to a question or gossip on Endeavor. Tsutomu appeared unfazed, mind set on finding the green-haired person they were searching for. It only took 15 minutes to find her. Where she was surprised Izuku. He feels like he's getting a lot of surprises tonight. They seem like the type of person to love socializing, yet they were tucked away in an isolated corner. Then again, they also seemed like the type of person to hate events like this that are filled with rich people eager to please the number 2 hero. Standing next to Akito was someone who appeared to be a boy around his age with white hair. His was leaning against the wall, holding up light conversation with Akito. She was basically bouncing off the walls while he stood there, nodding occasionally. Tsutomu pulled him toward them both. She stopped beside Akito, releasing him before actually smiling at them. "Sana, I see you found your friend." Akito's gaze snapped to her and they practically beamed. They slung an arm around her shoulder. "Sure did. I see you brought over Mido." They used their free hand to give him a fist bump. "Hello, suit twin." Sure enough, when Izuku compared their suits they looked fairly similar. His was much more plain, but they both were close shades of dark green and black. He couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, I guess we are sort of twins." "You betcha. We green-haired folk have to stick together." Their eyes lit up. "Oh, introductions. Midoriya, meet my friend." The boy stepped away from the wall and Izuku finally got a full look at his face. His jaw dropped. The boy's hair was not white as he originally thought, but instead a split of white and red. On his left side his red hair was matched with a scar circling his eye. His eyes were breathtaking. Izuku always loved heterochromic eyes, but he rarely saw them in colors of blue and gray. Normally they were blue and green or even brown. He remembers being a kid and wishing he had heterochromic eyes. His mother thought he was silly. But none of that was what made his eyes widen with shock. He knew that face. Shoto Todoroki, the youngest son of Endeavor. Thinking back on it, he should have considered the possibility of him being here. It is his house after all. He'd wrongly assumed that Endeavor wouldn't let his son come to these events, wouldn't let any of his children. The gears in his head turned as he considered the idea of Endeavor wanting exposure for Shoto before he goes into UA. The word of a son of his entering UA had long since spread, and he supposes it could benefit him to start opening Shoto up to those sorts of things. Yeah, he really should have foreseen this. The bigger surprise was that Akito had called Shoto a friend. As far as he knows, Endeavor doesn't let him have friends or socialize at all. Akito continues to amaze him. "Shoto, this is the intern I was telling you about," Akito said, gesturing to Izuku. "Mido, this is Shoto Todoroki." Izuku snapped out of his initial shock and held a hand out for Todoroki to shake. "Hello, Todoroki. I'm Izuku Midoriya." He cringed at himself even as he said it, but still kept up his smile, which at this point he wasn't sure was an act or not. He's genuinely glad he'll get the chance to talk to Shoto. It'll help his plans a lot more, especially if this interaction gives him an excuse to talk to him at UA. Shoto glanced at the hand, not taking it before simply stating, "Shoto." Saying Todoroki in this house doesn't specify enough. direct, he thought, feeling all of his confidence drain away. He's really just making a fool of himself, isn't he? Great. Oh, would you look at that? I think Yamamoto-san over there wants us, Akito said, grabbing hold of Tsutomu's hand. Bummer. Guess we'll have to leave you two to talk alone. Have fun. They started to drag Tsutomu away and Izuku's chest tightened. He frantically whipped his head to face them both. Akito, don't do this, he hissed under his breath to them. Sorry kid, duty calls. Tsutomu, he begged. Help me out here, ISCK a social interaction. Sorry Midoriya, but you said it yourself that you don't get out much. Make a friend. She willingly walked away with Akito. Call if there's something important. So much for being my support. He gaped at them as they disappeared into the crowd, leaving him alone with a boy he knew more about than he should. How is he even supposed to start a conversation? The little voice in the back of his that was sounding a lot like Dobby was telling him to open with a line about how he stalks his entire FING family. He faced Shoto, offering a weak smile. He was looking at him expectantly, like he was waiting for him to initiate conversation. Izuku tried to speak. So, how do you know Akito? The same way you do, he answered calmly. They work for my father, so when he holds parties or takes me to the agency they are usually there. She's interesting. Nodding along, Izuku struggled to find ways to continue the conversation. Yeah, they're great. Do you come to these often? Shoto shook his head. No. When I do, people either stay away from me because of my father or they try to talk to me because of my father. The pointed look he gave him didn't calm his nerves. Izuku wanted to deny what he was supposedly accusing him of, but it wasn't exactly wrong. A big part of talking to Shoto is to get information on his father. The end goal might be to save him, but none of that matters enough to outright say Shoto is wrong about his intentions. That esikes was the best he could say. This whole party esis, Shoto said, slumping back against the wall. I beg to differ. He was given a weird look for that remark. He panicked and quickly explained. Be because of the food. You know, food makes everything a little more enjoyable. His expression softened from the defensive look it had uptake. His eyes seemed to glance across the room to where a buffet was set up. Humming, the dual-colored boy nodded his head. It would be better if they had soba. Izuku smiled softly, recalling all the times he'd come home from a rough day and his mom had soba sitting on the table almost like she had some psychic ability to sense when he wasn't feeling too awesome. It was always the best when there'd be leftovers for him to take for lunch the next day. He never bothered to heat them up in the microwave in fear that going into the cafeteria would cause Kaken and his friends to take his food. Yeah. Soba makes everything better, he agreed, still thinking of the many fond memories he has surrounding the food. Shoto sent a glance at him, something lighting up in his eyes. You like it? Like it? More like love it. It's one of the best foods out there. Anyone who says otherwise is crazy, he said. Exactly, he exclaimed. Something about his mood changed in those few seconds. Izuku had to hold back a surprised look as he pushed away from the wall again. His hands moved at his sides as he spoke. Hot soba is good, but cold is 1,000 times better. He shook his head as the image of Dabi saying he could die for a hot bowl of soba the other day when walking to Alloy's house. My friend would love to argue with you on that one. He loves hot soba. His nose wrinkled. Where is this friend? I'll gladly show him how wrong he is. There's no way anything is better than cold soba. Sure. Do you take on the same opinion as your friend? I like both equally. How can you like both? How can you prefer one? Listen, cold soba is so much better for a dozen reasons. Shoto argued, narrowing his eyes. Izuku held back a smile. Is that so? Yes. For one, you're not going to burn your mouth. 2, there's no need to reheat it every time you want to eat it. 3, because you don't have to reheat it, you can have it anywhere at any time. 4, you don't have to wait for it to cool. 5. He continued to list a dozen reasons, true to his word. Izuku enjoyed watching him get so riled up about this. His hands moved around as he spoke in the most intriguing way that had Izuku staring. It was a little adorable and scary at the same time how his eyes lit up and he spoke with such passion. He couldn't help but laugh a little. He'd never seen someone get so heated about a food. Shoto halted in listing his reasons. His eyebrows furrowed in a mix of confusion and agitation. Why are you laughing? He tried to contain his laughter just a little bit more and was thankful that for once he succeeded. Sorry. I'm not laughing at you, it's just. I don't know, it's cool to see someone other than me get excited about something. Oh, I see. Once again his expression turned more neutral rather than defensive. He looked around the room, seeming to check for something before speaking to him again. Come with me to the kitchens. We'll see which soba is better. Izuku's eyes widened. He blinked a few times and felt like he should pinch himself. Shoto was already making his way through the crowd of guests. With only a split second to think, he chased after him. No way was he passing up this opportunity. He caught up to him as he was stepping into the other room. Izuku slid past the door and fell into step next to the Todoroki. I'm confused. What are we doing? He asked, sparing a look at him. Getting soba so I can prove to you and your friend that cold soba is superior, he said calmly. He turned down the hall and opened a door that, sure enough, revealed the kitchen. Honestly, he's not even that fazed that this is something Shoto would do. The boy has zero social life, so a chance to argue about soba with someone must not seem that bad to him. Besides, he's pretty sure he's been training to be the #1 hero since he was 4, there's no doubt he's competitive and determined. Shit, he really is a stalker. My friend isn't here though, he said. It was funny to imagine Dabi going to a party like this. He doesn't think he'd be able to stand it. Actually, he'd likely have already set the entire house on fire. Shoto glanced at him from where he was pulling knives and pots out of cupboards. Then you'll have to do the judging for him. Watching as he finished taking out all sorts of different ingredients and tools, Izuku had a feeling this wasn't going to go the way he thought it would. He tilted his head to the side. Are you sure we need all this to heat up some soba? He looked at him like he was crazy. No. We need all this to make soba. So, like a competition on who can make it better? If you choose to look at it like that, yes. Awesome. He stepped up to the island in the middle of the kitchen and rested his elbows on it. I'm hot soba, you're cold soba? Neither of us are soba, he stated, choosing to take his questions literally as he set a bag of vegetables on the island counter. But I will be making the cold soba and you will be making your weird hot soba. A smirk quirked at his lips. It's fun that he took it literally. He's starting to like him and his odd nature. It's different, but a nice different. He picked up a pot from the counter. You're going to lose, Shoto. I wouldn't be so sure, Midoriya. Who knows, maybe this'll be fun. I think I won, Izuku said proudly looking at his finished product. He silently thanked his mother for teaching him how to cook her soba. Shoto used his chopsticks to take a bite. His face never once shifted from the neutral look it liked to rest in. Izuku was starting to wonder whether he had more than the two expressions of mildly angry and neutral. The youngest Todoroki shook his head after swallowing. No. I win. What? How? He shouted, grabbing the chopsticks from him and taking a bite of the cold soba Shoto had made. His eyes widened because holy crap, that's good. He gaped at him. It shouldn't be this good. He's a sucker for soba, hot or cold, but this is too good. Where the heck did you learn to make something this good? He shrugged, taking the chopsticks and his bowl back. It's not my cooking. This soba is cold, yours is not. Cold soba is always better. It took a lot of effort for him not to point out that of course he thinks cold soba is always better if that's the kind of soba he has regularly. The boy ignored his still stunned expression and continued to slurp at his food. Izuku plopped down on the high chair. Next to him, bringing his bowl of hot soba towards himself. Whatever. Shoto's soba may be good in taste, but it can never battle with his mom's soba when it comes to enjoying it. There's too many memories for him not to love it. What? Shoto asked out of the blue. Izuku was taken aback. Huh? What are you smiling at? He asked, gesturing to the half-smile on his face with his chopsticks. Oh. He felt his face heat with the embarrassment of being caught off guard. Not much. I was just thinking about how when I was younger my friend would come over to my house and we'd make soba for our moms. He chuckled. One time Kaken was too busy yelling at me about putting in the wrong ratio of sesame seeds that he let the noodles cook for so long that they turned all mushy. That got him so mad he activated his quirk, which set off the fire alarm. Waiting for Shoto to say something, he turned his head to see him staring. His brow was furrowed in what could be mistaken for either confusion or concentration. Izuku was delighted to notice his eyebrows were different colors as well. That sounds creepier than he mean it to be. Kaken, Shoto said, is that your friend? The one who likes hot soba? Oh, I don't know what kind of soba he likes. Probably spicy. That's another friend. The one who doesn't like cold soba is Dash. He paused. Should he tell him about Dabi? The fact is they'll have to meet eventually. He should stick with the same lie he told Natsuo. My brother. He nodded along and lifted his chopsticks to his mouth again after declaring, bring him next time so I can show him how wrong he is. Next time. That made his smile widen a fraction more. He knew there'd be a next time. That's what working for Endeavor is for, but it's comforting to know that Shoto is, well, not looking forward to it but aware and okay with the idea that this might happen again. Even if he only seems so chill with idea so that he can prove cold soba is the best way to go. Endeavor. That's why he's here. Izuku again became conscious of the little device in his pocket. Scanning the room quickly, he figured this would be the best place to put it, or at least the best place he'll manage to put it today. The most ideal spot would be the training rooms, but it's not like he'll be able to go there today, not with the party going on. Even with the advantage of being alone with Shoto, he still doubts the other boy trusts him enough to give him a tour of his house. Shoto comes off as the closed-off type and most definitely not one to give favors to people he's known for less than an hour and a half. Pulling the device out of his pocket, he stuck it under the island counter. Hopefully it won't be a totally useless spot, but he has his bets that the kitchen is a better place to pick up activity than the open room meant for parties and guests. He doubts it's even used outside these few parties Endeavor holds. He glanced at his watch. As much as he wants to stay and chat with Shoto, both because he's interesting and because he'd like to gather more information, they should be going back to where the rest of the guests are. Tsutoramu and Akito won't be happy if he disappears for too long, and he doesn't even want to think about what will happen to Shoto if he gets in trouble. Hey, should we go Dash? Shoto. Well, sheet. Izuku resisted the urge to smack himself in the face at the sound of Endeavor's voice just outside the kitchen door. From behind him he heard the door swing open. Next to him Shoto barely flinched. He wasn't even sure he was blinking as he ignored his father, opting to continue slurping up his soba. The flame hero approached them both. Izuku wanted to hide. He's no coward, but he really needs this job. Getting fired is not on his to-do list. Endeavor glared. Shoto, what are you doing in here? You are supposed to be in the other room. I was hungry, he answered his father, placing his chopsticks on the counter. He stood up from his seat. I'll go back to sitting in a corner with Akito-san now if you want. You Dash? Endeavor cut himself off when he realized Izuku was standing right there. That only seemed to worsen his scowl. What are you doing in here? All guests are supposed to remain out there. Izuku kept his gaze towards the floor. He doesn't think he's recognized him yet, and he'd like to keep it that way. I was accompanying Todoroki-kun. I didn't think he'd want to be alone. My son is perfectly fine being alone. What makes you think you can associate yourself with him? He fumed. Head hanging, he tried to bite his tongue. He wanted to retort that the only reason his son is so fine with being alone is because he probably conditioned him to be like that. He wanted to tell him that it isn't normal for a teenager to be so recluse like Shoto is proving to be. Instead he closed his eyes and clenched his fists to erase his anger, or at least to just store it away for a while. I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again. It better not. He turned to his son. Clean up this mess and then come join me with the guests. With that, the man whose temper rivals the heat of his flames he adorns so proudly walked away. From what he could see, Shoto had little reaction to his father. He did as he was told and started to clean up the kitchen. Out of habit form helping his mother, he took liberty in aiding Shoto with tidying up. They worked in silence until it was done. Shoto faced him expression as guarded as ever. It appears I will not be able to show your brother that cold soba is better. No, I guess not. he said as he rubbed at the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm sorry if I got you in trouble. You didn't. He made his way over to the kitchen door, clearing, expecting him to follow. Izuku fell into step with him again as they walked back to the guest room. Shoto paused outside the door to the room, eyes skimming over Izuku once more. Cold soba is still better, but your soba was better than I expected. I wouldn't mind eating it with you again, he said with a blank tone before tilting his head down in farewell and slipping through the doors to be lost in the crowd of guests. Izuku stood there for several moments before a smile reached his lips. Shoto is interesting, that much is for sure. He doesn't think he'll mind getting to know him a bit more. The smile fell when he realized he still has to find Tsutomu and Akito so they can leave before Endeavor figures out he's the same intern from before at the villain fight with Alloy. Tsutomu's going kill him when she finds out. He somehow managed to tick Endeavor off. Again. Great. He can look forward to doing her paperwork for the next month. Fun. At least it was worth it. Dabi wishes he could say he hates the little trips he makes every morning to the cafe. It would be better if the truth was he dreaded seeing his brother every single day. But of course, the fates and apparently his own mind hates him, and he's finding it harder and harder to say he despises going there. He doesn't know what it is, he just knows it's not a negative feeling. He's never been good with emotions. Feeling aren't exactly something the high and mighty Endeavor thinks to be important when it comes to hero work. Maybe he was right, Dabi doesn't know. He's not a hero. Point is, no one taught him to know what he's feeling, and he most definitely is paying for it now. As he walks into the cafe and hear the bell that's became familiar, he's uneasy about the weird pull in his chest. It's not exciting, but it's not worrisome. It's simply there reminding him over and over again like a broken record just who exactly the white-haired boy behind the counter used to be to him. If he'd known nostalgia, he might have said that was what he was feeling, but there was no reason for him to be nostalgic for a past life he hated, one that to this day leaves him scarred both mentally and physically. If anything, he should feel happy that he doesn't live that life anymore. Yet, as he approaches the counter where Natsuo waits, he can't help but wonder what it would be like if they were kids again and these few minutes of conversation between orders wasn't all the time they had together. He dismissed the thought quickly. It's fine the way things are. He doesn't wish for that family back. But he still asks himself deep down how Natsuo is. What happened to his little brother these past years? What's his life like outside these cafe walls? Morning again, Natsuo says as Dabi reaches the counter to order. He wore the same smile every morning, and every morning Dabi failed to decipher whether it was genuine or not. The same order as usual? He shook his head, placing some cash on the counter. No. Add a scone. Natsuo raised his eyebrows in question. Skip breakfast or something? Yes, but that's no different from normal, he found himself answering honestly. Dabi spoke again before Natsuo could ask the question he knew was coming. It's for my brother. The one from before. It isn't entirely a lie, but at the same time it's not true. Deku may not be his brother, but the scone is for him. Tonight they both have to go to that stupid meeting with Hawks. Dabi doesn't know why he's being dragged along. Deku can handle Hawks by himself. Brat should be thankful he agreed to come. If the brat complains even once about being hungry or some shit, he will snap his neck, hence the scone. Besides, it's Deku's money buying these orders anyways. That makes much more sense, Natsuo said, typing his order into the machine. He handed him back his change. You don't seem like the scone type. Your brother seems like a cake pop kid though. That took him aback. What? A light laugh left his brother's lungs. A cake pop kid? Everyone who comes in here is a certain type of person, and the staff likes to pair them with orders. Your brother is a cake pop kid because he's energetic and, well, a little brother, which makes him the kind of person to ask for a cake pop, either by nagging the person they're with or buying their own. He seems like someone who'd appear to always be running on sugar. He got that much from the 5 seconds they talked to each other, like a week ago? What kind of person am I? He asked, taking his filled cup of coffee and scone from him. Well. Natsuo scratched at his chin and eyed him up and down. Me and some of the other staff think you're a no cream, no sugar kind of guy. Crossing his arms, he narrowed his eyes at Natsuo, not that he could see that with his sunglasses and mask on. So black coffee? Not exactly. What does he mean, not exactly? Coffee without cream or sugar is just black coffee. A black coffee person is sort of like, well, I guess there's that person that has a super punk rock attitude and at first glance is really scary but is actually super nice. Or someone who looks like an insomniac who needs a wake-up call. He handed him his receipt. A no cream, no sugar kind of guy is someone who gives off "ill-kill-you-sleep" vibes and tries really hard to maintain that appearance, hence ordering a black coffee, but deep down they care for people and are a softie. What the dash? Dobby blinked a few times. That's utter bullshit. Order personalities never lie. He contradicted, chuckling. I am not a softie. The fact that you're denying it kind of proves you are. Do you want to be murdered? There it is. The "ill-kill-you-in-your-sleep" threat. Natsuo laughed and Dabi felt like hitting him in the face. He was told once when he was younger that siblings are more than just a person you cry with when you both are too hurt to go to anyone else. People said siblings were someone you laughed with and teased, the person whose pigtails you tugged and bickered with. He guesses this counts as teasing. A frown pulled at his lips. He's not going down this rabbit hole. Natsuo is not as his brother anymore, just like how he isn't Tuya. Tuya died and with him those bonds and labels of family. They may still be bound by blood, but that is the only things that connects him to the second oldest Todoroki son. By a hole, he snarled, turning away from the counter and heading for the door. Before he could make it even one step, cold fingers had wrapped around his wrist. He glanced back at Natsuo. He stared at him with furrowed eyebrows and concern-filled eyes. It was a joke, he clarified, and Dabi snorted. He knew that, which is exactly why he needs to get going. He may be trying to get closer to him for information, but Dabi's not about to put at risk the walls he's been building around himself for years. Sorry, I'm not good at coming across how I mean. Apparently no one in our family is. He glared, ripping his wrist out of Natsuo's hand. Whatever. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait. I'll have your coffee ready. Don't bother. He muttered the last bit as he walked out of the cafe, not caring if he was heard or not. Dabi threw the bag containing the scone at Deku's face when he came up to him not long after leaving the cafe. The brat fumbled with it in his hands, staring blankly at it before looking at him. Questioningly. What's this? Food, he answered, opening up the door to his flat. Deku strode in past him, suspicion still resting on his face. Is it poisoned? Like I'd actually tell you if it was or not. He leveled him with a glare. No. Do you really think I'd poison you? He sat down on the beanbag Dabi had successfully stolen the day before from someone's dumpster. It's really a waste to throw away something in such good shape. It only has a few holes. Deku peered into the bag, an eyebrow raised. Yes, it's on brand for you. Besides, why else call me over a whole 9 hours before we have to meet Hawks other than to just kill me because I know it's not because you love me and can't wait to waste your precious time hanging out. At least the kid has that right. It's amusing that for once he has him stumped rather than the other way around. He moved to hang his coat on one of the many nails sticking oddly out of the wall. It may be weird, but it's the best he has to a coat hook. Feeling Deku's eyes following him, he said out loud, Well, I did promise to start training you. He turned back around in time to see the kid's face light up. What with your intern and going to that gross hero school, now's the perfect time. Deku flew to his feet, scone forgotten. It was interesting how his hair bounced as he jumped around with excitement. You mean it? You're really going to train me? Okay, him for finally acting his age and not like some 30-year-old trapped in his body. The energy coming off of him screamed nerdy teenage boy as his eyes widened. Dabi felt like he could laugh at how silly he was. The kid's really that eager to learn to fight? No wonder he became a vigilante. He's got the soul for it with all that ridiculous urge to learn a few basic combat moves. I don't say things I don't mean, he answered, kicking off his shoes. He raised his hands, beckoning Deku to come closer. The truth is he's never been all that good at hand-to-hand combat. He's dependent on his quirk, and who can blame him? That's how he was raised. He never thought there'd be a time when his quirk wouldn't save him. Until one day he burned himself to a crisp and couldn't use his quirk without his skin falling off for a whole month, and then he had to learn how to fight. Not that it's helped him much since then. His quirk works for nearly anything he needs these days. Deku grinned at him and dropped his own jacket on the bean bag, walking over to him happily. "What's the plan, sensei?" "First of all, don't call me sensei," he said, scrunching up his nose in disgust. "Second, we'll start with basic movements. You can't do much in your pathetic form right now." "Hey, it's not pathetic." He eyed him up and down. His limbs could be mistaken for uncooked noodles at first glance. Revite is many things, but he is not fit. Pathetic is exactly what it is. "What do you suggest I do then?" Deku asked, crossing his arms. "Want me to go get a gym membership then?" Friendly reminder, I'm a child who still needs parental consent for everything. Clean Dogaba Beach. Staring at him, Deku seemed shocked. He could understand. The beach is a total wasteland with its mountains of garbage that has washed up onto the shore over the years. It always disgusted him how people ruin such a lovely view with their junk, all because they are too lazy to take it to a proper landfill. It'd be good for Deku to clean it up. There's plenty of weightlifting he can get out of it. Plus, it's somewhere he can train with him and not be seen. It's an unpopular place. Perfect for 2 vigilantes. One vigilante and a villain. "You're serious?" He gaped at him. Nodding, he replied, "Dead serious." "Okay, I'll clean the beach," he said. "Now are we going to get training?" Dobby smirked before diving forward and wrapping his arms around his legs. He hoisted him up in the air, then dropped him down on the floor so he landed on his back. Placing his foot on his chest, he said, "We've already started. You really are a shrimp. You're an a-hole." "I'll take that as a compliment. Now get up. Let's practice your defensive moves first." "You're certain Hawks will be there?" Dabi asked as he tossed Deku a water bottle. After hours of training, more like hours of Dabi groaning at how stupid Deku is when it comes to physical combat with his spaghetti arms, the gremlin is still as chatty as usual. Even as they walked to the spot where Hawks had been told to meet them both, Deku ranted about all sorts of different heroes. It was interesting for him. The crowds he hangs around rarely speak of heroes, and when they do, it's always about how they SCK. Revite talks about them with passion, listing all their flaws and weaknesses, making analyses as he speaks. He could see every idea that popped into his head with how his eyes lit up each time. He spoke of heroes like they were a video game and 1 or 2 of the codes were done wrong. Unlike most people, he didn't pick to either love all heroes or hate them. He treated them more like something that could be perfect but isn't because a few people messed up and now everyone falls fault to the system. Maybe Dabi could admire that, if not believe in that opinion himself. "He will," Deku said with such confidence it made Dabi almost erase his paranoia. "If he has anything to gain from this, he'll be there." He glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. "Ever thought that maybe he doesn't have something to gain from this ever cross your mind? That all of this is just some scheme for the commission?" "The thought has more than crossed mind." Laughing a little at Dabi's still disapproving gaze, he pointed around the alleys. "Relax. I put all the nearby cameras on a loop." He glanced at his watch. When did he start wearing that? "Hawks will be here any minute. I have to go." It took several moments for Dabi to process that Deku was leaving down the alley. He spun on his heel, grabbing him by the shoulder. "Where are you going? The whole point of this is so Hawks can meet with you." "I know," he said a little too cheerfully. "I need to go do something first. You warm him up with small talk or something." "I'll be 2 minutes." With that, he raced down the alley and out of sight. He sighed, rubbing at his face and wincing when he accidentally tugged on one of his staples. That blasted kid. Why doesn't he tell him anything ahead of time? He should know plans work better when everyone is informed about them. It feels like he's always in the dark when around Revite. Actually, come to think of it, that's a good strategy for Revite. Damn it. He's learning. A flash of red caught his eye and immediately his shoulders tensed, hands heating up as he prepared to ignite his flames at any given moment. From the sky, Hawks dropped to the ground, bright red wings tucking in as he landed. Dabi took a moment to take in the hero costume he was still wearing before his gaze landed on the Birdman's eyes. A frown reached his lips. "Hero. Vigilante," he replied, adjourning a smile. He wanted to punch that forced smile of his face. I thought I was supposed to be meeting Revite? You are. Don't worry. He lowered his hands, letting his body relax. He's not enough of an idiot to put his guard completely down but can at least save himself from tomorrow's back pain by unwinding a bit if it's just Hawks. He won't attack until Revite's here. He's on his way. So it's just you and me, huh? Cue the death glare. I can and will stab you. Hawks snorted and crossed with arms. With what? Your nails? If it comes to that, yes. Dobby was delighted by the little flash of surprise in his eyes. He was glad he chose to respond with that answer rather than say he has a dozen knives inside his jacket, which isn't a lie. I doubt it would take much to destroy you. He raised one of his eyebrows. You're aware I rank number 3 in the hero charts, right? Someone like you couldn't take me down. Dobby wanted to laugh. Someone like him, huh? It's clear Hawks had no idea what he's getting into if that's the statement he's choosing to go with. He's well aware he's not a well-known person as both a villain and just in general, but he likes it that way. Birdie over there might think he's unknown because he's low tier, but really he could kick his butt any day. Probably. Besides that, he works with Revite, likely the most well-known vigilante since Crawler. If he was weak, he wouldn't have that position. And who exactly are people like me? He asked, tilting his head in mock innocence. Tall, dark, handsome villains? Amusingly, Hawks visibly cringed. He quickly recomposed himself though. More like vigilantes who think they're a villain but are actually doing good, no matter how hard they try to keep up the appearance of the big bad guy. A no cream, no sugar kind of guy is someone who gives off "I'll kill you when you sleep" vibes and tries really hard to maintain that appearance, hence ordering a black coffee, but deep down they care for people and are a softie. Snarling, he realized that was the second time he'd been told something like that today. He scowled. Did people really see him as Soft? He's not. He isn't. Not in any way, shape, or form. Maybe he had qualms about killing Revite when he found out he was a kid. Maybe he's looks a little too forward to going to the cafe in the morning. Perhaps he even is warming up to Deku a bit, but by no means is he soft. He'll kill anyone who says he is. Unless apparently those people are his little brother and an annoying bird man. For the last time, I'm a villain, not a vigilante. Get it right. As he said that, he saw Hawks open his mouth to argue only to pause as something caught his eye. Dobby turned to look, and what he saw made his eyes widen by a fraction. Coming down the alley was Deku, or at least what he assumes is Deku. He couldn't tell with what he was wearing. Around his shoulders was a black windbreaker-like jacket with green lines going down the sleeves. Underneath he wore a plain black shirt to match the tighter black cargo pants he wore. Dobby doesn't even want to know what could be in those pockets knowing Deku. It could be anything from mini pencils and mini notebooks for his analysis to actual grenades. Over his head was a black cap tucked under the hood of the jacket, his signature green hair barely visible but for a few strands poking out. A gray mask covered his mouth, hiding majority of his baby face features. The only thing recognizable were his green eyes filled with mischief. The gremlin's smart about hiding his identity for once, he thought. Dabi watched him approach them, and when he was within arm's distance he jabbed his elbow into him. How come you get a cool suit? Not even going to try hiding my identity? 1. I'm sure everyone already knows your identity, even the commission. And 2. I have a life outside of this unlike you. People I need to protect and jobs I would like to keep. Dabi was surprised that when he talked his voice sounded different. It was lower and scratchier, almost like it was from old camera footage. Did the kid put a voice changer in that mask? Hawks drew attention to himself, waving his hand. I'm going to assume you're Revite? Oh. Deku's eyes lit up and he quickly rushed up to Hawks, holding out a hand to shake. Yeah, that's me. Hesitantly, Hawks took the hand and shook it. Pleased to meet you. The feeling's not mutual, Dabi muttered, which caused both Birdie and Deku to shoot him a glare. He rolled his eyes. He's just trying to bring down the mood, they can both chill out. Whatever. Let's get this over with. Deku turned his gaze from him back to Hawks. Ignore him. He's an a-hole. He clasped his hands together. So, you want to make an alliance? I can work with that, but first, why would you help us? I want to fix the hero society, he answered. You're making the change no one else has had the guts to, and I want to help. I can be your eye on the inside. I work closely with the commission and a lot of high-ranking heroes. I get to see the flaws most people can't. For too long the way of heroes has been messed. You're fixing that. I can't sit by and watch anymore. Dabi's first instinct was that it was all total bullcrap. Then he saw the look in Deku's eyes. Since reading Revite's first article, Dabi decided he was a good judge of character. He could see the flaws in someone other people idolized. He didn't go with what everyone else thought, he went with his instinct. Lucky for him, his instincts are usually correct, as Dabi has been seeing these past few weeks. He pushed Alloy for information on Endeavor because of instinct. He became Endeavor's turn-off instinct. He trusts Dabi, like an idiot, off of instinct. Yet all of his choices turn out for him. While working with him, Dabi promised himself that when stuck between a rock and a hard place, he'd go with Deku's instinct. Now, he could see those instincts kicking in, and he could see which way they were leading. The boy stared at Hawks with this wide-eyed wonder and curiosity that couldn't be mistaken for anything else. There was a glint of determination Dabi could see, almost like he'd just made a promise to himself regarding Hawks. That look both scared and comforted Dabi. Okay, Deku said, pulling a phone out of one of his pockets. He handed the phone to Hawks. You can help. You'll be a little more useful than our current inside source. I'll contact you on that phone if I need anything. If you want to reach either Dabi or myself, our numbers are on there. The passcode is the same as the one to your apartment. How do you dash? I did a background check on you. It wasn't hard to find out most of your codes. You should change them to something harder to guess. Hawks gaped at him for several seconds before glancing at Dabi. Is he always like this? Sadly, yes. He sighed and scratched at him ear where he had a dozen piercings. You get used to it. Right. He nodded a little dazed as he turned over the phone in his hands. Are we done here, or is there more I should know? Deku shook his head. Nope, just remember all of this is confidential, and if you tell anyone about what we do, I'm sure Dabi will be happy to burn you. Yeah, he thought. For once I wouldn't mind burnt chicken. Birdie put on a grin. Great. I'll keep in touch. Thank you. I'm really glad I can help with all of this. He flashed a smile at Dabi. See you around, vigilante. Before he could do anything to retaliate, he took off into the sky. A-hole and his FNG bright red wings. He knows he can fly, but he doesn't mean he needs to shove it in his face all the time. Dabi lifted his middle finger up and pointed it at the sky where Hawks was already disappearing into the distance. Deku came up beside him, knocking his shoulder. You two get along well. Ha! Die. He sarcastically retorted. The gremlin snickered. So, what's the plan with him? Meh, don't tell him much, he said. He'll give us information, we'll tell him some of our smaller plans that we need help with, but nothing more than that. I want to work him up to trusting us, and then perhaps we'll be able to trust him. He doesn't seem so bad. Solid plan. Though he can't agree with the last bit. Trust me, he is worse than he seems. You mean he's annoying for you? Or he's actually a bad guy, not a hero? Guess. He gave him a pointed look to which he stuck his tongue out at him. In truth, he's surprised by how short that meet was. He suspected it would be a little longer, require some more negotiating, but Hawks seemed happy to get an inch from them. It only made him more suspicious. Then again, to him heroes are always suspicious. The problem is Hawks acts like a good hero and he benefits from the current system. Why would he try to change it? It made him think back to their first time meeting, when he'd caught him from falling to his death. He's met me before this, you know. At Endeavor's fight I watched. I may have burned a few of his feathers, he accidentally blurted. Yes, same. For the meeting, not the burning his feathers part. Glancing at Deku, he furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. He's met him before? When? First at Endeavor's fight. Then at Endeavor's party yesterday. The party? He completely forgot about that, which is for the best he guesses. He doesn't like thinking about when he was younger and those parties were more frequent. Too many nights he'd be trapped in his room. Too many nights when he was also forced to leave his room and socialize. He crossed his arms, feeling a weird gap in his chest and desperately trying to close it up again. Choking on his words, he forced out, "Did you get any information from the party?" Deku shrugged. "Not much. I planted a listening device for if we need any evidence of things later. I did get to speak to Shoto Todoroki though." Shoto. Dabi was surprised by how long ago he'd last heard that name. He's more surprised by how long it's been since he's let himself sit down and even think the name. That name now was ringing in his ears, and suddenly he remembers why he doesn't let himself think it. There's so many things, so many emotions he can't begin to understand tied to his youngest brother. Emotions so powerful they come like waves that continuously knock him down. Memories of his father tossing him aside for another son with dual-colored eyes and days when he'd watched them train for hours, his own arms aching from burns, came flooding back to him. Years ago he'd been his father's favorite, he'd been his prize and champion. Then Shoto came along and changed that. To this day he wonders if that was a blessing or a curse. Clenching his fists at his sides, he grit his teeth. He'd frozen and Deku was looking at him weirdly, but he barely noticed. Again, something griped at his chest and his throat felt dry. He isn't weak. He is not weak. This doesn't affect him. The rage and anger will only fuel his fires. Repeating the mantra in his head does little to ease his thoughts. Deku takes notice and starts speaking again, saying all the wrong things. "I got some information from him. Not much. It'll be good though if I can get to know him. He likes soba, like you. Actually, we got in an argument about that when I told him you liked hot soba more than cold. We ended up going to the kitchens and dash." "Shut up. We had this contest about who could cook the best soba. It was nice to have something to do. I was really scared I was going to make a fool of myself and then I wouldn't be able to get close enough to him for when the time comes to save him. That would be bad. I was hoping Tsutoramu would help, but she didn't. I'm getting off topic, sorry. Shoto is really interesting dash." "Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear about him. And has a weird sense of humor, but I liked him, surprisingly. I think you'd like him, maybe? It's nice to know the person I'm saving isn't a total jetty even if he is a little monotone. I can't wait to see him use his quirk. It's so dash." "Shut up," he managed to get out barely a whisper. Deku's eyes snapped up to meet his, panic visible in them. Worry etched across his features and he reached out a hand towards him. "Dabi. I'm sorry. Are you okay?" He swatted the hand away. He almost wished Hawks were back here so he could redirect Deku's pitiful gaze to him. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he stormed back the way they came from. I have some things to do. Go home, kid." "Oh." He paused, trying to pick out his words. As much as he hates to admit it, it's not Deku's fault and he can't be mad at him. He doesn't know. He's just a kid, even if sometimes he seems more mature than his age. He sighed. "I'll see you tomorrow." With that he stormed off, feeling Revite's eyes follow him till he was out of sight. He swears he heard him mumble a goodbye under his breath. Dabi wasn't paying attention though. He was shoving down everything that came bubbling up in his mind. He doesn't know where he went. He let his subconscious guide him till he reached an empty area far enough away that no one would see what he was about to do. All the hate, the pain, all of it resurfaced in him. He hated that home, he hated that goddamn family and all effed up things they did to each other, to him. Every burn, every hit, every FING hour spent doing the same move over and over again, never once perfecting it. His father. NG wasn't all of it. Shoto he ruined so much. They weren't fine but they were better before he came along. Mom was still there, even if only in part. He was able to protect everyone before Shoto showed up. He was the champion. He was supposed to be the one NG chose first for everything. Flashes of fire, red and blue, filled his head and he sunk to his knees. If he had not dried up his tear ducts years ago he would have cried, he thinks. Now only dry sobs ripped at him at his chest clenched. Anger tugged at his heart, at his ribs, his lungs, his throat. It clung to everything that helped him breathe the oxygen that keeps him alive. His arms were the first to light on fire, the skin there long since dead and painless. The flames worked their way over all of his body, eating away at skin. He didn't care. All he could think of was Shoto and his father. He could see them like it was yesterday. Both standing before him, looking down on him even as he reached for their hands. And then he did something he hadn't done in a while, but all those years ago he'd discovered worked best. Something he did every time the emotions got too much. The same thing that took the pain away while giving so much of it. He let everything burn. Izuku has came to conclude 3 things since waking up this morning. The first thing he decided was that Hawks is a double agent. He's not sure that counts as something he came to concluded today since he's had his suspicions since Dobby first mentioned him. The other night their meet was what confirmed it. It's almost too obvious that Izuku had to second-guess himself, but sure enough, a little more digging and he knew the number 3 hero was two-timing him. He doesn't mind, not really. It actually works perfectly into his plan. Currently, Hawks can't know much. If he knows too much, then the Commission knows too much. However, there's no way Hawks can't give them information too, spy or not. If Izuku can get even an ounce of information being played by him will be worth it. That's not the only reason though. Hawks was able to come up with a good motive, and Izuku's long since learned that to lie about your intentions, you have to believe those intentions are justifiable, even if they go against your beliefs. If he was able to defend his reason for joining their cause by claiming a fault to the hero system and claiming that by being a part of it he was able to see more wrongs, then it can't entirely be a lie. In the short time he spent around Hawks, he's learned that the man is not one to promote villainous acts, much less participate in them. Thus meaning if he really knew what the Commission was up to, saw past the lies Izuku's sure he's been fed his whole life, then the chances are higher that he'd support his cause. So yeah. As of now, Hawks gets limited information, but he is still trustworthy. Dobby would whack him on the head if he said that out loud. His burnt acquaintance and many others would call his logic insane. They're all just too small-minded to actually see the advantage his way of thinking gave. Hawks is trustworthy, that's why the Commission picked him. They trust him to do what they ask and execute their plan to the best of his ability without slips-ups. They also trust him not to help the other side. That's where they F'd up, as Dobby would put it. Revite always has a plan, and this time it's a plan that will play out in the long run. Every subtle action matters, and Hawks happens to be the key player. The Commission thinks they're 5 steps ahead when in reality they're a staircase behind. The second thing he concluded is that Dobby is more complex than he originally thought. Don't get him wrong, he knew that he had to have some sort of tragic backstory with all the scars he has and his current living situation. He just didn't expect it to ever come up. The other night he'd clearly done something to cause Dobby's emotions to resurface. He's not an idiot. He knows that the villain had a reason for leaving so fast, and it wasn't because he had somewhere to be. He'd seen the look in his eyes right before he left. That isn't a look that someone at peace has. No one at peace has that much anger and grief. If he could chalk that look up to annoyance with Hawks, he would. Sadly he can't. As much as Dobby may not be happy about it, Izuku considers him a friend. It's stupid, he knows. Everyone always gets told don't talk to strangers, and he went right ahead and befriended a villain who threatens to kill him every few minutes. Kaken's right, he is too soft for his own good. One day it might get him killed, but that's a problem for future Izuku. Point is, as Dobby's friend he cares for him. After seeing the panic on his face the other night, Izuku is worried. He's not answering the texts he sent when he got home to make sure he's okay, and Izuku doesn't know whether he's being an a-hole and purposefully not answering or if he did something stupid that'll keep him from getting the chance to respond. Izuku prays it's the former. The other night he discovered Dabi is complicated in ways he didn't know. He has a past, and clearly it's tied to the Todorokis if his reaction to him speaking about Shoto and his hate for Endeavor are anything to go by. He knows he shouldn't pry, but this is Dabi, and he knows if he doesn't look after him no one will. Plus, it'll help to know his partner in crime better, so when he does eventually try to kill him, he has more blackmail to keep him from doing so. The third and most urgent thing he realized was that he forgot today's the first day at UA. And that's how he ended up tripping over himself at the train station in a desperate attempt to not be late. He may be analytical, but gods, if he was only smart enough to remember to have set an alarm for this morning. Swearing isn't his thing, but right now the only thing going through his mind was an endless stream of F-, sheet, F-. He had scrambled off the train, attempting to zip up his bag at the same time and not paying attention to anything around him. Who can blame him? This is his dream school. Not only that, but the school he's depending on so he can get closer to the Todorokis. If he's late to his first day, then that's a bad impression, and then that makes it harder for him to get the access he needs, and then that ruins his chances of getting close to Shoto, and then he tripped. Don't ask him how. He can't say. He was too busy panicking to notice anything, and now the ground was moving towards his face fast. Squeezing his eyes shut, he barely contained more swears. He prepared to hit the concrete, clutching his half-open bag close to his chest. This is how he dies. Sorry Akito and Tsutorumu, I'm a failure. After all this hard work Why hasn't he hit the ground? Peeling his eyes open, he noticed he was suspended just above the ground. What the? Last time he checked he didn't have a quirk, especially not one that keeps him from falling, so why hasn't he hit the ground? Are you okay? A voice laced with concern came from his left. He looked up to see a girl who appeared around his age with brown bangs standing there, her hands pressed together in front of her. His eyes widened as he realized she was wearing a UA uniform. She reached out and righted him on his feet. I'm sorry I used my quirk on you without asking. I figured you wouldn't want your face all scratched up on your first day. He was still lagging from the shock of not falling as he spoke. My first day? Yeah. She cheered and gestured to his own uniform. It's Udate's first day. I'm really nervous, and tripping would have just been the cherry on top of that. I wouldn't wish that on you. He glanced over her rounder features and found nothing but kind intentions in them. He smiled. Thank you. I really appreciate it. No problem. What kind of hero would I be if I didn't try to help whenever I could? Hero? His eyes lit up. Oh, she's a hero student. For some reason that makes this so much more embarrassing. That reason may have something to do with the fact his hobby is taking down heroes. He tried to cover up his awkwardness by smiling even more. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. I'll have to look out for your name on the rankings in the future. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka. She beamed at him and motioned towards the path that leads to you. Hey, if you want you can walk with me to school. I can make sure you don't trip over your shoelaces again. He frowned at the joke, looking down at his feet where sure enough, his shoes were untied. Oh thanks. I'd love to. After he quickly tied his shoelaces, they made their way to campus. Uraraka skipped next to him, her brown hair bouncing. He fidgeted with his hands, sending a nervous glance her way. He said, So, you're in the hero course? I want to be a rescue hero like 13. She pumped her fist in the air. Izuku chuckled. Wow. Sound like you really look up to them. Oh yeah. She nodded. They're my idol. They've been my favorite hero since I was a kid. The tug at his chest hurt, not as much as it used to a few months ago, but still a little painful. He remembers having an idol, that one person he looked up to no matter what. They always say never meet your idols or you'll be disappointed. He turned his gaze to the ground. All Might hadn't been a disappointment, he'd been everything he expected, but, well, being told you can't be what you've always wanted to by your idol is a bit of a slap in the face. It's not that he doesn't look up to All Might anymore, that isn't it. He doesn't want to be him anymore. He can admire him and love him, but since his switch to vigilantism he isn't sure if he wants to be like the symbol of peace. He wants to be a different kind of symbol, he's not sure what yet. Midoriya-kun? Are you okay? Uraraka worriedly looked at him. Snapping out of his thoughts, he plastered on a smile. He wasn't going to be the next All Might, but the man is still his hero. Yeah. I'm good, don't worry. Okay. Her eyes widened. Oh, I forgot to ask what course you're in? Maybe we'll be in the same class. Oh, I'm not in the hero course, he admitted. I'm in general studies. I'm training to be an analyst, and UA's general studies program has a lot of good things for internships and stuff. She grinned. That's really cool. You have to be, like, super smart for that. Hell, I guess. No, seriously. You have to do all that planning and quirk analysis, she exclaimed, and he felt heat rise to his neck. People don't often compliment analysts, especially young quirkless ones like himself. She jumped up in the air. I bet you've already figured out my quirk and everything. He rubbed awkwardly at the back of his neck. Not really. I mean, I guess it has something to do with touch activation in your hands from how you activated it and deactivated it earlier. Due to the affects, I'd say you have either a levitation or anti-gravity type of quirk, or maybe the power to manipulate air around someone or something. Or possibly the ability to control objects, allowing you to suspend me in the air. They're all amazing quirks for hero work, especially rescue work. She giggled. Actually, my quirk is zero gravity, which allows me to manipulate the gravity of something, but you were close. Manipulation of gravity. Huh, that's an awesome quirk. By then they'd reached Yue. He was a little disappointed that the walk is so short. He liked talking to Uraraka. In the few minutes they've conversed, he found himself enjoying her a lot. She seems like the type of person he'd be friends with. He glanced at the front entrance through the gates. He has to get going soon if he doesn't want to be late. What's your quirk? Uraraka asked, oblivious to the time. That question. The big letdown. He sighed. He really doesn't want to ruin this. Maybe friendship started to bloom and he also has to get to class, so if he can just make up a quick. Do you? In that moment he's never been more grateful for Kaken. He spun on his heel just in time to see the angry blonde walk by him, holding up his middle finger. He grinned and waved. Hey Kaken. Demon nerd. Shouldn't you be in class? Kaken glared at him. He crossed his arms. Shouldn't you? Don't tell me what to do. He threw a look at him over his shoulder. Try not to get expelled on your first day like the FANG Deku everyone thinks you are. I'll try, he said, a faint smile on his lips. Uraraka and him watched as his childhood best friend marched into the school, earning terrified looks from some people. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little better. He's known Kaken his whole life and he's seen how he shows his appreciation. To anyone else, what he said sounded like an insult, but Izuku thought maybe hidden in there was a strange compliment. Kaken wants him to not get kicked out, which is nice even if the reason is only so he can kick his butt. Uraraka pouted. He didn't treat you very nicely. He didn't. He shrugged. I'm used to it, it's okay. Why'd he call you Deku? She tilted her head to the side. It's just a nickname. He waved her off. It's supposed to be an insult because Deku means useless. She frowned. But can't it also mean, I can do it? It was his turn to frown. She's not wrong. He's never looked at it that way even with all his optimism. He let a smile creep across his face. I guess you're right. He side-eyed the entrance again. Look, I have to go but, I'll see you around. Bye Midoriya, she replied before running off to wherever her homeroom is. Izuku sighed, tugging on the straps of his backpack. He's got this, especially after that little confidence boost Uraraka just gave him. What a nice girl. He really does hope he'll get to see her around again soon. Maybe everyone will be just as nice. When he got to his homeroom, the first thing he noticed was that he was late. The clock on the wall said he should have been there 3 minutes earlier. Class still hadn't seemed to have started yet, luckily, and their teacher wasn't anywhere to be seen. The second thing that caught his eye was the majority of his classmates surrounding one desk, cheering someone on as they played some sort of video game. Based of the sound effects, he could hear it was one of the games where you fight an opponent in a battle ring. Part of him wanted to go join them, but the more anxiety-ridden side opted to just find his seat. He walked around the room and looked at every name tag till he found his in the back corner of the class by the window. The problem? It's next to the only other kid who decided to not join in with the others. And to complement his lack of interest in socializing, his appearance was 100% stereotypical outcast. He had purple hair that stuck up in a crazy mess with eyes weighed down by dark circles. Just looking at his tired expression made Izuku want to yawn. Seriously, he was debating turning around and finding that girl from earlier. He didn't want to bother this guy by asking him to move over so he could get to his seat next to him. Hey! Izuku started to say when the guy looked up at him with a deadpan look. He gestured to his chair. I need to get to my seat. Tired boy's frown deepened. He got up from his seat, allowing Izuku to pass and sit down next to him. The purple-haired boy glanced at him before shaking his head and turning back to his phone, which Izuku realized with a start he had headphones connected to. For a few moments he sat there, foot bouncing under the table. He opened his mouth to speak before closing it again. He had a feeling this boy didn't want to talk. Instead, he decided to pull one of his notebooks out of his bag, opening it up to the first empty page. At the top he wrote Quirk Analysis, 1C. By briefly looking around his class, he started writing down anything he could tell from people's quirks, which wasn't much considering only a few people had what appeared to be mutant quirks. It was only a minute more before their teacher finally came in with a grand entrance. Hi. What's up, listeners? The hero Izuku immediately recognized as Present Mike came barging into the classroom with his arms spread wide. He watched in amusement as his other classmates yelped in surprise and a few were knocked to the floor as everyone hurriedly tried to find their seats. He wondered how many of them had researched ahead of time who their teacher was like he had. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out 2 clear wrappers containing earplugs. He glanced at the boy next to him as Present Mike started loudly rattling off attendance. He tapped the purple-haired boy on the shoulder, speaking when he looked his way. Do you want any? He held one of the earplugs out to him. I've heard Present Mike can be quite loud. Eyebags, Izuku couldn't come up with a better nickname for the time being, stared at the earplugs in disbelief for a moment before seeming to snap out of his initial shock. He shoved a hand into his pocket, pulling out a package of his own earplugs. I came prepared. Good to know he's not the only person who brought something to protect his ears. He kind of pitied his other classmates who'll have to sit through the next hour with their eardrums being destroyed. He smiled at Eyebags. Nice. Hitoshi Shinso? Mike called out from the front of the class and Izuku's desk partner grunted in response, raising his hand slightly to acknowledge he was here. So that's his name. Noted. Izuku Midoriya? Here, he said confidently. Mike shot pointer fingers his way. Awesome. By the way, go to the office after first PRD. Principal Nedu wants to speak with you. A dozen gazes shifted to him and felt the need to curl up into a ball under his desk and hide. He admires Mike as a hero, but did he really have to go and do him like that? So much for making a good first impression. He has to visit the principal and he can only think of one reason why. This'll be fun. Not really. The class went by smoothly, or at least he thinks it did. Mike was just as loud as he's been told, if not louder, and majority of his class was attentive enough, though 1 or 2 kids couldn't seem to sit still in their seats. The orientation was barely anything and only took a few minutes before they returned to homeroom for introductions. The whole time Izuku felt more relaxed than he had in months. He didn't have to do much and there was nothing to worry about. The only thing putting him on edge was his upcoming visit to the office and the boy next to him. His desk partner is peculiar. He's not bad at all. No, but he's quiet and keeps to himself. The few words he had said had been spoken in a strange manner that made it seem like he thought about the phrasing before he even said it. Majority of the class, he simply sat there doodling and occasionally playing on his phone. Izuku decided he'd worry about that another day when first PRD came to an end and he found himself walking down the halls of UA in search of Principal Nedu's office. It only took a few wrong turns before he got to where he needed to be. The entire way there his head was filled with questions of why he would be called down specifically. Is it about his late SBMSN? His internship with Endeavor? Shaking his head, he cleared his thoughts. There's no point worrying about it if it's not going to change the outcome. He hesitantly knocked on the door in front of him. From inside the room he heard someone call, "Come in." Swallowing his nerves, he pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside there were 2 couches on either side of a coffee table littered with papers. Sitting on the left couch was none other than Principal Nedu. Am I a dog? Am I a mouse? A bear? Who knows, all that matters is I'm your principal, Nedu. Pleasure to meet you. Nedu immediately says once seeing him, sipping out of his tea. Weird introduction. Izuku attempted at a smile that probably appeared more awkward than intended. Hi. The pleasure is all mine. The principal looked him up and down before motioning for him to sit on the couch opposite to him. Please sit. Tell me, Midoriya, do you know why you're here? He sat himself down on the couch, hands fidgeting with a loose string on his pants. I'm not sure. If this is about my late SBMs and I dash. Oh, don't fret about that. Nedu waved him off. I've had students who intern under Ms. Tsutoramo before. They're always late with SBMs. That entire agency really should be better at informing their interns of the opportunities they have. Oh, right. Izuku frowned even as the relief entered him. It was only a few seconds before he tensed up again, realizing if that wasn't the case then it had to be something else that called him here. Sorry sir, but, then why did you ask to meet me? He didn't answer but instead got up and poured himself some more tea. Izuku watched, intrigued by how he handled the kettle with his paws. He'd read lots about Nedu when he was younger. An animal with a quirk that made their brain more intelligent than the average human, so much to the point they could be a functioning member of society, wasn't a quirk that goes unnoticed. Especially to a quirk fanatic like Izuku. He recalls hearing that Nedu had become the principal at UA and dreaming what it would be like to go to the school and meet him. He'd get to ask all the questions he's wanted to know the answers to about his quirk and how it works. Looking back on it, that all seems a little silly. He figures it might come off as rude to ask so many questions now. Midoriya, tell me. What makes you different from everyone else at this school? The question surprised him. What makes me? Oh. Really, he is an idiot. It's painfully obvious now that he thinks about it. This has always been the thing that controls his life, the thing everyone focuses on about him. He'd worried about all these little details and forgot about that one major part about him that always seems to be the deciding factor in the things he does. Panic rose in his chest. Are they going to expel him? No, that's crazy. Even if they had changed their mind about him being quirkless, it'd be insane to expel him on day one rather than just making sure he never got accepted in the first place. Special treatment seems like the more likely scenario. He wonders what way they'll go this time. People always either baby him like he's helpless or treat him like garbage. There's rarely an in-between. He found himself almost scared to admit it out loud. I'm quirkless. Indeed you are. Nedu all but shouted. He clasped his hands, paws, together. I wanted to let you know that doesn't change our opinion of you in any negative way. In fact, it makes the staff here more impressed with your internship. He's never heard that one before. As far as he knows, being quirkless isn't something people are impressed with. But the main reason I asked you here was to discuss what being quirkless means for your time here at UA. Here it comes. The regular, we see you as equal but at the same time we're going to put you down speech. He'd hoped UA would be different. I wish I could say being quirkless doesn't matter, but sadly, it does. I'd like to think the students here are respectable and could care less, but I still must ask you to take precautions. Statistics show quirkless students are nearly 5 times as likely to be bullied than any other. With that in mind, I wanted to give you access to several of our staff's contact information along with instructions for reaching our counselor, Hound Dog. What? This is not how this goes. This sort of thing doesn't happen. This has to be a dream. Chances of this being real are 1 in 100. No one offers support like this to quirkless kids. I don't. He was at a loss for words. Also, keep in mind that if you ever feel the need to speak with anyone or require assistance, my door is always open. This offer is extended to all students, of course, but I figured it'd be better to inform you of it. If anyone discriminates you in any way, it's asked that you report it immediately so we may handle the situation. He doesn't know what else to do other than stare at Nedu like he'd grown a third eye. He wants to help him? He's not babying him, but he's not undermining him either. Is this real? Did Dobby kill him and he's finally reached heaven? Is something the matter? Nedu asked. No, yes, He took a deep breath to calm himself down. It's just, people don't normally react to quirklessness this way. It's surprising. Yes, I figured as much, Nedu said, leaning back on the couch. Here at UA our goal is to teach people how to be the best person they can be, whether that's as a hero, a support technician, or a regular civilian. In my mind your quirklessness makes you no different than the 100 of others here who can't use their quirks without a license. If you were hero student, things would be different, but as an analyst, we can adjust for you. That was probably the most logical way he'd ever heard anyone put it. The smile that stretched across his face couldn't be helped. He felt tears well up in his eyes and he cursed himself for being so emotional. Thank you. You're welcome, Nedu answered in his peppy tone. Now, I suggest you go to class before you're late. Yes, sensei. He stood up and bowed to show his gratitude as he continued to try and hold back. He made way for the door, thanking Nedu again and heading off to second period. Something he could recognize as relief and joy swelled in his chest. Maybe this school will do more for him than just get him close to Shoto. Things might turn out better than he thought.